Chapter 16. New Orleans, August 1857. Sour Billy Tipton returned to the St. Louis Hotel that evening more than a little fearful. Julian would not like the message he carried from the Fevre Dream, and Julian was dangerous and unpredictable when displeased. In the darkened parlor of their lavish suite, only a single small candle had been lighted. Its flame was reflected in Julian's black eyes as he sat in the deep velvet chair near the window, sipping a sazerac. The room was full of silence. Sour Billy felt the weight of the stairs upon him. The latch made a small, deadly snick when the door shut behind him. "Yes, Billy?" said Damon Julian softly. "They won't come, Mr. Julian," Sour Billy said, a little too quickly, a little too breathlessly. In the dim light he could not see Julian's reaction. "He says you got to come to him." "He says?" repeated Julian. "Who is he, Billy?" "Him," said Sour Billy. The other bloodmaster. Joshua York, he calls himself. The one that Raymond wrote you about. The other captain, Marsh, the fat one with the warts and the whiskers, he wouldn't come neither. Damn rude, too. But I waited for dark, waited for the bloodmaster to get up. Finally they took me to him." Sour Billy still felt cold, remembering the way that York's gray eyes had touched his own, and found him wanting. There had been such bitter contempt there that Billy had wrenched his gaze away at once. "Tell us, Billy," said Damon Julian. "What is he like, this other? This Joshua York, this bloodmaster?" "He's," Billy began, fumbling for words, "he's white. I mean, his skin and all is real pale, and his hair ain't got no color in it. He even wore a white suit, like some kind of hat, and silver. He wore lots of silver. The way he moves, like one of them damn Creoles, Mr. Julian, high and lordly. He's like you, Mr. Julian. His eyes—" "Pale and strong," murmured Cynthia from the far corner of the room, "and with a wine that conquers the red thirst. Is he the one, Damon? He must be. It must be true. Valerie always believed the stories, and I mocked her for it. But it must be so. He will bring us all together, lead us back to the lost city, the dark city, our kingdom, our own. It is true, isn't it? He is bloodmaster of bloodmasters, the king we have waited for." She looked at Damon Julian for an answer. Damon Julian tasted his sazerac and smiled a sly feline smile. "The king," he mused. "And what did this king say to you, Billy? Tell us." "He said to come to the steamer, all of you, tomorrow after dark. For dinner, he said. Him and Marsh, they won't come here, not like you wanted, alone. Marsh, he said that if they come to you, it's going to be with others." "The king is strangely timid," Julian commented. "Kill him," Sour Billy blurted suddenly. "Go to that damn boat and kill him. Kill 'em all." "He's wrong, Mr. Julian. His eyes, like some damn Creole, the way he looked at me. Like I was a bug, a no-count, even though I come from you. He thinks he's better'n you, and them others, that warty captain and this damn clerk, all dandied up. Let me cut him, bleed him some all over them fine clothes of his. You gotta go kill him. You got to." The room was silent after Sour Billy's outburst. Julian stared out the window off into the night. The windows had been thrown wide, so the curtains stirred lazily in the night air, and street noises drifted up from below. Julian's eyes were dark, hooded, fixed on distant lights. When at last he turned his head, his pupils caught the gleam of the single candle flame again, and held it within, red and flickering. His face took on a lean, feral cast. "The drink, Billy?" he prompted. He makes 'em all drink it, Sour Billy said. He leaned back against the door and pulled out his knife. It made him feel better to have it in hand. He began scraping crud out from under his nails as he spoke. It ain't just blood, Kara said. Something else in it. It kills the thirst, they all say that. I went all over that boat. Talked to Raymond and Jean and George, couple others. They told me. Jean kept raving about this drink, about what a relief it was, if you can believe that. Jean, said Julian with disdain. It is true, then, Cynthia said. He is greater than the thirst. There's more, Sour Billy added. Raymond says York has taken up with Valerie. The stillness in the parlor was full of tension. Kurt frowned. Michelle averted her eyes. Cynthia sipped at her drink. All of them knew that Valerie, beautiful Valerie, had been Julian's special pet. All of them watched him carefully. Julian seemed pensive. Valerie? He said. I see. Long, pale fingers tapped on the arm of his chair. Sour Billy Tipton picked at his teeth with the point of his knife, pleased. He'd figured that bit about Valerie would settle it. Dame and Julian had had plans for Valerie, and Julian did not like his plans disturbed. He'd told Billy all about it, with an air of sly amusement, when Billy had asked him why he had gone and sent her away. Raymond is young and strong, and he can hold her, Julian had said. They will be alone, the two of them, alone with each other and the thirst. Such a romantic vision, don't you think? And in a year or 2, or 5, Valerie will be with child. I would almost bet on it, Billy. And then he had laughed, that deep musical laugh of his. But he was not laughing now. What will we do, Damon? Kurt asked. Are we going? Why, of course, Julian said. We could hardly refuse such a kind invitation, and from a king at that. Don't you want to taste this wine of his? He looked at each of them in turn, and none of them dared speak. Ah, said Julian, where is your enthusiasm? Jean recommends this vintage to us, and Valerie as well, no doubt. A wine sweeter than blood, thick with the stuff of life. Think of the peace it will bring us. He smiled. No one spoke. He waited. When the quiet had gone on a long while, Julian shrugged and said, Well, then, I hope the king will not think less of us if we prefer other drinks. He makes the rest of 'em drink it, Sour Billy said, whether they want to or not. Damon, Cynthia said, will you refuse him? You can't. We must go to him. We must do as he bids us. We must. Julian turned his head slowly to look at her. Do you really think so? He asked, smiling thinly. Yes, Cynthia whispered. We must. He is Bloodmaster. She averted her eyes. Cynthia, said Damon Julian, look at me. Slowly, with infinite reluctance, she raised her head again until her gaze met Julian's. No, she whimpered. Please. Oh, please. Damon Julian said nothing. Cynthia did not look away. She slipped from her chair, knelt on the carpet, trembling. A bracelet of spun gold and amethysts shone on her small wrist. She pushed it aside, and her lips parted slowly as if she were about to speak. And then she raised her hand and touched mouth to wrist. The blood began to flow. Julian waited until she had crawled across the carpet, her arm extended in offering. With grave courtesy he took her hand in his, and drank long and deeply. When he was done, Cynthia got to her feet unsteadily, slipped back to one knee, and rose again, shaking. Bloodmaster, she said, head bowed. Bloodmaster. Damon Julian's lips were red and wet, and a tiny bead of blood had trickled down one corner of his mouth, Julian took a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully blotted the thin line of moisture from his chin, and tucked it neatly away. "Is it a large steamer, Billy?" he asked. Sour Billy sheathed his knife behind him with a practised, easy motion, smiling. The wound on Cynthia's wrist, the blood on Julian's chin, it all left him hot, excited. Julian would show those damn steamboat people, he thought. "Big as any steamboat I ever seen," he answered. "And fancy, too. Silver and mirrors and marble, lots of stained glass and carpet. You'll like her, Mr. Julian." "A steamboat," mused Damon Julian. "Why did I never think of the river, I wonder? The advantages are so obvious." "Then we are going?" said Kurt. "Yes," said Julian. "Oh, yes. Why, the Bloodmaster has summoned us. The king." He laughed, throwing back his head, roaring. "The king!" he cried between gusts of laughter. "The king!" One by one, the others began to laugh with him. Julian rose abruptly, like a jackknife unfolding, his face gone solemn again, and the uproar quieted as suddenly as it had begun. He stared out into the darkness beyond the hotel. "We must bring a gift," he said. "One does not call upon royalty without a gift." He turned to Sour Billy. "Tomorrow you will go down to Moreau Street, Billy. There is something I wish you to get for me. A little gift for our pale king." Chapter 17. Aboard the steamer Fevre Dream, New Orleans, August 1857. It seemed as though half the steamers in New Orleans had decided to leave that afternoon, Abner Marsh thought as he stood upon the hurricane deck and watched them all depart. The custom was for boats going upriver to make their departure from the levee about 5 o'clock. At 3 the engineers would fire the furnaces and start to get the steam up. Rosin and pitch pine would get chucked into the steamer's hungry maws, along with wood and coal, and from one boat after another the black smoke would start to rise, ascending from the lofty flowered chimneys in tall hot columns, dark pennants of farewell. 4 miles of steamboats packed solid along the levee can generate a lot of smoke. The sooty columns would start to blend together into one massive black cloud a couple 100 feet above the river, a cloud shot through with ash, full of hot bright cinders, adrift on the wind. Larger and larger the cloud would swell as still more steamers fired up and poured out smoke, until the pall blotted out the sun and began to creep across the face of the city. From Abner Marsh's vantage point on the hurricane deck, it looked as though the whole city of New Orleans was going up in flames, and all the steamers were about to flee. It made him feel uneasy, as if somehow the other captains knew something he did not, as if the Fevre Dream, too, ought to be getting up her steam and making ready to back out. Marsh was anxious to be off. For all the wealth and glamour of the New Orleans trade, he yearned for the rivers he knew, for the upper Mississippi with its bluffs and dense woods, for the wild, muddy Missouri that ate steamers like nobody's business, for the narrow Illinois and the silty, bustling Fever. The Fevre Dream's maiden voyage down the Ohio seemed almost idyllic to him now, a remembrance of simpler, better days. Not even 2 months gone, it seemed an eternity ago. Ever since they'd left St. Louis and come down river, things had been going wrong, and the further south they'd come, the worse they'd gotten. "Joshua is right," Marsh muttered to himself as he looked out over New Orleans. "There's something rotten here." It was too damned hot, too damned wet, with too damn many bugs, enough to make a man think there was a curse on the whole damn place. And maybe there was, on account of the slavery, though Marsh wasn't sure about that. All he was sure of was that he wanted to tell Whitey to fire up the boilers and roust Fram or Albright up to the pilot-house, so he could back the Fevre Dream clear of the landing and get her upriver. Now, before sunset, before they arrived. Abner Marsh wanted to shout those orders so bad he could taste the words, lying bitter and unspoken on his tongue. He felt a kind of superstitious dread about this evening. Though he told himself over and over that he was not a superstitious man, still he wasn't blind either. The sky was hot and suffocating, and west of them a storm was building, a big one, a ripper, the storm that Dan Albright had smelled a couple days back. And the steamers were leaving, one after another, dozens of them, and as Marsh watched them recede upriver and vanish in the shimmering waves of heat, he felt more and more alone, as if each steamboat that faded into the distance carried a small bit of him aboard her, a piece of courage, a hunk of his certainty, a dream or a small, sooty hope. Lots of steamers left New Orleans every day, Marsh thought to himself, and today is no different. It's just a day like any other day on the river in August, hot and smoky and lazy, everyone moving slow, waiting, maybe for a breath of cool air, or for the clean, fresh rain that would wash the smoke from the sky. But another part of him, an older and deeper part, knew that what they waited for was neither cool nor clean, and it would bring no relief from the heat, the dampness, the bugs, the fear. Down below, Harry Mike was roaring at his roustabouts and making threatening gestures with his black iron billet, but the noises from the landing and the bells and whistles of the other steamers drowned out his words. A mountain of cargo waited on the levee, almost 1,000 tons, the Fevre Dream's top capacity. Hardly a quarter of it had been carried across the narrow planks to the main deck. It would take hours to get the rest aboard. Even if he wanted to, Marsh could not take them out, not with all that freight awaiting on the landing. Harry, Mike, and Jeffers and the rest would think he'd gone mad. He wished he'd been able to tell them, like he'd intended to make plans with them. But there wasn't time. Everything had begun to move so quickly, and tonight after dark this Damon Julian would come aboard the Fevre Dream to dine. There was no time to talk to Harry Mike or Jonathan Jeffers, no time to explain or persuade or deal with the doubts and questions they'd surely have. So tonight Abner Marsh would be alone, or almost alone, just him and Joshua in a room full of them, the night folks. Marsh did not count Joshua York with the others. He was different somehow, and Joshua said that everything would go well. Joshua had his drink. Joshua was full of fine-sounding words and dreams. But Abner Marsh had his misgivings. The Fevre Dream was quiet, almost deserted. Joshua had sent almost everyone ashore. The dinner tonight would be as private as he could make it. That wasn't the way Abner Marsh would have liked it, but there was no arguing with Joshua when he got a notion in his head. In the main cabin the table was already set. The lamps had not been lighted yet, and the smoke and steam and building storm outside had all conspired to make the illumination that poured through the skylights dim and somber and tired. It seemed to Marsh as if twilight had already come to the saloon and to his steamer. The carpets looked almost black. The mirrors were full of shadows. Behind the long black marble bar a man was cleaning glasses, but even he was indistinct somehow, faded. Marsh nodded to him none the less, and made his way to the kitchen, aft of the wheelhouse. Behind the kitchen doors he found activity. A couple of Toby's kitchen boys were stirring big copper pots or pan-frying chicken, while the waiters lounged around and joked with each other. Marsh could smell pies baking in the huge ovens. It made his mouth water, but he pushed past, resolute. He found Toby in the starboard galley, surrounded on all sides by stacks of cages full of chickens and pigeons, and here and there some robins and ducks and such. The birds were making a terrible racket. Toby looked up when Marsh entered. The cook had been killing chickens. 3 headless birds were piled up by his elbows, and a 4th was on the block in front of him, struggling fitfully. Toby had the cleaver in hand. "Why, Captain Marsh," he said, smiling. He brought the cleaver down smartly with a solid thunk. Blood spurted, and the headless chicken thrashed crazily when Toby released it. His hard black hands were drenched with blood. He wiped them on his apron. "What can I do for you?" he asked. "I just wanted to tell you, tonight, when dinner's done, I want you off the boat," Marsh said. You serve us up good and proper, and then you get. And take your kitchen boys and them waiters with you. You understand, do you? You hear what I'm saying?" "I surely do, Captain," Toby said with a grin. "I surely do. Going to have a little party, is you?" "Never you mind about that," Marsh said. "Just see that you get ashore when you're done working." He turned to go, stern-faced, but something made him turn back. "Toby," he said. "Yes, sir?" "You know I never held much with slavery, even if I never done much against it neither. I would have, but those damned abolitionists were such Bible thumpers. Only I've been thinking, and it seems to me maybe they was right after all. You can't just go using another kind of people like there wasn't people at all. Know what I mean? Got to end sooner or later. Better if it ends peaceful, but it's got to end even if it has to be with fire and blood, you see? Maybe that's what them abolitionists been saying all along. You try to be reasonable, that's only right, but if it don't work, you got to be ready. Some things is just wrong. They got to be ended." Toby was looking at him queerly, still absent-mindedly wiping his hands across the front of his apron, back and forth, back and forth. "Captain," he said softly, "you is talking abolition. This here is slave country, Captain. You could get kilt for such talk." "Maybe I could, Toby, but right is right, that's what I say." "You done good by old Toby, Captain Marsh, giving me my freedom and all so's I could cook for you. That you did." Abner Marsh nodded. "Toby," he said, "why don't you go fetch me a knife from the kitchen? Don't say nothing about it, you hear? Just go fetch me a good sharp knife. It ought to be able to slide down into my boot, I think. Can you get me a knife?" "Yes, sir, Captain Marsh," said Toby. His eyes narrowed just a little in his worn black face. "Yes, sir." Then he ran to obey. Abner Marsh walked a little strangely for the next couple hours, with the long kitchen knife snugly tucked into his high leather boot. By the time dark had fallen, however, the blade had begun to feel damned comfortable, and he almost forgot that it was there. The storm came just before sunset. Most of the steamers headed upriver were long gone by then, although others had come to take their places along the New Orleans levee. The storm broke with a terrible roaring sound like a steamer's boilers going up, and the lightning flashed overhead, and the rain came a-screaming down, torrential as a spring flood. Marsh stood beneath the cover of the boiler deck promenade, listening to the water pound against the steamer, and watching folks on the landing scramble for cover. He had been standing there for the longest time, leaning on the rail and thinking, when suddenly Joshua York was there beside him. "It's raining, Joshua," Marsh said, pointing his stick out into the storm. "Maybe this Julian won't be coming tonight. Maybe you don't want to get wet." Joshua York wore a strange, solemn look. "He will come," he said. That was all, just, "He will come." And, finally, he did. The storm had subsided by then. The rain still came down and down, but it was gentler, softer, hardly more than a mist. Abner Marsh was still on the boiler deck, and he saw them coming, striding across the deserted, rain-slick levee. Even at a distance he knew it was them. There was something about the way they walked, something graceful and predatory, full of a terrible beauty. One of them walked different, swaggering and sliding like he was trying to be one of them, but couldn't, and when they came closer, Marsh saw that it was Sour Billy Tipton. He was carrying something awkwardly. Abner Marsh went on into the grand saloon. The others were all at table, Simon and Catherine, Smith and Brown, Raymond and Jean and Valerie, and all the others that Joshua had gathered along the river. They were talking softly, but they fell silent when Marsh entered. "They're coming," Marsh said. Joshua York rose from his seat at the head of the table and went to meet them. Abner Marsh went to the bar and poured himself a whiskey. He drained it in a gulp, had another quickly, then went to the table. Joshua had insisted Marsh sit right up by the head on his left-hand side. The chair to his right was saved for this Damon Julian. Marsh plopped down heavily and scowled at the empty place across from him. And then they entered. Only the 4 night folks came into the saloon, Marsh noted. Sour Billy had been left behind somewhere, which suited him just fine. There were 2 women and a huge white-faced man who frowned darkly and shook the moisture from his coat. And the other, him. Marsh knew him instantly. He had a smooth, ageless face, framed by black curls, and he looked like some kind of lord in his dark burgundy suit, with a loose-collared silk shirt all ruffled down the front. On one finger he wore a gold ring with a sapphire the size of a sugar cube, and fastened to his black vest was a headlight, a polished chunk of black diamond, and a soft web of yellow gold. He moved across the room, and then, rounding the table, he paused and stood by Joshua's place, behind the chair at the head of the table. He put his smooth white hands up on the chair back, and he looked at them, one by one, all along the table. And they rose. The 3 who had come with him first, and then Raymond Ortega, and then Kara, and then the rest in 1s and 2s, Valerie last of all. Everyone in the room was standing, everyone but Abner Marsh. Damon Julian smiled a charming, warm smile. "It is good to be together with all of you once again," he said. He looked especially at Catherine. "My dear, how many years has it been? How very many years." The grin that lit her vulture face was terrible to behold, Marsh thought. He decided to take matters into his own hands. "Sit down," he barked up at Damon Julian. He tugged him by the sleeve. "I'm hungry, and we've waited supper just about long enough." "Yes," said Joshua. And that broke the spell, and everyone took seats again. But Julian took Joshua's seat, the seat at the head of the table. Joshua came and stood over Julian. "You are in my seat," he said. His voice seemed flat and tense. "This one is yours, sir, if you will be so kind." York gestured. His eyes were fixed on Damon Julian, and Marsh glanced up at Joshua's face and saw the power there, the cold intensity, the determination. Damon Julian smiled. "Ah," he said softly. He shrugged slightly. "Pardon." Then, never looking up at Joshua York for even an instant, he rose and moved to the other seat. Joshua seated himself stiffly, and made an impatient motion with his fingers. A waiter came hurrying from the shadows and deposited a bottle on the table in front of York. "Kindly leave the room," Joshua told the youth. The bottle was unlabeled. Beneath the chandeliers, surrounded by gleaming crystal and silver, it seemed dark and threatening. It had been opened. "You know what this is," Joshua York said flatly to Damon Julian. "Yes." York reached out, took up Julian's wine-glass, and poured. He filled the glass to the brim, and put it down again, squarely in front of the other. "Drink," he ordered. York's eyes were on Julian. Julian stared at the glass, a faint smile playing around the corners of his mouth, as if he were involved in some secret amusement. The grand saloon was utterly silent. Far off in the distance, Marsh heard the faint wail of a steamer struggling through the rain. The moment seemed to last forever. Damon Julian reached out, took up the glass, and drank. In a single long draught he emptied the glass, and it was as if he drank all the tension from the room. Joshua smiled, Abner Marsh grunted, and down at the far end of the table others traded wary, puzzled glances. York poured 3 more glasses and had them passed down to Julian's 3 companions. All of them drank. Conversations began in low whispers. Damon Julian smiled at Abner Marsh. "Your steamer is most impressive, Captain Marsh," he said cordially. "I hope the food is as excellent." "The food," said Marsh, "is better." He bellowed, feeling almost like his own self again, and the waiters began bringing out the feast that Toby had cooked up. For more than an hour they ate. The night folks had fine manners, but their appetites were healthy as any riverman's. They went at the food like a bunch of roustabouts who'd just heard the mate shout, "Grub pile!" All except Damon Julian, that was. Julian ate slowly, almost delicately, pausing often to sip at his wine, smiling frequently for no apparent reason. Marsh had cleaned off his third platter, and Julian's plate was still half full. Conversation was relaxed and inconsequential. Those far away talked low and heatedly, so Marsh couldn't make out what they were saying. Up close, Joshua York and Damon Julian mouthed a lot of words about the storm, the heat, the river, and the Fevre Dream. Except for when they were talking about his steamer, Abner Marsh took little interest, preferring to concentrate on his plate. Finally, coffee and brandy were served, and then the waiters faded away, and the main cabin of the steamer was empty but for Abner Marsh and the night folks. Marsh sipped at his brandy and heard the noise he made, sucking it up before he quite realized that all conversations had ceased. "We are together at last," Joshua said in a quiet voice, "and this is a new beginning for us, for the people of the night. Those who live by day might call it a new dawning." He smiled. "For us, a new sunset might be a more appropriate metaphor. Listen, all of you. Let me tell you of my plans." Then Joshua rose and began to speak in earnest. How long he spoke, Abner Marsh was not sure. Marsh had heard it all before: freedom from the red thirst, an end of fear, trust between day and night, the things that would be achieved by partnership, the grand new epoch. On and on Joshua went, eloquent, impassioned, his speech full of little snatches of poems and $5 words. Marsh paid more attention to the others, to the rows of pale faces all up and down the table. All of them had their eyes on Joshua. All of them were listening, silent. But they weren't all the same. Simon seemed a little jumpy and kept glancing from York to Julian and back again. Jean Ardent looked rapt and worshipful, but some of the other faces were blank and cold and hard to read. Raymond Ortega was smiling slyly, and the big one called Kurt was frowning, and Valerie looked nervous. And Catherine, she had on her thin, hard face such a look of utter loathing that Marsh flinched to see it. Then Marsh looked directly across the table to where Damon Julian was seated, and found Julian staring back at him. His eyes were black, hard and shiny as a lump of the best coal. Marsh saw pits there, endless, bottomless pits, a chasm waiting to swallow them all up. He wrenched his eyes away, unwilling to even try to stare down Julian, as he had foolishly tried to stare down York so long ago at the planter's house. Julian smiled, glanced up again at Joshua, sipped at his cold coffee, and listened. Abner Marsh did not like that smile, nor the depth of those eyes. All at once he was afraid again. And finally Joshua finished and sat down. "The steamboat is a fine idea," Julian said pleasantly. His soft voice carried the length of the saloon. "Your drink may even have its uses, from time to time. The rest, dear Joshua, you must forget." His tone was charming, his smile relaxed and brilliant. Someone drew in his breath sharply, but no one dared to speak. Abner Marsh sat up very straight. Joshua frowned. "Excuse me?" he said. Julian made a languid gesture of dismissal. "Your story makes me sad, dear Joshua," he said. "Raised among the cattle, now you think as they do. It is not your fault, of course. In time you will learn. You will celebrate your true nature. They have corrupted you, these little animals you have lived among. They have filled you with their small moralities, their feeble religions, their tedious dreams." "What are you saying?" Joshua's voice was angry. Julian did not answer him directly. Instead, he turned to Marsh. "Captain Marsh," he asked, "that roast you so enjoyed was once part of a living animal. Do you suppose that, if that beast could talk, he would consent to being eaten?" His eyes, those fierce black eyes, were locked on Marsh, demanding an answer. Hell no. But you eat him anyway, do you not?" Julian laughed lightly. "Of course you do, Captain. Don't be ashamed of it." "I ain't ashamed," Marsh said stoutly. "It's only a cow." "Of course it is," said Julian. "And cattle are cattle." He looked back at Joshua York. "But the cattle may see it differently. However, that ought not trouble the captain here. He is a higher order of being than his cow. It is his nature to kill and eat, and the cows to be killed and eaten. You see, Joshua, life is really very simple. Your errors rise from being raised among cows, who have taught you not to consume them. Evil, you talk about. Where did you learn that concept? From them, of course, from the cattle. Good and evil, those are cattle words, empty, intended only to preserve their worthless lives. They live and die in mortal dread of us. They're natural superiors. We haunt even their dreams. So they seek solace in lies, and invent gods who have power over us, wanting to believe that somehow crosses and holy water can master us. You must understand, dear Joshua, that there is no good or evil, only strength and weakness, masters and slaves. You are feverish with their morality, with guilt and shame. How foolish that is! These are their words, not ours. You preach of new beginnings, but what shall we begin? To be as cattle? To burn beneath their sun? Work when we might take? Bow to cattle gods? No. They are animals, our natural inferiors, our great and beautiful prey. That is the way of things. No, said Joshua York. He pushed back his chair and rose, so he stood over the table like a pale, slender Goliath. They think, they dream, and they have built a world, Julian. You are wrong. We are cousins, both sides of the same coin. They are not prey. Look at all they have done. They bring beauty into the world. What have we created? Nothing. The red thirst has been our bane. Damon Julian sighed. Ah, poor Joshua, he said. He sipped his brandy. Let the cattle create. Life, beauty, what you will. And we shall take their creations, use them, destroy them if we choose. That is the way of it. We are the masters. Masters do not labor. Let them make the suits, we shall wear them. Let them build the steamboats, we shall ride upon them. Let them dream of life eternal. We shall live it, and drink of their lives, and savor the blood. We are the lords of this earth, and that is our heritage, our destiny, if you will, dear Joshua. Exult in your nature, Joshua. Do not seek to change it. Those cattle who truly know us envy us. Any of them would be as we are, given the choice. Julian smiled maliciously. Have you ever wondered why this Jesus Christ of theirs bid his followers to drink his blood, if they would live forever? He chuckled. They burn to be like us, just as the darkies dream of being white. You see how far they go? To play at being masters, they even enslave their own kind. As you do, Julian, said Joshua York dangerously. What else do you call the dominion you have held over our people? Even those you call masters you make slaves to your own twisted will. Even we have strong and weak among us, dear Joshua, said Damon Julian. It is fitting that the strong should lead. Julian set down his glass and looked far down the table. Kurt, he said, Summon Billy." "Yes, Damon," said the big man, rising. "Where are you going?" Joshua demanded as Kurt strode from the room, his image moving purposefully across a dozen mirrors. "You have played at being cattle long enough, Joshua," said Julian. "I am going to teach you what it means to be a master." Abner Marsh felt cold and frightened. All the eyes in the room were glassy, transfixed, watching the drama at the head of the table. Standing, Joshua York seemed to tower over the seated Damon Julian, but somehow he did not dominate. Joshua's gray eyes looked as strong and passionate as a man's could be. But Julian wasn't a man at all, Marsh thought. Kurt was back in less than a moment. Sour Billy must have been just outside somewhere, like a slave waiting for his master's summons. Kurt took his place again. Sour Billy Tipton sauntered right up to the head of the table, carrying something, with a strange sort of excitement in his icy eyes. Damon Julian swept the plates aside with an arm, clearing a space on the table. Sour Billy shifted his burden and set a small brown infant down on the tablecloth in front of Joshua York. "What the hell?" Marsh roared. He pushed back from the table, glaring, and started to rise. "Sit down and keep real quiet, boy," Sour Billy said in a flat, quiet voice. Marsh started to turn toward him and felt something cold and very sharp pressed gently against the side of his neck. "You open your mouth and I'm going to have to bleed you," Sour Billy said. "Can you just imagine what they'll do when they see all that nice hot blood?" Trembling, caught between rage and terror, Abner Marsh sat very still. The point of Billy's knife pressed a little harder, and Marsh felt something warm and wet trickle down into his collar. "Good," whispered Billy. "Real nice." Joshua York glanced briefly at Marsh and Sour Billy, then turned his attention back to Julian. "I find this obscene," he said coldly. "Julian, I do not know why you had this child brought here, but I do not like it. This game will end right now. Tell your man to take his knife away from the captain's throat." "Ah," said Julian. "And if I do not choose to?" "You will choose to," said Joshua. "I am bloodmaster." "Are you?" asked Julian lightly. "Yes. I do not like to use your methods of compulsion, Julian, but if I must, I shall." "Ah," said Julian. He smiled. He stood up, stretched lazily like some great dark cat waking from a nap, then extended a hand across the table toward Sour Billy. "Billy, give your knife to me," he said. "But what about him?" Sour Billy said. "Captain Marsh will behave himself now," said Julian. "The knife." Billy handed it over, hilt first. "Good," said Joshua. He got no further. The baby, undersized, scrawny, very brown and very naked, made a sort of gurgling noise just then and stirred feebly. And Damon Julian did the most horrible thing that Abner Marsh had ever seen in all his born days. Swiftly and very delicately, he leaned over the table and brought down Sour Billy's knife and cut the infant's small right hand clean off with a single smooth stroke. The baby began to howl. Blood spurted onto the table, over the crystal glasses and the silverware and the fine white linen. The baby's limbs thrashed feebly, and the blood began to pool. And Julian impaled the severed hand. It was so impossibly tiny, hardly the size of Marsh's big toe, on the blade of Billy's knife. He held it up, dripping, in front of Joshua York. "Drink," he said, and all the lightness was gone from his voice. York slapped the knife aside. It spun from Julian's hand, the hand still impaled upon it, and landed 6 feet away on the carpet. Joshua looked like death. He reached down, put 2 strong fingers on either side of the infant's thrashing wrist, and pressed. The bleeding stopped. "Get me a cord," he commanded. No one moved. The infant was still screaming. "There is an easier way to quiet him," Julian said. He took his own hard, pale hand and clamped it down across the child's mouth. The hand enveloped the small brown head completely and stifled all sound. Julian began to squeeze. "Release him!" shouted York. "Look at me," said Julian. "Look at me, Bloodmaster." And their eyes met as they stood there above the table, each with a hand on the small brown piece of humanity before them. Abner Marsh just sat there, thunderstruck, sick and furious, and wanting to do something, but somehow unable to move. Like all the rest of them, he stared at York and Julian, at the strange, silent battle of wills. Joshua York was trembling. His mouth was tight with anger, and cords stood up in his neck, and his gray eyes were as cold and forceful as an ice jam. He stood there like a man possessed, a pale, wrathful god in white and blue and silver. It was impossible for anything to withstand that outpouring of will, of strength, Marsh thought. Impossible. And then he looked at Damon Julian. The eyes dominated the face, cold, black, malevolent, implacable. Abner Marsh looked into those eyes a moment too long, and suddenly he felt dizzy. He heard men screaming somewhere, distantly, and his mouth was warm with the taste of blood. He saw all the masks that were called Damon Julian, and Giles Lamont, and Gilbert Daquin, and Philip Kane, and Sergei Alexov, and 1,000 other men fall away. And behind each one was another, older and more horrible, layer on layer of them, each more bestial than the last. And at the bottom the thing had no charm, no smile, no fine words, no rich clothing or jewels. The thing had nothing of humanity, was nothing of humanity, had only the thirst, the fever. Red, red, ancient and insatiable. It was primal and inhuman, and it was strong. It lived and breathed and drank the stuff of fear. And it was old, oh, so old, older than man and all his works, older than the forests and rivers, older than dreams. Abner Marsh blinked, and there across the table from him was an animal, a tall, handsome animal in burgundy, and there was nothing the least bit human about it. And the lines of its face were the lines of terror, and its eyes were red, not black at all, red, and lit from within, and red, burning, thirsting, red. Joshua York released the infant's stump. A sudden, pent-up wash of blood spurted feebly out across the table. An instant later, a sound like a terrible wet crunch filled the saloon. And Abner Marsh, still half-dazed, slid the long kitchen knife out of his boot and came out of his seat screaming, raving, slashing. Sour Billy tried to grab him from behind, but Marsh was too strong, too wild. He brushed Billy aside and flung himself across the dinner table at Damon Julian. Julian broke away from Joshua York's eyes just in time and pulled back slightly. The knife missed his eye by a fraction of an inch and left a long, open gash down the right side of his face. Blood welled out of the wound, and Julian made a snarling sound deep in his throat. Then someone seized Marsh from behind and dragged him off the table and flung him backward across the grand saloon, lifted him and flung him, all 300 pounds of him, like he was a small child. It hurt something fierce when he landed, but somehow Marsh managed to roll over and get back to his feet. It was Joshua had thrown him, he saw, and Joshua who was standing closest to him now. Joshua with pale hands trembling and gray eyes full of fear. "Run, Abner," he said. "Get off the steamer. Run!" Behind him the others had all risen from the table, white faces, eyes intent and staring, hands pale and hard and grasping. Catherine was smiling at him the way she'd smiled when she'd caught him coming from Joshua's cabin. Old Simon was shaking. Even Smith and Brown were drifting toward him, slowly, ringing him in, and their eyes were not friendly, and their lips were wet. They were all moving, all of them, and Damon Julian came gliding around the table, almost soundless, the blood drying on his cheek, the gash closing almost as Marsh watched. Abner Marsh looked down at his hands and discovered that he had lost the knife. He backed up, step by step, until his back was up against a mirrored stateroom door. "Run, Abner," Joshua York repeated. Marsh fumbled and opened the door and backed into the cabin behind him, and he saw Joshua turn his back and stand between the cabin and the others, Julian and Catherine and all the rest, the night folks, the vampires. And that was the last thing he saw before he broke and ran. Chapter 18. Aboard the steamer Fevre Dream, Mississippi River, August 1857. When the sun rose over New Orleans the next morning, a swollen yellow eye that turned the river mist to crimson and promised a scorching day, Abner Marsh was waiting on the levee. He had run a long way the night before, plunging through the gaslit streets of the Vieux Carré like a madman, smashing into strollers, stumbling and panting, running as he had never run in all his years, until finally he realized, belatedly, that no one was pursuing him. Then Marsh had found a dim, smoky grog shop and put down 3 quick whiskies to stop his shaking hands. And finally, close to dawn, he had started back toward the Fevre Dream. Never in his life had Abner Marsh been angrier or more ashamed. They had run him off his own damn steamboat, stuck a knife to his neck, slaughtered a goddamn baby right in front of him, on his own table. No one got away with treating Abner Marsh like that, he thought. Not white men, nor coloreds, nor red Indians, nor any goddamn vampires. Damon Julian was going to be mighty regretful, he swore to himself. Day had come now, and the hunters would become the prey. The landing was already humming with activity when Marsh approached. Another big side-wheeler had put in beside the Fevre Dream and was unloading. Peddlers were selling fruits and frozen creams from wheeled carts. 1 or 2 hotel omnibuses had put in an appearance, and the Fevre Dream had her steam up, Marsh saw with surprise and alarm. Dark smoke was curling upward from her chimneys, and down below a ragtag group of roustabouts was loading up the last of the freight. He quickened his pace and accosted one of them. He shouted, "You there, hold on!" The rouster was a huge, thickly built black man with a shiny bald head and 1 missing ear. He turned at Marsh's shout, a barrel on his right shoulder. "Yes, sir, Captain." "What's going on here?" Marsh demanded. "Why is the steam up? I didn't give no orders." The rouster frowned. "I just loads 'em up, Captain. Don't know nothing, sir." Marsh swore and moved past him. Harry Mike Dunn came swaggering across the stage, his iron billet in hand. "Mike," called Marsh. Harry Mike frowned, a fierce look of concentration on his dark face. "Morning, Captain. You really sell this here boat?" "What?" "Captain York, he says you sold your half to him. Says you ain't a-comin' with us. I got back a couple hours past midnight, me and some of them boys, and York, he says you and him figured 2 captain were 1 too many, and he bought you out. And he told Whitey to get the steam up, he did, and here we is. That the truth of it, Captain." Marsh scowled. The roustabouts were gathering round curiously, so he grabbed Harry Mike by the arm and drew him across the stage onto the main deck. "I ain't got no time for no long stories," he said when the 2 of them were reasonably apart from everybody else. "So don't pester me with no questions, you hear? Just do like I tell you." Harry Mike nodded. "Trouble, Captain?" he said, whacking his iron club into a big meaty palm. "How many is back?" Marsh asked. "Most all the crew. Some passengers. Ain't but a few." "We ain't going to wait for no others," Marsh said. "The fewer folks on board, the better. You go hunt up Fram or Albright, I don't care which one, and get them up onto the pilot-house, and take us out. Right now, you hear? I'm going to find Mr. Jeffers. After you get a pilot up there, you meet me in the clerk's office. Don't tell anybody what's going on." Between his thick black whiskers a small grin could be seen. "What we goin' do? Buy this steamboat back cheap, maybe?" "No," said Abner Marsh. "No, we're going to kill a man. And not Joshua, neither. Now get on. Meet me in the clerk's office. Jonathan Jeffers wasn't in his office, however, so Marsh had to go round to the head clerk's cabin and pound until a sleepy-looking Jeffers opened the door, still in his nightshirt. "Captain Marsh," he said, stifling a yawn. "Captain York said you'd sold out." "I didn't think it made much sense, but you weren't around, so I didn't know what to think. Come in." "Tell me what happened last night," Marsh said when he was safely inside the clerk's cabin. Jeffers yawned again. "Pardon, Captain," he said. "I haven't had much sleep." He went to the basin perched atop his chest of drawers and splashed some water on his face, fumbled for his spectacles, and came back over to Marsh, looking more like himself. "Well, let me think a minute. We were at the St. Charles, where I said we'd be. We figured to stay there all night so Captain York and you could have your private dinner." His eyebrow arched sardonically. "Jack Eli was with me, and Carl Fram, and Whitey, and a few of his strikers, and, well, there was a whole bunch of us. Mr. Fram's cub had come along, too. Mr. Albright dined with us, but went up to bed after dinner, while the rest of us stayed up drinking and talking. We had rooms and everything, but no sooner had we gone to bed, must have been 2 or 3 in the morning, when Raymond Ortega and Simon and that sour Billy Tipton character came to bring us back to the steamer. They said York wanted us straight away." Jeffers shrugged. "So we came, and Captain York met everyone in the Grand Saloon and said he'd bought you out, and we were leaving sometime in the morning. Some of us were sent out to find those still in New Orleans and notify the passengers. Most of the crew is here now, I believe. I got the freight all signed in, and decided to get some sleep. Now, what's really happening?" Marsh snorted. "I ain't got time, and you wouldn't believe it anyhow. You see anything strange in that saloon last night?" "No," Jeffers said. One eyebrow went up. "Should I have?" "Maybe," said Marsh. "Everything was all cleared away from dinner," Jeffers said. "It was odd, come to think on it, with the waiters all gone ashore." "Sour Billy cleaned it up, I reckon," Marsh said. "But it don't matter. Was Julian there?" "Yes, him and a few others I'd never met before. Captain York had me assign them cabins. That Damon Julian is a strange one. He stayed real close to Captain York. Polite enough, though, and nice-looking, except for that scar." "You gave 'em cabins, you say?" "Yes," said Jeffers. "Captain York said Julian was to have your cabin, but I wouldn't go along with that, not with all your property in there. I insisted he take one of the passenger staterooms along the saloon until I'd had a chance to talk to you. Julian said that would be fine, so there wasn't really any trouble." Abner Marsh grinned. "Good," he said. "And Sour Billy, where's he?" "He got the cabin right next to Julian," said Jeffers. "But I doubt that he's in it. Last I saw, he was wandering around the main cabin, acting like he owned the boat, and playing with that little knife of his. We had a bit of a run-in. You wouldn't believe what he was doing. He was chucking his knife into one of your fancy colonnades, as if it were an old dead tree. I told him to stop, or I'd have Harry Mike chuck him over the side. And he did, but he stared at me belligerently. He's trouble, that one." "He's still in the main cabin, you think?" "Well, I've been asleep, but he was there last I saw, sort of dozing in a chair." "Get dressed," Abner Marsh told him. "Quick like, and meet me down by your office." "Certainly, Captain," Jeffers said, puzzled. "And bring your sword cane," Marsh told him as he went out the door. Less than 10 minutes later, he and Jeffers and Harry Mike Dunn were together in the clerk's office. "Sit down and keep quiet and listen," Marsh said. "This is going to sound crazy, but you two have known me for years, and you damn well know I ain't no half-wit, and I don't go around telling stories like Mr. Fram. This is the goddamn truth, I swear it. May the goddamn boiler blow up underneath me if I'm lying." Abner Marsh took a deep breath and plunged into the story. He told them everything, in one long rush of a speech, stopping only once, when the wild scream of the steamer's whistle interrupted him and the deck began to vibrate. "Pulling out," said Harry Mike. "Going upstream like you asked." "Good," said Marsh, and he went on with the story while the Fevre Dream backed clear of the New Orleans levee, reversed her great paddles, and started back up the Mississippi beneath a hot, clean sun. When Marsh was finished, Jonathan Jeffers looked thoughtful. "Well," he said, "fascinating. Perhaps we should have called in the police." Harry Mike Dunn snorted. "You know better. On the river you handle your own trouble." He hefted his billet. Abner Marsh agreed with him. "This here is my steamboat, and I ain't calling in no outsiders, Mr. Jeffers." That was the way of the river. It was less bother to club a troublemaker and toss him over the side, or leave the paddles to chew him up. The old Devil River kept its secrets. "Especially ain't calling in no New Orleans police. They ain't going to care about no colored slave baby, and we ain't even got a body. They're a bunch of scoundrels anyway, and they wouldn't believe us. And if they did, then what? They'd come in with pistols and clubs, worse than useless against Julian and his bunch." "So we're to handle it ourselves," Jeffers said. "How?" "I round up the boys and we kills 'em all," said Harry Mike amiably. "No," said Abner Marsh. "Joshua can control the others, I figure. He done it before. He tried to do right, to stop what went on last night. Only Julian was too much for him. We just got to get rid of Julian before dark." "Ain't going to be hard," offered Harry Mike. Abner Marsh scowled. "I ain't so sure of that," he said. "This ain't like the stories. They ain't helpless by day. They're only sleeping. And if you wake 'em up, they're awful strong and awful fast, and they ain't never easy to hurt. This has to be done right. I reckon the three of us can handle it. No sense getting others involved. If anything goes wrong, we'll get everybody off this steamer well before dark, and put in someplace upriver where nobody can interfere, where none of the night folks can get away if it comes to having to kill more than just Julian. Don't think it will, though." Marsh looked at Jeffers. "You got the duplicate key to that cabin you put Julian in?" "And my safe," the clerk said, pointing towards the black iron strong box with his sword cane. "Good," said Marsh. "Mike, how hard can you hit with that thing of yours?" Harry Mike smiled and thwacked the iron billet into his palm. It made a satisfactorily loud sound. "How hard you want me to hit, Captain?" "I want you to crush his goddamn head in," Marsh said. "And you got to do it right off with one swing. Ain't going to be time for no second try. You just break his nose for him, and a second later he's going to be up tearing out your throat." "One hit," said Harry Mike. "Just one." Abner Marsh nodded, confident that the huge mate was true to his word. "Only one more problem, then. Sour Billy. He's Julian's little watchdog. Maybe he's dozing in some chair, but I'll wager he'll wake up quick enough if he sees us going for Julian's door. So he ain't going to see us. Those boiler deck cabins got 2 doors. If Billy is in the saloon, we go in from the promenade. If he's outside, we go in from the saloon. Before we do anything, we make sure we know where Billy is. That's your job, Mr. Jeffers. You're going to find Mr. Sour Billy Tipton for us, and tell us where he is, and then you're to make sure he don't go wandering. If he hears a ruckus or heads for Julian's cabin, I want you to take that sword cane of yours and stick it clean through his sour little belly. You hear?" "Understood," the clerk said grimly. He adjusted his spectacles. Abner Marsh paused a moment and looked hard at his two allies, the slim dandy of a clerk in his gold specs and buttoned gaiters, his mouth tight, his hair as neatly slicked back as ever, and beside him the huge mate with his rough clothing and his rough face and his rough ways, his green eyes hard and spoiling for a fight. They were a strange pair, but a most formidable one, Abner Marsh thought. He snorted, satisfied. "Well, what are we waiting for?" he asked. "Mr. Jeffers, you go find where Sour Billy is at." The clerk rose and brushed himself off. "Certainly," he said. He was back in under 5 minutes. "He's in the main cabin, sitting to breakfast. The whistle must have wakened him. He's eating eggs and boiled beefcakes and drinking plenty of coffee, and he's sitting where he can see the door to Julian's cabin." "Good," Marsh said. "Mr. Jeffers, why don't you go break fast yourself?" Jeffers smiled. "I do believe I have a sudden appetite. The keys first, though." Jeffers nodded and bent to his safe. Keys in hand, Marsh gave the clerk a good 10 minutes to find his way back to the Grand Saloon before he stood and took a deep breath. His heart was thumping. "Come on," he said to Harry Mike Dunn, opening the door to the world outside. The day was bright and hot, which Marsh took for a good omen. The Fevre Dream was surging up the river, easy as you please, her wake a churning double line of white-flecked foam. She must be doing 18 miles an hour, Marsh thought, riding smooth as a Creole's manners. He found himself wondering what her time to Natchez would be, and all of a sudden he wanted to be up in her pilot-house more than anything, looking out on the river he loved so well. Abner Marsh swallowed and blinked back tears, feeling sick and unmanly. "Captain?" Harry Mike said uncertainly. Abner Marsh cussed. "It's nothing," he said. "It's just... God damn it all. Come on." He stomped off, the key to Damon Julian's cabin clenched tightly in a huge red hand. His knuckles were turning white. Outside the cabin, Marsh paused to look around. The promenade was mostly empty. A lady was standing by the railing a good ways aft of them, and about a dozen doors forward there was a fellow in a white shirt and a slouchy hat sitting with his chair tilted back against a stateroom door. But neither of them seemed much interested in Marsh and Harry Mike. Marsh slid the key carefully into the hole. "You'll remember what I told you," he whispered to the mate. "Quick and quiet. One hit." Harry Mike nodded, and Marsh turned the key. The door clicked open, and Marsh pushed. It was close and dark inside, everything curtained and shuttered, the way the night folks liked their rooms. But they saw a pale form sprawled beneath the sheet by the light that spilled in from the door. They slid through, moving as quietly as two big noisy men could move, and then Marsh was closing the door behind them, and Harry Mike Dunn was moving forward, raising his 3-foot-long black iron billet high over his head, and dimly Marsh saw the thing in the bed stir, rolling over toward the noise, toward the light, and Harry Mike was there in 2 long, quick strides, all so fast, and the iron fell in a terrible arc at the end of his huge arm. Fell and fell toward that dim, pale head, and it seemed to take forever. Then the cabin door shut completely. The last thread of light snapped, and in the blind, pitch darkness Abner Marsh heard a sound like a piece of meat being slapped down on a butcher's counter, and under that was another sound, like an eggshell breaking, and Marsh held his breath. The cabin was very still, and Marsh could not see a thing. From the darkness came a low, throaty chuckle. A cold sweat covered Marsh's body. "Mike?" he whispered. He fumbled for a match. "Yes, sir, Captain?" came the mate's voice. "One hit, that's all." He chuckled again. Abner Marsh scratched the match on the wall and blinked. Harry Mike was standing over the bed, his iron in hand. The business end was smeared and wet. The thing beneath the sheet had a staved-in red ruin for a face. Half the top of its skull had been taken away, and a slow trickle of blood was soaking into the sheet. Bits of hair and other dark stuff were spattered on the pillow and the wall, and Harry Mike's clothes. "Is he dead?" Marsh asked, suddenly and wildly suspicious that the smashed-in head would begin to knit itself together, and the pale corpse would rise and smile at them. "I ain't never seen nothing deader," said Harry Mike. "Make sure," Abner Marsh ordered. "Make damn sure." Harry Mike Dunn shrugged, a big, slow shrug, and raised his bloody iron and brought it down again onto the skull and pillow. A second time, a third, a fourth. When it was over, the thing hardly could be said to have a head at all. Harry Mike Dunn was an awful strong man. The match burned Marsh's fingers. He blew it out. "Let's go," he said harshly. "What'll we do with him?" Harry Mike asked. Marsh pulled open the cabin door. The sun and the river were before him, a blessed relief. "Leave him there," he said. "In the dark. Come nightfall, we'll chuck him in the river." The mate followed Marsh outside, and he locked the door behind him. He felt sick. He leaned his ample bulk up against the boiler-deck railing, and struggled to keep from heaving over the side. Bloodsucker or not, what they'd gone and done to Damon Julian was terrible to behold. "Need help, Captain?" "No," said Marsh. He straightened himself with an effort. The morning was already hot, the yellow sun above beating down on the river with an almighty vengeance. Marsh was drenched with sweat. "I ain't had much sleep," he said. He forced a laugh. "I ain't had none, in fact. It takes a bit out of a man, too, what we just done." Harry Mike shrugged. It hadn't taken much out of him, it seemed. "Go sleep," he said. "No," said Marsh. "Can't. Got to go see Joshua. Tell him what we done. He's got to know, so he'll be ready to deal with them others." All of a sudden, Abner Marsh found himself wondering just how Joshua York would react to the brutal murder of one of his people. After last night, he couldn't think Joshua would be too bothered, but he wasn't sure. He didn't really know the night folks, and how they thought. And if Julian had been a baby killer and a bloodsucker, well, the rest of them had done things near as bad, even Joshua. And Damon Julian had been Joshua's bloodmaster, too, the king of the vampires. If you kill a man's king, even a king he hates, ain't he obliged to do something about it? Abner Marsh remembered the cold force of Joshua's anger, and with that memory found himself none too eager to go rushing on up to the captain's cabin on the Texas, especially now when Joshua would be at his worst once roused. "Maybe I can wait," Marsh found himself saying. "Sleep a little." Harry Mike nodded. "I got to get to Joshua first, though," Marsh said. He really was feeling sick, he thought, nauseated, feverish, weary. He had to go lie down for a couple of hours. "Can't let him get up." He licked his lips, which were dry as sandpaper. "You go talk to Jeffers. Tell him how it come out. And one of you come and fetch me before sunset. Well before, you hear? Give me at least an hour to go on up and speak to Joshua. I'll wake him up and tell him, and then when it gets dark he'll know how to handle the other night folks. And you have one of your boys keep a sharp eye on Sour Billy. We're going to have to deal with him, too." Harry Mike smiled. "Let the river deal with him." "Maybe we will," said Marsh. "Maybe. I'm going to rest now, but make sure I'm up before dark. Don't you go let it get dark on me, you understand?" "Yep." So Abner Marsh climbed wearily up to the Texas, feeling sicker and more tired with every step. Standing at the door of his own cabin, he felt a sudden stab of fear. What if one of them should be inside after all, despite what Mr. Jeffers had said? But when he threw the door open and let the light come pouring into the room, it was empty. Marsh staggered in, drew the curtains back, and opened the window to let in as much light and air as possible, locked the door, and sat heavily on the bed to remove his sweat-soaked clothing. He didn't even bother with a nightshirt. The cabin was stifling, but Marsh was too exhausted to notice. Sleep took him almost at once. Chapter 19. Aboard the steamer Fevre Dream, Mississippi River, August 1857. The sharp, insistent rapping on his cabin door finally summoned Abner Marsh back from his deep, dreamless sleep. He stirred groggily and sat up in bed. "A minute!" he shouted. He lumbered over to his basin like a big naked bear just out of hibernation, and none too happy about it. It wasn't until Marsh had splashed some water on his face that he remembered. "God damn it all to hell," he swore angrily, staring at the gray shadows gathering in every corner of the small, dim cabin. Beyond the window the sky was dark and purple. "God damn," he repeated, pulling on a pair of clean trousers. He stomped over and yanked open the door. "What the hell is the meaning of letting me sleep so long?" Marsh shouted at Jonathan Jeffers. "I told Harry Mike to wake me a whole goddamn hour before sunset, damn it." "It is an hour before sunset," Jeffers said. "It clouded up. That's why it looks so dark. Mr. Albright says we're going to get another thunderstorm." The clerk stepped into Marsh's cabin and shut the door behind him. "I brought you this," he said, handing over a hickory walking stick. "I found it in the main cabin, Captain." Marsh took the stick, mollified. "I lost it last night," he said. "Had other things on my mind." He leaned the stick up against the wall and glanced out the window again, frowning. Beyond the river the whole western horizon was a mass of threatening clouds moving their way, like a vast wall of darkness about to collapse on them. The setting sun was nowhere to be seen. He didn't like it one bit. "I better get on up to Joshua," he said, pulling out a shirt and commencing the business of getting dressed. Jeffers leaned on his sword cane. "Shall I accompany you?" he asked. "I ought to talk to Joshua by myself," Marsh said, tying his tie with an eye on the mirror. "I don't relish it, though. Why don't you come on up and wait outside? Maybe Joshua will want to call you in and talk about what we're going to do." Left unspoken was the other reason that Marsh wanted the clerk close at hand. Maybe he'd want to call him in, if Joshua York didn't take kindly to the news of Damon Julian's demise. "Fine," said Jeffers. Marsh shrugged into his captain's coat and snatched up his stick. "Let's go, then, Mr. Jeffers. It's too damn dark already." The Fevre Dream was steaming along briskly, her flags snapping and swirling in a strong wind, dark smoke pouring from her chimneys. Under the scant light of the strange purple sky, the waters of the Mississippi looked almost black. Marsh grimaced and strode forward briskly to Joshua York's cabin, Jeffers at his side. This time he did not hesitate at the door. He raised his stick and knocked. On the third knock he called out, "Joshua, let me in. We got to talk." On the fifth knock the door opened, moving slowly inward to reveal a soft, still blackness. "Wait for me," Marsh said to Jeffers. He stepped into the cabin and closed the door. "Don't get mad now, Joshua," he said to the dark, with a tight feeling in his gut. "I wouldn't bother you, but this is important, and it's almost night anyhow." There was no reply, though Marsh heard the sound of breathing. "God damn it," he said. "Why do we always have to talk in the dark, Joshua? It makes me damned uncomfortable." He frowned. "Light a candle, will you?" "No." The voice was curt, low, liquid, and it was not Joshua's. Abner Marsh took a step backward. "Oh, Jesus God, no," he said. And there was a rustling sound, even as his shaking hand found the door behind him and threw it open. He opened it wide, and by now his eyes had accustomed themselves to the darkness, and even the purplish glow of the storm-laden sky was enough to give brief form to the shadows within the captain's cabin. He saw Joshua York sprawled on his bed, pale and naked, his eyes closed, one arm hanging down to the floor, and on his wrist was something that looked like a terrible dark bruise, or a crust of dried blood. And he saw Damon Julian moving toward him, swift as death, smiling. "We killed you," Marsh roared, disbelieving, and he stumbled backward out of the cabin, tripped and fell practically at Jonathan Jeffers' feet. Julian stopped in the doorway, a thin, dark line, hardly more than a cat scratch, ran down his cheek where Marsh had opened a yawning gash the night before. Otherwise he was unmarked. He had taken off his jacket and vest, and his ruffled silk shirt was without stain or blemish. "Come in, Captain," Julian said quietly. "Don't run away. Come in and talk." "You're dead. Mike bashed your goddamn head to pieces," Marsh said, choking on his own words. He did not look at Julian's eyes. It was still day, he thought. He was safe outside, beyond Julian's reach, until the sun went down, so long as he did not look in those eyes, so long as he did not go back into that cabin. "Dead?" Julian smiled. "Ah, the other cabin. Poor Jean. He wanted so to believe Joshua. And see what you have done to him. Smashed his head in, did you say?" Abner Marsh climbed to his feet. "You changed cabins," he said hoarsely. "You damned devil. You made him sleep in your bed." "Joshua and I had so much to discuss," Julian replied. He made a beckoning gesture. "Now come, Captain. I am tired of waiting. Come and let us drink together." "Burn in hell," Marsh said. "Maybe we missed you this morning, but you ain't got away yet. Mr. Jeffers, run on down and get Harry Mike and his boys. A dozen of them ought to do, I reckon." "No," said Damon Julian. "You won't do that." Marsh waved his stick threateningly. "Oh, yes, I will. You going to stop me?" Julian glanced up at the sky, a deep violet now, shot through with black, a vast, bruised, and overcast twilight. "Yes," he said, and he stepped out into the light. Abner Marsh felt the cold, clammy hand of terror close around his heart. He raised his walking stick and said, "Stay away," in a voice gone suddenly shrill. He stepped backward. Damon Julian smiled and came on. It wasn't light enough, Marsh thought with sick despair. And then there was a whisper of metal on wood, and Jonathan Jeffers stepped smoothly in front of him, his sword cane unsheathed, the sharp steel circling dangerously. "Go for help, Captain," Jeffers said quietly. He pushed up his spectacles with his free hand. "I'll keep Mr. Julian occupied." Lightly, with a fencer's practiced speed, Jeffers darted forward at Julian, slashing. His blade was a rapier, double-edged and wickedly pointed. Damon Julian reeled back, barely in time, his smile fading from his lips as the clerk's slash passed inches in front of his face. "Step aside," Julian said darkly. Jonathan Jeffers said nothing. He was in a fencer's stance, advancing slowly on the balls of his feet, crowding Julian back toward the door of the captain's cabin. He thrust suddenly, but Julian was too fast, sliding backward out of the reach of the sword. Jeffers made an impatient. Damon Julian set one foot back inside the cabin and answered with a laugh that was almost a snarl. His white hands rose and opened. Jeffers thrust again. And Julian lunged, hands extended. Abner Marsh saw it all. Jeffers' thrust was true, and Julian made no effort to avoid it. The rapier entered him just above the groin. Julian's pale face twisted, and a grunt of pain escaped him. But he came on. Jeffers ran him clean through even as Julian ran up the blade, and before the startled clerk had time to pull back, Julian had wrapped his hands around Jeffers' throat. Jeffers made a horrible choking sound, and his eyes bulged, and as he tried to wrench free, his gold-rimmed spectacles spun off and fell to the deck. Marsh leaped forward and smashed Julian with his stick, raining blows around his head and shoulders. Transfixed by the sword, Julian hardly seemed to feel it. He twisted savagely, and there was a noise like wood snapping. Jeffers went limp. Abner Marsh whipped his stick around in one final blow with all his strength in it and caught Damon Julian square in the center of his forehead, staggering him briefly. When Julian opened his hands, Jeffers fell like a rag doll, his head twisted around grotesquely so it almost seemed it was on backwards. Abner Marsh retreated hurriedly. Julian touched his brow, as if gauging the effects of Marsh's blow. There was no blood, Marsh saw dismally. Strong as he was no Harry Mike Dunn, and hickory was not iron. Damon Julian kicked loose Jeffers's death grip from the handle of the sword cane. Wincing, he drew the blood-slick blade awkwardly out of his own body. His shirt and trousers were damp and red, and stuck to him when he moved. He spun the blade off to one side, almost casually, and it whipped round and round like a top as it sailed off over the river, before vanishing into the dark moving water. Julian staggered forward again, leaving bloody footsteps behind him on the deck, but he came. Marsh retreated before him. There was no killing him, he thought, in a blind, sick panic. There is nothing to be done. Joshua and his dreams, Harry Mike and his iron billet, Mr. Jeffers and his sword, none of them could take the measure of this Damon Julian. Marsh scrambled down the short stairway to the hurricane deck and began to run. Panting, he hurried aft, to the companionway leading down from the hurricane deck to the promenade, where he'd find people and safety. It was nearly dark, he saw. He took 3 thunderous steps downstairs, then gripped the handrail tightly and reeled, trying to check himself. Sour Billy Tipton and 4 of them were climbing toward him. Abner Marsh turned and ascended. Rush forward and ring the bell, he thought wildly. Ring the bell for help. But Julian had come down from the Texas deck now and cut him off. For a moment Marsh stood dead with despair. He had no escape. He was trapped between Julian and the others, unarmed except for his useless goddamn stick. And it didn't matter. Nothing hurt them anyway. Fighting was useless. He might as well give in. Julian wore a thin, cruel smile as he advanced. In his mind, Marsh saw that pale face descending on his own, teeth bared, those eyes bright with fever and thirst, red and ancient and invincible. If he'd had tears, Marsh might have wept. He found he could not move his legs from where they were rooted, and even his stick seemed far too heavy. Then, far up the river, another side-wheeler came round a bend, and Abner Marsh would never have noticed, but the pilot did, and the steam whistle of the Fevre Dream called out to tell the other steamer that she'd take the larboard when they passed. The shrill wail of the great whistle stirred Marsh from his paralysis, and he looked up and saw the far-off lights of the descending boat, and the fires belching from the tops of her tall chimneys, and the near black sky that loomed above it, and the lightning dim in the distance, lighting up the clouds from within, and the river, black and endless, the river that was his home and his trade, and his friend and his worst enemy, and fickle, brutal, loving consort to his ladies. It flowed on like it always flowed, and it didn't know nothing nor care nothing about Damon Julian and all his kind. They were nothing to it. They would be gone and forgotten, and the old Devil River would still be rolling and cutting new channels and drowning towns and crops and raising up others and crushing steamboats in its teeth so it could spit out splinters. Abner Marsh moved to where the tops of the great paddle boxes loomed above the deck. Julian came following him. "Captain!" he called, his voice twisted but still seductive. Marsh ignored it. He pulled himself up on top of the paddle box with a strength born of urgency, a strength he didn't know he had. Beneath his feet the great side wheel turned. He could feel it shaking through the wood, could hear the chunka-chunka. He moved aft carefully, not wanting to fall in the wrong place, where the wheels would suck him under and smash him up. He looked down. The light was almost gone, and the water seemed black, but where the Fevre Dream had gone it was boiling and churning. The glow from the steamer's furnaces touched it with red, so it looked like boiling blood. Abner Marsh stared down at it and froze. More blood, he thought. More goddamn blood. Can't get away from it. Can't get away nohow. The pounding of the steamer's stroke was thunder in his ears. Sour Billy Tipton vaulted up on top of the paddle box and moved warily toward him. "Mr. Julian wants you, fat man," he said. "Come along now. You've gone as far as you can go." He took out his little knife and smiled. Sour Billy Tipton had a truly frightening smile. "It ain't blood," Marsh said loudly. "It's just a goddamn river." Still clutching his stick, he took a deep breath and threw himself off the steamer. Sour Billy's curses were ringing in his ears when he hit the water. Chapter 20. Aboard the steamer Fevre Dream, Mississippi River, August 1857. Raymond and Armand were supporting Damon Julian between them when Sour Billy leaped down from the paddle box. Julian looked like he'd slaughtered a pig. His clothing was soaked through with blood. "You allowed him to escape, Billy," he said coldly. His tone made Sour Billy nervous. "He's finished," Billy insisted. "Them paddles will suck him under and smash him, or he'll drown. You ought to have seen the splash he made when he hit the water. That big belly of his first. Ain't going to have to look at his warts no more." As he spoke, Sour Billy was looking around, and he didn't like what he saw, not one bit. Julian, all bloody, a red, smeary trail leading down the Texas stairs and halfway down the hurricane deck, and that dandy of a clerk hanging off the end of the Texas porch, more blood coming out of his mouth. "If you fail me, Billy, you will never be as we are," Julian said. "I hope he is dead, for your sake. Do you understand?" "Yes," said Billy. "Mr. Julian, what happened?" "They attacked me, Billy. They attacked us. According to the good captain, they killed Gene, bashed his goddamn head to pieces, I believe that was the phrase." He smiled. "Marsh and his wretch of a clerk and someone named Mike were responsible." "Harry Mike Dunn," said Raymond Ortega. "He is the mate of the Fevre Dream, Damon. Large, stupid, and uncouth. It is his job to shout at the darkies and beat them." "Ah," Julian said. "Let me go," he said to Raymond and Armand. "I feel stronger now. I can stand." The twilight had deepened. They stood in shadow. "Damon," warned Vincent, "the watch will change at supper. Crewmen will be coming up to their cabins. We must do something. We must get off this steamer, or they will find us out." He looked at the blood, the body. "No," said Julian. "Billy will clean it up. Won't you, Billy?" "Yes," said Sour Billy. "I'll just toss the clerk and after his captain." "Do it, then, Billy, instead of telling me about it." Julian's smile was cold. "And then come to York's cabin. We will retire there now. I need a change of clothes." It took Sour Billy Tipton nearly 20 minutes to remove the evidence of the death on the Texas. He worked in haste, all too aware of how easy it would be for someone to come out of his cabin or up the stairs. The darkness was almost complete by then, however, which helped. He dragged Jeffers's body down the deck, hauled it up on the paddle box with some difficulty — the clerk was heavier than Billy ever would have guessed — and shoved it over. The night and the river swallowed it, and the splash wasn't nearly as big as the one Marsh had made. It was almost lost in the sound of the paddle wheels. Sour Billy had just stripped off his shirt and started cleaning up the blood when he had a stroke of luck. The storm that had been coming all afternoon finally broke. Thunder boomed in his ears, lightning came stabbing down at the river, and the rains began. Clean, cold, pounding rains, smashing down onto the deck, soaking Billy through to his bones and washing away the blood. Sour Billy was dripping when he finally entered Joshua York's cabin, his once fine shirt a damp ball in his hand. "It's done," he said. Damon Julian was sitting in a deep leather chair. He had changed into some fresh clothing, had a drink in hand, and looked as strong and healthy as ever. Raymond was standing at his side. Armand was in the other chair. Vincent was seated on the desk, Kurt in the desk chair. And Joshua York sat on his bed, staring down at his feet, head sunk, his skin white as chalk dust. He looked like a whipped cur, thought Sour Billy. "Ah, Billy," said Julian, "whatever would we do without you?" Sour Billy nodded. "I've been thinking while I was out there, Mr. Julian," he said. "The way I figure, we got two choices. This here steamer has a yawl for doing soundings and such. We could take her and light out. Or, now that the storm's broke, we could just wait till the pilot ties her up and then get ashore. We ain't far from Bayou Sarah, Maybe we'll put in there. I have no interest in Bayou Sara, Billy. I have no interest in leaving this excellent steamboat. The Fevre Dream is ours now. Isn't that right, Joshua?" Joshua York raised his head. "Yes," he said. His voice was so weak it was hardly audible. "It's too dangerous," Sour Billy insisted. "The captain and the head clerk both gone. What are people going to think? They're going to be missed. Questions are going to get asked. Real soon now, too." "He is right, Damon," Raymond put in. "I have been aboard this steamer since Natchez. The passengers may come and go, but the crew, we are in danger here. We are the strange ones, suspected, unknown. When Marsh and Jeffers are missed, they will look to us first. And then there's this mate," added Billy. "If he helped Marsh, he knows everything, Mr. Julian." "Kill him, Billy." Sour Billy Tipton swallowed uneasily. "Suppose I do kill him, Mr. Julian? Won't do no good. He'll be missed, too. And there's others under him, a whole damn army of niggers and dumb Germans and big Swedes. We got less than 20, and during the day there's only me. We got to get off this steamboat, and real quick, too. We can't fight the crew, and even if we could, I sure can't fight 'em all alone, all by myself. We got to go. We are staying. It is for them to fear us, Billy. How can you ever be one of the masters if you still think as a slave? We are staying." "What will we do when Marsh and Jeffers are found gone?" asked Vincent. "And what about the mate? He is a threat," said Kurt. Damon Julian stared at Sour Billy and smiled. "Ah," he said. He sipped his drink. "Why, we will let Billy take care of these little problems for us. Billy will show us how clever he is, won't you, Billy?" "Me?" Sour Billy Tipton stood open-mouthed. "I don't know." "Won't you, Billy?" "Yes," Billy said quickly. "Yes. I can solve this without further bloodshed," Joshua York said, with a hint of his old resolve in his voice. "I am still captain aboard this steamer. Let me discharge Mr. Dunn, and any of the others that you may fear. We can get them off the Fevre Dream cleanly. There has been enough death." "Has there?" asked Julian. "Firing 'em won't work," Sour Billy said to York. "They'll only wonder why and demand to see Captain Marsh." "Yes," agreed Raymond. "They don't follow York," he added to Julian. "They don't trust him. He had to come out in broad daylight before any of them would agree to go down the bayou with him. With Marsh gone, and Jeffers too, he will never be able to control them." Sour Billy Tipton looked at Joshua York with surprise and new respect. "You did that?" he blurted. "Went out by day?" The others sometimes dared the dusk, or lingered a short time after sunrise, but he had never seen any of them come out when the sun was high, not even Julian. Joshua York looked at him coldly and did not answer. "Dear Joshua likes to play at being cattle," Julian said, amused. "Perhaps he hoped his skin would turn brown and leathery." The others laughed politely. While they were laughing, Sour Billy got himself an idea. He scratched his head and let himself smile. "We won't fire them," he said suddenly to Julian. "I know. We'll make 'em run off. I know just how to do it." "Good, Billy. Whatever would we do without you?" "Can you make him do like I tell him?" Billy asked, jerking a thumb in York's direction. "I will do what I must to protect my people," Joshua York said. "And to protect my crew as well. There is no need for compulsion." "Well, well," said Sour Billy. "Real nice." This was going to be even easier than he'd figured. Julian would be real impressed. "I got to get me a new shirt. You get dressed, Mr. Captain York, and then we'll do us some protecting." "Yes," Julian added softly, "and Kurt will go with you as well." He raised his glass to York. just in case. A half-hour later, Sour Billy led Joshua York and Kurt down to the boiler deck. The rain had let up a little, and the Fevre Dream had put in at Bayou Sarah, and was tied up next to a dozen smaller steamers. In the main saloon, supper had been served. Julian and his people were in there with the rest, eating inconspicuously. The captain's chair was empty, though, and someone was bound to comment sooner or later. Fortunately, Harry Mike Dunn was down below on the main deck, bellowing at the rousters as they loaded up some freight and a dozen cords of wood. Sour Billy had watched him carefully from above before starting in on his plan. Dunn was the dangerous one. "The body first," Sour Billy said, leading them straight to the outer door of the cabin where Jean Ardent had met his end. Kurt broke the lock with a single swing of his hand. Inside, Billy lit the lamp, and they took in the thing on the bed. Sour Billy tipped and whistled. "Well, well," he said. "Those friends of yours sure did a job on old Jean," he said to York. "Half his brains is on the sheets and half is on the wall." York's gray eyes were full of disgust. "Get on with it," he said. "I suppose you want us to throw the body in the river?" "Hell no," said Sour Billy. "Why, we're going to burn this body. Right down in one of your furnaces, Captain, and we're not sneaking it down, neither. We'll just go right on out into the saloon with it, and down the main staircase." "Why, Billy?" York said coldly. "Just do it," Sour Billy snapped. "And I'm Mr. Tipton to you, Captain." They wrapped Jean's corpse in a sheet, so nothing could be seen of it. York went to help Kurt lift it, but Sour Billy chased him off and took up the other end himself. "Wouldn't look right for a half-owner and captain to be a-totin' a dead man. You just walk along with us and look worried." York didn't have trouble with the looking worried part. They opened the door to the grand saloon and went out, Jean's sheeted body between Billy and Kurt. The supper table was half full. Someone gasped, and all conversation stopped. "Can I help, Captain York?" asked a small man with white whiskers and oil stains on his vest. "What is it? Somebody die?" "Stay away," Sour Billy shouted when the man took a step toward them. "Do as he says, Whitey," York said. The man stopped. "Why, sure, but—" "It's just a dead man," Sour Billy said. "Died in his cabin. Mr. Jeffers found him. He got on at New Orleans. Must have been sick. He was burning up when Jeffers heard him moaning." Everyone at the table looked concerned. One man turned very pale and fled toward his own stateroom. Sour Billy made certain not to smile. "Where's Mr. Jeffers?" asked Albright, the trim little pilot. "Went to his cabin," Billy said quickly. "He wasn't feeling good. Marsh is with him. Mr. Jeffers was looking kind of yaller. I reckon seeing a man die didn't agree with him." His words had the effect he'd figured on, especially when Armand leaned across the table to Vincent and said, in a loud whisper like Billy had told him to, "Bronze John." Then the two of them got up and left, their suppers half eaten. "It ain't Bronze John," Billy said loudly. He had to say it loudly because all of a sudden everybody at this table was trying to talk, and half of them were getting to their feet. "We got to go burn this body. Come on now," he added, and he and Kurt started shuffling toward the grand staircase again. Joshua York lingered behind, hands upraised, trying to fend off 100 frightened questions. Passengers and crew alike avoided Kurt and Billy and their burden. A couple of scroungy-looking foreigners taking deck passage were the only ones down on the main deck, except for the rousters coming in and out with crates and firewood. The furnaces had been shut down, but they were still hot, and Sour Billy burned his fingers when he and Kurt stuffed the sheeted body into the nearest one. He was still swearing and shaking his hand in the air when Joshua came down and found him again. "They're leaving," York said, his pale features puzzled. "Nearly all the passengers are already packing their bags, and half the crew must have come up to me to ask for their wages. Strikers, chambermaids, waiters, even Jack Eli, the second engineer. I don't understand. Bronze John is taking a ride up the river on your steamer, Sour Billy Tipton said. Leastwise, that's what they think. Joshua York frowned. Bronze John? Sour Billy smiled. Yaller fever, Captain. I can tell you never been in New Orleans when Bronze John made a call. Ain't nobody going to stay on this boat longer than he has to, nor look close at this body, nor go to talk with Jeffers or Marsh. I let 'em think they got the fever, you see. The fever is real catching. Fast, too. You turn yaller and heave up black stuff and burn like the devil, and then you die. Only now we better burn up old Jean here so they think we're taking this serious. It took them 10 minutes to get the furnace going again, and they finally had to call over a big Swedish fireman to help them. But that was all right. Sour Billy saw his eyes when he spied the body crammed in with the wood, and smiled at how fast he run off. Pretty soon Jean was going good. Sour Billy watched him smoke, then turned away bored. He noticed the barrels of lard standing near to hand. "Use that for racing, do you?" he asked Joshua York. York nodded. Sour Billy spat. "Down here, when a captain gets into the race and needs some more steam, he just has 'em chuck in a nice fat nigger. Lard's too expensive. You see, I know something about steamers, too. Too bad we couldn't save Jean for a race." Kurt smiled at that, but Joshua York only stared, glowering. Sour Billy didn't like that look, not one bit. But before he could say anything, he heard the voice he'd been waiting for. "You!" Harry Mike Dunn came swaggering in from the forecastle, all 6 foot of him. Rain was dripping off the wide brim of his black felt hat, and moisture beaded his black whiskers, and his clothes were stuck to his body. His eyes were hard little green marbles, and he had his iron club in hand, smacking it up against his palm threateningly. Behind him stood a dozen deckhands, stokers, and roustabouts. The big Swede was there, and an even bigger nigger with one ear, and a wiry mulatto with a two-by-four, and a couple guys with knives. The mate came closer, and the others followed him. "Who you burning in there, boy?" he roared. "What's all this about yaller fever? Ain't no yaller fever on this boat." "Do like I told you," Sour Billy said to York in a low, urgent voice. He backed away from the furnace as the mate advanced. Joshua York stepped between them and raised his hands. "Stop," he said. "Mr. Dunn, I'm discharging you here and now. You are no longer mate of the Fevre Dream." Dunn eyed him suspiciously. "Ain't I?" he said. Then he grimaced. "Hell, you ain't firing me." "I am the master and captain here." "Is you? Well, I takes orders from Captain Marsh. He tells me to get, I get. Till then, I stay. And don't tell me no lies about buying him out. Heard them lies this morning." He took another step forward. "You get out of the way, Captain. I'm going to get me some answers from Mr. Sour Billy here." "Mr. Dunn, there is sickness aboard this steamer. I am discharging you for your own safety." Joshua York lied with real nice sincerity, Sour Billy thought. "Mr. Tipton will be the new mate. He's already been exposed." "Him?" The iron billet smacked against the mate's palm. "He ain't no steamboater." "Been an overseer," Billy said. "I can handle niggers." He moved forward again. Harry Mike Dunn laughed. Sour Billy felt cold all over. If there was one thing in the world that he could not stand, it was being laughed at. Right then and there he decided not to scare Dunn off after all. Killing him would be much nicer. "You got all them niggers and white trash behind you," he said to the mate. "Looks to me like you're scared to face me by yourself." Dunn's green eyes narrowed dangerously, and he smacked his club into his palm even harder than before. He came forward 2 quick steps into the full glare of the furnace, and stood there, awash in the hellish glow, peering in at the burning corpse. Finally, he turned to face Sour Billy again. "Only him in there," he said. "That's good for you. If it had been the captain or Jeffers, I was going to break every bone in your body before I killed you. Now I'm just going to kill you right off." "No," Joshua York said. He stepped in front of the mate again. "Get off my steamer," he said. "You're discharged." Harry Mike Dunn shoved him out of the way. "Stay out of this, Captain. Fair fight, just me and him. If he whips me, he's mate. Only I'm going to bash his head in, and then you and me'll go find Captain Marsh and see who leaves this here steamboat." Sour Billy reached behind him and pulled out his knife. Joshua York looked from one to the other in despair. The other men had all drawn back now, and were calling out encouragement to Harry Mike. Kurt moved forward smoothly and pulled York out of the way to keep him from interfering. Bathed in the furnace light, Harry Mike Dunn looked like something straight out of hell, smoke curling up around him, his skin flushed and reddish, the water drying on his hair, his club smacking against his palm as he advanced. He smiled. "I fought boys with knives before," he said, punctuating his words with smacks. "Lots of dirty little boys." Smack. "I've been cut before, too." Smack. "Cuts heal up, Sour Billy." Smack. "Bust heads, that's another thing." Smack. 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 Billy had been steadily retreating until his back came up hard against a stack of crates. The knife was loose in his hand. Harry Mike saw him cornered and grinned. Raising the iron billet high overhead, he came forward, roaring. And Sour Billy Tipton tossed the knife in his hand and sent it slicing through the air. It caught Harry Mike right under his chin, driving up through his whiskers and into his head. He went to his knees, and blood came pouring out of his mouth, and then he pitched forward onto the deck. "Well, well," Sour Billy said, sauntering over to the body. He kicked it in the head and smiled, for the niggers and the foreigners and for Kurt, but mostly for Joshua York. "Well, well," he repeated. "Guess that makes me mate." Chapter 21. St. Louis, September 1857. Abner Marsh slammed the door behind him when he came stomping into the Pine Street office of the Fever River Packet Company. "Where is she?" Marsh demanded, striding across the room and leaning on the desk to stare down at the startled agent. A fly buzzed around his head, and Marsh brushed it away impatiently. "I said, where is she?" The agent was a gaunt, dark young man in a striped shirt and a green eyeshade. He was very flustered. "Why," he said, "why, Captain Marsh, why, it's a pleasure. I never thought, that is, we didn't expect you. No, sir, Captain, not a bit. Is the Fevre Dream come in, Captain?" Abner Marsh snorted, straightened, and stamped his walking stick on the bare wooden floor in disgust. "Mr. Green," he said, "quit your goddamn babbling and pay attention now. I asked you, where is she? Now, what do you think I was asking about, Mr. Green?" The agent swallowed. "I reckon I don't know, Captain." "The Fevre Dream," Marsh bellowed, red in the face. "I want to know where she is. She ain't down by the landing, I know that much. I got eyes. And I didn't see her anywhere along the goddamn river. Did she come in and leave again? Did she steam up to St. Paul or the Missouri? The Ohio? Don't look so damn thunderstruck. Just tell me, where's my goddamn steamer?" "I don't know, Captain," said Green. "I mean, if you didn't bring her in, I got no idea. She's never been in St. Louis, not since you took her down the river back in July. But we heard, "Yes, what?" "The fever, sir. We heard yellow fever broke out on the Fevre Dream down to Bayou Sarah. Folks were dying like flies, we heard, just like flies. Mr. Jeffers and we heard you had it too. That's why I never expected, with everyone dying and all, we thought they'd burn her, Captain. The steamer." He slipped off his eyeshade and scratched his head. I guess you got over the fever, Captain. Glad to hear it. Only, if the Fevre Dream ain't with you, where is she? Are you sure you didn't come in on her and maybe forget? I hear the fever can make a man awful absent-minded. Abner Marsh scowled. I ain't had the fever, and I sure as hell can tell one steamboat from another, Mr. Green. I came in on the Princess. I was sick for a week or so, all right, but it wasn't no fever. I had the chills on account of falling in the goddamn river and almost drowning. That's how I lost the Fevre Dream. And now I aim to find her again, you hear me? He snorted. Where'd you hear all this stuff about yellow fever? The crew, Captain. The ones who left her down in Bayou Sara. Some of 'em came in when they arrived in St. Louis, about a week ago it was. Some of 'em asked about jobs on the Eli Reynolds, Captain. But of course she's all full up, so I had to let 'em go. I hope I done right. You weren't here, of course, nor Mr. Jeffers, and I thought maybe you was both dead, so I couldn't get no instructions. Never mind about that, Marsh said. The news heartened him somewhat. If Julian and his pack had taken over Marsh's steamer, at least some of his crew had gotten clear. Who was here? Why, I saw Jack Eli, the second engineer, and some waiters, and a couple of your strikers. Sam Klein and Sam Thompson, it was. There was a few others. Any of them still around? Green shrugged. When I didn't hire 'em, they went looking around to other boats, Captain. I don't know. Damn, Marsh said. Wait, the agent said, raising a finger. I know. Mr. Albright, the pilot. He was one of 'em told me about the fever. He was here about 4 days ago, and he didn't want no job. He's a lower river pilot, you know, so the Eli Reynolds wasn't for him. He said he was taking a room at the planter's house until he could find a position on one of the classier boats, a big side-wheeler like. Albright, eh? Marsh said. What about Carl Fram? You see him? If Fram and Albright had both left the Fevre Dream, the steamer shouldn't be hard to find. Without qualified pilots, she couldn't move. But Green shook his head. No, ain't seen Mr. Fram. Marsh's hopes sank. If Carl Fram was still aboard her, the Fevre Dream could be anywhere along the river. She might have gone off any one of a number of tributaries. Or maybe the Fevre Dream had even steamed back down to New Orleans while he was laid up in that woodyard south of Bayou Sara. I'm going to pay a call on Dan Albright, he told the agent. While I'm gone, I want you to write some letters to agents, pilots, anybody you know along the river from here to New Orleans. Ask about the Fevre Dream. Somebody has got to have seen her. Steamer like that don't just vanish. You write those letters up this afternoon, you hear, and get down to the landing and post them on the fastest boats you see. I aim to find my steamer. Yes, sir, the agent said. He got out a stack of paper and a pen, dipped it in the inkwell, and began to write. The clerk at the planter's house desk bobbed his head in greeting. Why, it's Captain Marsh, he said. Heard about your misfortune, just awful. Ron's John's a wicked one. That he is. I'm glad you're better, Captain, I truly am. Never mind about that, Marsh said, annoyed. What room is Dan Albright in? Albright had been polishing his boots. He let Marsh in with a cool, polite nod of greeting, took his seat again, stuck an arm into one boot, and resumed shining, as if he'd never been called to the door. Abner Marsh sat down heavily and wasted no time with pleasantries. Why'd you leave the Fevre Dream? He asked bluntly. Fever, Captain, Albright said. He studied Marsh briefly, then went back to work on his boot without another word. Tell me about it, Mr. Albright. I wasn't there. Dan Albright frowned. You weren't? I understood you and Mr. Jeffers found the first sick man. You understood wrong. Now tell me. Albright polished his boots and told him. The storm, the supper, the body that Joshua York and Sour Billy Tipton and the other man had carried through the saloon, the flight of passengers and crew. He told it all in as few words as possible. When he was finished, His boots were gleaming. He slid them on. "Everyone left?" Marsh said. "No," said Albright. "Some stayed. Some don't know the fever as well as I do." "Who?" Albright shrugged. "Captain York, his friends, Harry Mike, the stokers and roustabouts, too. Reckon they were too scared of Mike to run off, especially down in slave country. Whitey Blake might have stayed. You and Jeffers, I thought." "Mr. Jeffers is dead," said Marsh. Albright said nothing. "What about Carl Fram?" Marsh asked. "Can't say." "You were partners?" "We were different. I didn't see him. I don't know, Captain." Marsh frowned. "What happened after you took your wages?" "I spent a day in Bayou Sara, then took a ride with Captain Leathers on the Natchez. I rode up to Natchez, looked over the river, spent about a week there, then came on up to St. Louis on the Robert Folk." "What happened to the Fevre Dream?" "She left." "Left?" "Steamed off, I figure. When I woke up morning after the fever broke out, she was gone from Bayou Sara." "Without a crew?" "Must have been enough left to run her," Albright said. "Where'd she go?" Albright shrugged. "Didn't see her from the Natchez. I could have missed her, though. Wasn't looking. Maybe she went downstream." "You're really quite a goddamn help, Mr. Albright," Marsh said. Albright said, "Can't tell you what I don't know. Maybe they burned her. The fever. Never should have given her that name, I figure. Unlucky." Abner Marsh was losing patience. "She ain't been burned," he said. "She's on the river somewhere, and I'm going to find her. She ain't unlucky, neither." "I was the pilot, Captain. I saw it. Storms, fog, delays, and then the fever. She was cursed, that boat. If I was you, I'd give up on her. She's no good for you. Godless." He stood up. "That reminds me. I got something belongs to you." He fetched out 2 books and handed them to Marsh. "From the Fevre Dream library," he explained. "I played a game of chess with Captain York back in New Orleans, and mentioned that I liked poetry, and he gave me these a day later. When I left, I took them along by mistake." Abner Marsh turned the books over in his hands. Poetry. A volume of poems by Byron and one by Shelley. Just what he needed, he thought. His steamboat was gone, vanished off the river, and all he had left to show of her were 2 goddamn books of poems. "Keep them," he said to Dan Albright. Albright shook his head. "Don't want them. Not the kind of poems I like, Captain. Immoral, both of them. No wonder your boat got struck down carrying books like those." Abner Marsh slid the books into his pocket and stood up, scowling. "I had about enough of that, Mr. Albright. I won't hear that kind of talk about my boat. She's as fine a boat as any on the river, and she ain't cursed. Ain't no such thing as curses. The Fevre Dream's a real hell-a-rub." "That she is," Dan Albright interrupted. He stood too. "I got to see about a berth," he said, ushering Marsh toward the door. Marsh let himself be ushered, but as Albright was showing him out, the dapper little pilot said, "Captain Marsh, leave it be." "What?" "That steamer," Albright said. "She's no good for you. You know the way I can smell a storm coming?" "Yes," Marsh said. Albright could smell storms better than anyone Marsh had ever known. "Sometimes I can smell other things, too," the pilot said. "Don't go looking for her, Captain. Forget about her. I figured you was dead. You're not. You ought to be thankful. Finding the Fevre Dream won't bring you no joy, Captain." Abner Marsh stared at him. "You can say that. You stood at her wheel and took her down the river, and you can say that." Albright said nothing. "Well, I ain't listening," Marsh said. "That's my steamboat, Mr. Albright, and some day I'm going to pilot her myself. I'm going to run her against the eclipse, you hear? And And, red-faced and angry, Marsh found himself choking on his own tongue. He could not go on. "Pride can be sinful, Captain," Dan Albright said. "Leave it be." He closed the door, leaving Marsh out in the hallway. Abner Marsh took his lunch in the planter's house dining room, eating off by himself in the corner. Albright had shaken him, and he found himself thinking the same thoughts he had run through his head going upriver aboard the Princess. He ate a leg of lamb and mint sauce, a mess of turnips and snap beans, and 3 helpings of tapioca, but even that didn't calm him. As he drank his coffee, Marsh wondered if maybe Albright wasn't right. Here he was back in St. Louis, just like he'd been before he met Joshua York in this very same room. He still had his company, the Eli Reynolds, and some money in the bank, too. He was an upper river man. It had been a terrible mistake ever to go down to New Orleans. His dream had turned into a nightmare down there in slave country, in the hot, fevered South. But now it was over. His steamer had gone and vanished, and if he wanted to, he could just pretend that it had never happened at all, that there had never been a steamboat called the Fevre Dream, nor people named Joshua York and Damon Julian and Sour Billy Tipton. Joshua had come out of nowhere, and now he was gone again. The Fevre Dream hadn't existed in April, and it didn't seem to exist now, as far as Marsh could see. A sane man couldn't believe that stuff anyhow. Blood drinking and skulking about by night, and bottles of some foul liquor. It had all been a fever dream, Abner Marsh thought. But now the fever was gone from him. Now he could get on with his life here in St. Louis. Marsh ordered up some more coffee. They will go on killing, he thought to himself as he drank it. They will go on with the blood drinking and the murder with no one to stop them. Can't stop 'em anyway, he muttered. He'd done his best, him and Joshua and Harry Mike and poor old Mr. Jeffers, who'd never raise an eyebrow or move a chessman again. It hadn't gotten them anywhere, and it wouldn't do no good to go to the authorities, not with a story about a bunch of vampires who stole his steamboat. They just believe that yellow fever yarn, and figure he'd gone soft in the head and maybe lock him up someplace. Abner Marsh paid his bill and walked back to the office of Fever River Packets. The landing was crowded and bustling. Above was a clear blue sky, and below was the river, bright and clean in the sunlight. And the air had a tang to it, a scent of smoke and steam, and he heard the whistles of the boats passing each other on the river, and the big brass bell of a side-wheeler pulling in. The mates were bellowing, and the roustabouts were singing as they loaded freight, and Abner Marsh stood and looked and listened. This was his life. The other had been a fever dream indeed. The vampires had been killing for thousands of years, Joshua had told him. So how could Marsh hope to change it? Maybe Julian had been right anyway. It was their nature to kill. And it was Abner Marsh's nature to be a steamboatman, nothing more. He wasn't no fighter. York and Jeffers had tried to fight, and they'd paid for it. When he entered the office, Marsh had just about decided that Dan Albright was dead right. He would forget about the fever dream, forget everything that had happened. That was the sensible thing to do. He'd just run his company and maybe make some money, and in a year or two he might have enough to build another boat, a bigger one. Green was scurrying around the office. "I got 20 letters out, Captain," he said to Marsh. "Already posted, just like you said." "Fine," said Marsh, sinking into a chair. He almost sat on the book of poems, jammed uncomfortably into his pocket. He pulled them out, leafed through them quickly, glanced at a few titles, then set them aside. They were poems, all right. Marsh sighed. "Fetch out the books, Mr. Green," he said. "I want to take a look at 'em." "Yes, Captain," Green said. He went over and pulled them out. Then he saw something else, picked it up, and brought it over to Marsh with the ledgers. "Oh," he said, "I almost forgot about this." He handed Marsh a large package wrapped with brown paper and cord. "Some little man brought this by about 3 weeks back. Said you was supposed to pick it up, but never showed. I told him you was still off with the Fevre Dream and paid him. I hope that was all right." Abner Marsh frowned down at the package. snapped the cord with a twist of his bare hand, and ripped away the paper to open the box. Inside was a brand-new captain's coat, white as the snow that covered the upper river in winter, pure and clean, with a double row of flashing silver buttons, and Fevre Dream written in raised letters on every damn one. He took it out, and the box fell to the floor, and suddenly, finally, the tears came. "Get out!" roared Marsh. The agent took one look at his face and was gone. Abner Marsh rose and put on the white jacket and buttoned up the silver buttons. It was a beautiful fit. It was cool, much cooler than the heavy blue captain's coat he'd been wearing. There was no mirror in the office, so Marsh couldn't see what he looked like, but he could imagine. In his mind, he looked like Joshua York. He looked fine and regal and sophisticated. The cloth was so brilliantly white, he thought. "I look like the captain of the Fevre Dream," Marsh said loudly to himself. He stamped his stick hard on the floor and felt the blood run to his face, and he stood there remembering the way she'd looked in the mists of New Albany, remembering the way her mirrors gleamed, remembering her silver, remembering the wild call of her steam whistle and the stroke of her engine, loud as a thunderstorm, remembering how she'd left the Southerner far behind her, how she'd gulped down the Mary Kay. He remembered her people as well, Fram and his wild stories, Whitey Blake spotted with grease, Toby killing chickens, Harry Mike roaring and cussing at the roustabouts and deckhands, Jeffers playing chess, defeating Dan Albright for the 100th time. If Albright was so smart, Marsh thought, how come he could never beat Jeffers at chess? And Marsh recalled Joshua most of all. Joshua all in white. Joshua sipping his liquor. Joshua sitting in the darkness and spinning out his dreams. Gray eyes and strong hands and poetry. "We all make our choices," whispered the memory. Morn came and went and came and brought no day. "Green!" Abner Marsh roared at the top of his lungs. The door opened, and the agent poked his head in nervously. "I want my steamboat," Marsh said. "Where the hell is she?" Green swallowed. "Captain, like I said, the Fevre Dream—" "Not her," Marsh said, stamping his stick down hard. "My other steamboat. Where the hell is my other steamboat now that I need her?" Chapter 22. Aboard the steamer Eli Reynolds, Mississippi River, October 1857. On a cool evening in early autumn, Abner Marsh and the Eli Reynolds finally left St. Louis and headed downstream in search of the Fevre Dream. Marsh would just as soon have left several weeks earlier, but there had been too much to do. He'd had to wait for the Eli Reynolds to get back from her latest trip up the Illinois, and check her over to make sure she was fit for the lower river, and hire himself a couple of Mississippi pilots. Marsh had claims to settle as well, from planters and shippers who'd entrusted St. Louis-bound freight to the Fevre Dream down in New Orleans, and were irate at the steamer's disappearance. Marsh might have insisted they share his loss, but he'd always prided himself on being fair, so he paid them off 50 cents on the dollar. There was also the unpleasant task of talking to Mr. Jeffers' relations. Marsh figured he could hardly tell them what had really happened, so he finally settled for the yellow fever yarn. Other folks had brothers or sons or husbands still unaccounted for, and they pestered Marsh with questions he couldn't answer, and he had to deal with a government inspector and a man from the Pilots Association, and he had accounts to square and books to go over and preparations to make, and it all toted up into a month of delay, frustration, and bother. But all the while Marsh kept on looking. When the letters that Green had sent out on his behalf got no response, he sent out more. He met incoming steamers as often as he could find the time, and asked after the Fevre Dream, after Joshua York, after Carl Fram and Whitey Blake and Harry Mike Dunn and Toby Lanyard. He hired a couple of detectives and sent them down river with instructions to find out what they could. He even borrowed a trick from Joshua and started buying newspapers from all up and down the river system. He spent his nights poring over the shipping columns and advertisements, the lists of steamboat arrivals and departures from cities as distant as Cincinnati and New Orleans and St. Paul. He frequented the planter's house and other river haunts even more than was his custom, and asked 1,000 questions, and learned nothing. The Fevre Dream was gone, it seemed, just plain gone from the river. No one had seen her. No one had talked to Whitey Blake or Mr. Fram or Harry Mike, or heard anything about them. The newspapers didn't list her coming or going. "It ain't sensible," Marsh complained loudly to the officers of the Eli Reynolds a week before their departure. "She's 360 foot long, brand new, fast enough to make any steamboatman blink. A boat like that has got to get noticed." "Unless she went down," suggested Cat Grove, the Eli Reynolds' short, wiry mate. "There's places on the river deep enough to drown whole towns. Could be she sunk with all aboard." "No," said Marsh stubbornly. He hadn't told them the whole story. He didn't see how he could. None of them had been aboard the Fevre Dream. They'd never believe him. "No, she ain't sunk. She's down there somewhere, hiding from me. But I'm going to find her." "How?" asked Yerger, the captain of the Eli Reynolds. "It's a long river," Marsh admitted, "and it's got lots of creeks and smaller rivers and bayous leading off it, cut-offs and chutes, and bends and all kinds of places a steamer can hide where she won't be seen easy. But it ain't so long that it can't be searched. We can start at one end and go to the other, and ask questions along the way. And if we reach New Orleans and we still ain't found her, then we can do the same on the Ohio and the Missouri and the Illinois and the Yazoo and the Red River, and wherever the hell we got to go to find that goddamn boat." "Could take a while," said Yerger. "And if it does?" Yerger shrugged, and the officers of the Eli Reynolds traded uncertain glances. Abner Marsh scowled. "Don't you worry your head about how long it's going to take," he snapped. "You just get my steamboat ready, you hear?" "Yes, sir, Captain," Yerger said. He was a tall, stooped, gaunt old man with a quiet voice, and he'd been working steamboats since there had been steamboats, so nothing much surprised him any more, and his tone said as much. When the day came, Abner Marsh wore his white captain's coat with the double row of silver buttons. It seemed fitting, somehow. He ate himself a huge supper at the planter's house. The provisions on the Eli Reynolds weren't too good, and the cook was barely fit to scrub out Toby's fry pans, and walked down to the landing. The Eli Reynolds had her steam up, Marsh saw with approval. Still, she didn't look like much. She was an upper river boat, built small and narrow, and low for the shallow, tight streams where she had to ply her trade. She was less than a fourth as long as the vanished Fevre Dream, and about half as wide, and full loaded she could carry maybe 150 tons of cargo against the 1,000 tons of the larger steamer. The Reynolds had only 2 decks. There was no Texas, and the crew occupied the forward portion of the cabins on the boiler deck. She seldom had any cabin passengers anyway. A single big high-pressure boiler drove her stern wheel, and she was as plain as all get-out. She was near empty of cargo now, so Marsh could see the boiler sitting well forward. Rows of plain whitewashed wooden pillars supported the upper decks, looking like rickety stilts, and the columns that held up the weathered promenade roof were square and simple, plain as a picket fence. The aft wheelhouse was a big, square wooden box. The stern wheel, a sorry-looking afterthought, its red paint faded and streaked from long use. Elsewhere, paint was flaking. The pilot-house was a damn wooden-glass outhouse set atop the steamboat, and the stubby chimneys were unadorned black iron. The Eli Reynolds showed her age, sitting there in the water. She looked terribly weary and a bit lopsided, as if she was about to keel over and sink. She was a damn unlikely match for the huge, powerful Fevre Dream, but she was all he had now, Abner Marsh reflected, and she would have to do. He walked on down to the steamer and climbed aboard, across a stage that had been badly worn by the tread of countless boots. Cat Grove met him on the forecastle. "All ready, Captain." "Tell the pilot to take her out,"
Marsh said. Grove shouted up the order, and the Eli Reynolds sounded its whistle. The blast was thin and plaintive, and hopelessly brave, Marsh thought. He clomped up the steep, narrow stair to the main cabin, which was dim and cramped-feeling, barely 40 foot long. The carpet was bare in spots, and the landscapes painted on the stateroom doors had long since faded into dullness. The whole interior of the steamer had an odor about it of stale food and sour wine and oil and smoke and sweat. It was unpleasantly hot, too, and the single plain skylight was too grimed over to admit much light. Yerger and the off-duty pilot were drinking cups of black coffee at a round table when Marsh entered. "My lard aboard?" Marsh asked. Yerger nodded. "Not much else aboard that I saw," Marsh commented. Yerger frowned. "I figured you'd like it that way, Captain. Loaded up, we'd be slower, and there'd be more stops to make, too." Abner Marsh pondered that and nodded in approval. "Good," he said. "Makes sense. My other package get delivered?" "In your cabin," Yerger said. Marsh took his leave and retired to his stateroom. The bunk creaked beneath him when he sat down on its edge, opened the package, and took out the rifle and shells. He examined it carefully, hefting it in his hand, sighting down the barrel. It felt good. Maybe your ordinary pistol or rifle shot was nothing to the night folks, but this was something else again, custom made to his order by the best gunsmith in St. Louis. It was a buffalo gun, with a short, wide, octagonal barrel, designed to be fired from horseback and stop a charging buffalo in its tracks. The 50 custom shells were bigger than any the gunsmith had ever made before. "Hell," the man had complained, "these'll blow your game to pieces. Won't be nothing left to et." Abner Marsh had only nodded. The rifle wouldn't be worth much for accuracy, especially in Marsh's hands, but it didn't need to be. At close range, it would wipe Damon Julian's smile clean off his face and blow his goddamn head off his shoulders for good measure. Marsh carefully loaded it up and mounted it on the wall above his bed, where he could sit up and snatch it down in one easy motion. Only then did he let himself lie back. And so it began. Day after day the Eli Reynolds steamed downriver, through rain and fog, through sunshine and overcast, stopping at every town and steamboat landing and woodyard to ask a question or two. Abner Marsh sat up on the hurricane deck in a wooden chair beside the steamer's old cracked bell and watched the river for hour after hour. Sometimes he even took his meals up there. When he had to sleep, Captain Yerger or Cat Grove or the mud clerk took his place, and the vigil went on. When rafts and flatboats and other steamers went sliding by, Marsh called out, "You there! You seen a steamer named the Fevre Dream?" But the answer, when he got an answer, always came back, "No, Captain, we sure ain't." And the folks on the landings and in the woodyards told him nothing, and the river was full of steamboats day and night, steamboats big and little, going up the river or down it, or lying half sunk by the banks. But none of them were the Fevre Dream. She was a slow, small boat on a big river, the Eli Reynolds, and she crept along at a pace that would make most steamboatmen ashamed, and her stops and her questions delayed her even more. But still the towns passed, the woodyards passed, the forests and the houses and other steamboats drifted on by in a blur of days and nights. Islands and sandbars were left behind them. Their pilot steered them deftly past the snags and sawyers, and they moved south, ever south. St. Genevieve came and went. Cape Girardeau and Crosno went by. They put in for a bit at Hickman and longer at New Madrid. Caruthersville was lost in fog, but they found it. Osceola was still, and Memphis was loud. Helena, Rosedale, Arkansas City, Napoleon, Greenville, Lake Providence. When the Eli Reynolds came steaming into Vicksburg one blustery October morning, 2 men were waiting on the landing. Abner Marsh sent most of the crew ashore. He and Captain Yerger and Cat Grove met with the visitors in the main cabin of the steamer. One of the men was a big, hard sort, with red mutton-chop whiskers and a head bald as a pigeon's egg, dressed in a black broadcloth suit. The other was a slender, well-dressed black man with piercing dark eyes. Marsh sat them down and served them coffee. "Well," he demanded, "where is she?" The bald man blew on his coffee and scowled. "Don't know." "I paid you to find my steamer," Marsh said. "She ain't to be found, Captain Marsh," the black man said. "Hank and me looked, I tell you that." "Ain't saying we found nothing," the bald man said. "Only that we ain't got the steamer pinned down yet." "All right," Abner Marsh said. "Tell me what you found." The black man pulled a sheet of paper from inside his jacket and unfolded it. "Most of your steamer's crew and near all her passengers left at Bayou Sarah after that yeller fever scare. Next morning, your Fevre Dream steamed out, went up river from all accounts. We found some woodyard niggers who swear she wooded up with 'em. Maybe they was lying, but I can't see why. So we know the direction your steamer went in. We got enough folks to swear they seen her go by, or they think they did anyway." "Only she never reached Natchez," his partner put in. "That's, what, 8-10 hours upriver." "Less," said Abner Marsh. "The Fevre Dream was a damn fast boat." "Fast or not, she got herself lost between Bayou Sarah and Natchez." "The Red River branches off in there," Marsh said. The black man nodded. "But your boat ain't been in Shreveport nor Alexandria neither, and none of the woodyards we checked can recall any Fevre Dream." "Damn," said Marsh. "Maybe she did sink," Cat Grove suggested. "We got more," said the bald detective. He took a swallow of coffee. "Your steamer was never seen in Natchez, you understand, but some of the folks you were looking for were." "Go on," Marsh said. "We spent a lot of time on Silver Street," he said, "asking around. Man called Raymond Ortega. He was known there, and he was on your list, too. He came back one night early in September, paid a social call to one of the nabobs on top of the hill, and a lot of calls down under the hill. Had 4 other men with him. One of 'em fits your description of this Sour Billy Tipton. They stayed about a week. Did some interesting things. Hired a lot of men, whites, colored, didn't matter. You know the kind of men you can hire from Natchez under the hill." Abner Marsh knew all right. Sour Billy Tipton had scared off Marsh's crew and replaced them with a gang of cutthroats like himself. "Steamboatmen?" he asked. The bald man nodded. "There's more. This Tipton visited Fork in the Road." "It's a big slave mart," the black partner said. "He bought a mess of slaves. Paid with gold." The bald man pulled a $20 gold piece from his pocket and set it on the table. "Like this. Bought some other stuff back in Natchez, too. Paid the same way." "What kind of stuff?" Marsh asked. "Slavers' stuff," the black man said. "Manacles, chains, hammers." "Some paint, too," said the other. And suddenly the truth of it burst on Abner Marsh like a shower of fireworks. "Jesus God," he swore. "Paint! No wonder no one has seen her. God damn. They're smarter than I thought, and I'm an egg-sucking fool not to have seen it straight off." He slammed his big fist down on the table hard enough to make the coffee cups jump. "We figure just what you're thinking," the bald man said. "They painted her. Changed her name." "A little paint ain't enough to change a famous steamer," objected Yerger. "No," said Abner Marsh, "but she wasn't famous yet. Hell, we made one damn trip down the river, never did make it back up. How many folks going to recognize her? How many even heard of her? There's new boats coming out most every day. Slap a new name on her wheelhouse, maybe some new colors here and there, and you got a new boat.
But the Fevre Dream was big, said Yerker. And fast, you said. Lots of big steamers on the damn river, Marsh said. Oh, she was bigger than nearly all of 'em, except the Eclipse, but how many folks can tell that at a look without another boat to measure her by? As for fast, hell, it's easy enough to keep her times down. That way she don't get talked about. Marsh was furious. That was just what they'd do, he knew. Run her slow, at well under her capability, and thereby keep her inconspicuous. Somehow that seemed obscene to him. Problem is, the bald man said, there ain't no way for us to know what name they painted on her, so finding her ain't going to be easy. We can board every boat on the river, looking for these people you want, but— He shrugged. No, Abner Marsh said, I'll find her easier than that. No amount of paint is going to change the Fevre Dream, so I can't tell her when I see her. We got this far, now we keep going, all the way down to New Orleans. Marsh tugged at his beard. Mr. Grove, he said, turning to the mate, fetch me those pilots of yours. They're lower river men. They ought to know the steamers down here pretty well. Ask 'em if they'll go over those piles of newspapers I've been saving, and check off any boat that's strange to 'em. Sure thing, Captain, Grove said. Abner Marsh turned back to the detectives. I won't be needing you gentlemen any more, I don't believe, he said. But if you should happen to run into that steamer, you know how to reach me. I'll see that you get well paid. He stood up. Now, if you'll come back to the clerk's office, I'll give you the rest of what I owe you. They spent the rest of the day tied up at Vicksburg. Marsh had just finished supper, a plate of fried chicken sadly underdone, and some tired potatoes, when Cat Grove pulled up a chair next to him, a piece of paper in hand. It took them most of the day, Captain, but they done it, Grove said. There's too damn many boats, though. Must have been 30 neither of 'em knew. I went over the papers myself, checking the advertisements and such, to see what they said about the size of the boats, who the masters were, that kind of thing. Some names I recognized, and I was able to cross off a lot of stern-wheelers and undersized boats. How many left? Just 4, said Grove. 4 big side-wheelers that nobody's ever heard of. He handed the list to Abner Marsh. The names were printed out carefully in block capitals, one beneath the other. B. Schroeder, Queen City, Ozymandias, F. D. Heckinger. Marsh stared at the paper for a long time, frowning. Something there ought to mean something to him, he knew, but he couldn't figure out what or why for the life of him. Make any sense, Captain? It ain't the B. Schroeder, Marsh said suddenly. They were putting her together up to New Albany, at the same time they were working on the Fevre Dream. He scratched his head. That last boat, Grove said, pointing. Look at those initials, Captain. F.D., like for Fevre Dream, maybe. Maybe, Marsh said. He said the names aloud. F.D. Heckinger, Queen City, Ozzy. That one was hard. He was glad he didn't have to spell it. Ozymandias. Then Abner Marsh's mind, his slow, deliberate mind that never forgot anything, chucked the answer up in front of him, like a piece of driftwood thrown up by the river. He'd puzzled over that damn word before, very briefly, and not so long ago, when flipping through a book. Wait, he said to Grove. He rose and strode off to his cabin. The books were in the bottom drawer of his chest of drawers. What's that? Grove asked when Marsh returned. Goddamn poems, Marsh said. He flipped through Byron, found nothing, turned to Shelley, and it was there in front of him. He read it over quickly, leaned back, frowned, read it over again. Captain Marsh? Grove said. Listen to this, Marsh said. He read aloud. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. What is it? A poem, said Abner Marsh. It's a goddamn poem. But what does it mean? It means, said Marsh, closing the book, that Joshua is feeling sorry and beaten. You wouldn't understand why, though, Mr. Grove. The important thing that it means is that we're looking for a steamboat named of Ozymandias. Grove brought out another slip of paper. I wrote down some stuff from the papers, he explained, squinting at his own writing. Let's see. That Ozzy, whatever it is, it's working the Natchez trade. Master named J. Anthony. Anthony, said Marsh. Hell, Joshua's middle name was Anton. Natchez, you say? Natchez to New Orleans, Captain. We'll stay here for the night. Tomorrow, come dawn, we make for Natchez. You hear that, Mr. Grove? I don't want to waste a minute of light. When that damn sun comes up, I want our steam up, too, so we're ready to move. Maybe poor Joshua had nothing left but despair, but Abner Marsh had a lot more than that. There were accounts that wanted settling, and when he was through, there wasn't going to be any more left of Damon Julian than was left of that damned statue in the poem. Chapter 23. Aboard the steamer Eli Reynolds, Mississippi River, October 1857. Abner Marsh did not sleep that night. He spent the long hours of darkness in his chair on the hurricane deck, his back to the smoky lights of Vicksburg, looking out over the river. The night was cool and quiet, the water like black glass. Once in a while some steamer would heave into view, wreathed in flame and smoke and cinders, and the tranquility would shatter while she passed. But then the boat would tie up or steam on, the sound of her whistle would die away, and the darkness would mend itself, grow smooth once again. The moon was a silver dollar floating on the water, and Marsh heard wet, creaking sounds from the tired Eli Reynolds, and occasionally a voice or a footfall, or maybe a snatch of song from Vicksburg, and always beneath it all the sound of the river, the rush of the endless waters surging past, pushing at his boat, trying to take her with them south to where the night folks and the Fevre Dream were waiting. Marsh felt strangely filled with the night's beauty, with the dark loveliness that Joshua's gimp Britisher had been so moved by. He tilted his chair back against the old steamer's bell and gazed out over the moon and stars and river, thinking that maybe this would be the last moment of peace he would ever know. For tomorrow, or the day after for sure, they would find the Fevre Dream, and the summer's nightmare would begin again. His head was full of forebodings, full of memories and visions. He kept seeing Jonathan Jeffers, him with his sword cane, so damned cocksure and so damned helpless when Julian ran right up the blade. He heard the sound the clerk's neck made when Julian snapped it, and remembered the way Jeffers' spectacles had fallen off, the wink of gold as they tumbled to the deck, the terrible small sound that they made. His big hands clenched tight around his walking-stick. Against the dark river he saw other things as well. That tiny hand impaled on a knife, dripping blood. Julian drinking Joshua's dark potion. The wet smears on Harry Mike's iron billet when it had done its grisly work in the stateroom. Abner Marsh was afraid as he'd never been. To banish the specters that drifted across the night, he called up his own dream, a vision of him standing with the buffalo gun in hand at the door of the captain's cabin. He heard the gun roar and felt its awful kick, and saw Damon Julian's pale smile and dark curls burst apart, like a melon thrown from a height, a melon filled with blood. But somehow, even when the face was gone and the smoke of the gun had blown away, the eyes were still there, staring, beckoning, waking things in him, anger and hatred and darker, deeper feelings. The eyes were black as hell itself and filled with red chasms
endless and eternal as his river, calling to him, stirring his own lusts, his own red thirst. They floated before him, and Abner Marsh stared into them, into the warm black, and saw his answer there, saw the way to end them, better and surer than sword canes or stakes or buffalo guns. Fire. Out on the river the Fevre Dream was burning. Abner Marsh felt it all, the terrible sudden roar that ripped at the ears, worse than any thunder, the billows of flame and smoke, the burning chunks of wood and coal spilling everywhere, scalding hot steam bursting free, clouds of white death enveloping the boat, the walls blowing out and burning, bodies flying through the air afire or half-cooked, the chimneys cracking, collapsing, the screams, the steamer listing and sinking into the river, sizzling and hissing and smoking, charred corpses floating face down amid the debris, the great side-wheeler coming apart, until nothing was left but burnt wood and a chimney sticking up crookedly from the water. In the dream, when her boilers went, the name painted on her was still Fevre Dream. It would be easy, Abner Marsh knew. A consignment of freight for New Orleans. They'd never suspect. Barrels of explosives stowed down on the main deck carelessly near the red-hot furnaces and all those huge, unruly, high-pressure boilers. He could arrange it, and that would be the end for Julian and all the night folks. A fuse, a timer. It could be done. Abner Marsh closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the burning steamer was gone. The sounds of the screams and the boiler explosion had faded, and the night was quiet once again. "Can't," he said aloud to himself. "Joshua is still aboard her. Joshua." And others as well, he hoped. Whitey Blake, Carl Fram, Harry Mike Dunn, and his rousters. And there was his lady herself to consider, his Fevre Dream. Marsh had a glimpse of a quiet bend of river on a night like tonight, and two great steamers running side by side, plumes of smoke behind them, flattened by their speed, fires crowning their stacks, their wheels turning furiously. As they came on and on, one began to move ahead, a little now, then more and more, until she had opened up a boat's length lead. She was still pulling away when they passed out of sight, and Marsh saw the names written on them, and the leader was Fevre Dream, her flags flying as she moved upriver, swift and serene, and behind came the Eclipse, glittering even in defeat. "I will make it happen," Abner Marsh told himself. The crew of the Eli Reynolds had largely returned by midnight. Marsh watched them straggle in from Vicksburg, and heard Cat Grove direct the wooding-up operation in the moonlight, with a series of short, snapping commands. Hours later, the first wisps of smoke began to curl upward from the steamer's chimneys as the engineer fired her up. Dawn was still an hour off. It was about then that Yerger and Grove appeared on the hurricane deck with chairs of their own and a pot of coffee. They took seats next to Marsh in silence and poured him a cup. It was hot and black. He sipped it gratefully. "Well, Captain Marsh," Yerger said after a time. His long face was gray and tired. "Don't you think it's time you told us what this is all about?" "Since we got back to St. Louis," added Cat Grove, "you've been talking nothing but getting back your boat. Tomorrow, maybe, we'll have her. What then?" "You ain't told us much, Captain, except that you don't intend to bring in no police. Why is that, if your boat was stole?" "Same reason I ain't told you, Mr. Grove. They wouldn't believe my story for a minute." "Crew's curious," said Grove. "Me too. It ain't none of their business," said Marsh. "I own this steamboat, don't I? You work for me, and them too. Just do like I tell you." "Captain Marsh," said Yerger, "this old gal and I been on the river some years now. You gave her over to me soon as you got your second steamer, the old Nick Perot, I believe it was, back in '52. I took care of this lady ever since then, and you haven't relieved me, no, sir. If I'm fired, why, tell me so.
If I'm still your captain, then tell me what I'm taking my steamer into. I deserve that much." "I told Jonathan Jeffers," said Marsh, seeing the little glint of gold once again, "and he died on account of it. Maybe Harry Mike, too, I don't know." Cap Grove leaned forward gracefully and refilled Marsh's cup with lukewarm coffee from the pot. "Captain," he said, "from the little you told us, you ain't sure whether Mike is alive or not, but that ain't the point. You ain't sure about some others as well. Whitey Blake, that pilot of yours, all them that stayed on the Fevre Dream. You tell all them, too?" "No," Marsh admitted. "Then it don't make no mind," said Grove. "If there is danger down river, we have a right to know," said Yerger. Abner Marsh thought on that and saw the justice in it. "You're right," he said, "but you ain't going to believe it. And I can't have you leaving. I need this steamer." "We ain't going nowhere," said Grove. "Tell us the story." So Abner Marsh sighed and told the story once again. When he was finished, he stared at their faces. Both wore guarded expressions, careful, non-committal. "It is hard to credit," said Yerger. "I believe it," said Grove. "Ain't no harder to believe than ghosts. I seen ghosts myself, hell, dozens of times." "Captain Marsh," said Yerger, "you've talked a lot about finding the Fevre Dream, and seldom about your intentions after you find her. Do you have a plan?" Marsh thought of the fire, the boilers roaring and blowing, the screams of his enemies. He pushed the thought away. "I'm taking back my boat," he said. "You've seen my gun. Once I blow Julian's head off, I figure Joshua can take care of the rest." "You say you tried that, with Jeffers and Dunn, back when you still controlled the steamer and its crew. Now, if your detectives were right, the boat's full of slaves and cutthroats. You can't get aboard without being recognized. How will you get to Julian?" Abner Marsh had not really given the matter much thought, but now that Yerger had raised the point, it was plain to see that he couldn't hardly just stomp across the stage, buffalo gun in hand, alone, which is what he'd more or less intended. He thought on it a moment. If he could get aboard somehow as a passenger— But Yerger was right, that was impossible. Even if he shaved, there was no one on the river looked even approximately like Abner Marsh. "We'll go in force," Marsh said after a brief hesitation. "I'll take the whole damn crew of the Reynolds. Julian and Sour Billy probably figure I'm dead. We'll surprise them. By day, of course. I ain't taking no more chances with the light. None of the night folks ever seen the Eli Reynolds, and I reckon only Joshua ever heard the name. We'll steam right up next to her, wherever we find her landed, and we'll wait for a good bright sunny morning, and then me and all those who'll come with me will march over. Scum is scum, and whatever dregs Sour Billy found in Natchez ain't going to risk their skins against guns and knives. Maybe we'll have to take care of Billy hisself. But then the way's clear. This time I'll make goddamn sure it's Julian before I blow his head off." He spread his hands. "Satisfactory?" "Sounds good," said Grove. Yerger looked more dubious. But neither of them had any other suggestions worth a damn, so after a brief discussion they agreed to his plan. By then dawn had brushed the bluffs and hills of Vicksburg, and the Eli Reynolds had her steam up. Abner Marsh rose and stretched, feeling remarkably fit for a man who hadn't slept a wink all night. "Take her out," he said loudly to the pilot, who had passed them on his way to the plain little pilot-house. "Natchez." Deckhands cast loose the ropes that tied her to the landing, and the stern-wheeler backed out, reversed her paddle, and pushed out into the channel, while red and gray shadows began to chase each other across the eastern shore, and the clouds in the west turned rose. For the first 2 hours they made good time, past Warrenton and Hard Times and Grand Gulf. 3 or 4 larger steamers passed them up, but that was to be expected.
The Eli Reynolds wasn't built for racing. Abner Marsh was satisfied enough with her progress, so that he took himself below for 30 minutes, long enough to check and clean his gun and make sure it was loaded, and eat a quick breakfast of hotcakes and blueberries and fried eggs. Between St. Joseph and Rodney, the sky began to overcast, which Marsh didn't like one bit. A short time later, a small storm broke over the river. Not enough thunder, nor lightning, nor rain to hurt a fly, Marsh thought. But the pilot respected it enough to keep them tied up for an hour at a woodyard, while Marsh prowled the boat restlessly. Fram or Albright would have just pushed on through the weather, but you couldn't expect to get a lightning pilot on a boat like this. The rain was cold and gray. When it finally ended, however, there was a nice rainbow in the sky, which Marsh liked quite a lot, and still more than enough time to reach Natchez before dark. 15 minutes after casting off again, the Eli Reynolds fetched up hard against a sandbar. It was a stupid, frustrating mistake. The young pilot, barely past being a cub, had tried to make up some lost time by running an uncertain cutoff instead of staying with the main channel, which made a wide bend to the east. A month or two back it might have been a slick bit of piloting, but now the river stage was too low, even for a steamer drawing as little as the Eli Reynolds. Abner Marsh swore and fumed and stomped about angrily, especially when it became clear that they couldn't back her clear of the bar. Cat Grove and his men fetched out the wenches and grasshopper poles and set to. It rained on them a couple times, just to make things more difficult. But 4.5 wet, weary hours later, the pilot started the stern wheel up again, and the Eli Reynolds wrenched herself forward with a spray of mud and sand, shaking like she was about to fall to pieces, and then she was afloat. Her whistle blew in triumph. They crept along the cut-off cautiously for another half-hour, but once they regained the river, the current took hold of them, and the Reynolds picked up speed. She shot down-river, smoking and rattling like the very devil, but there was no way to make up the time she'd lost. Abner Marsh was sitting on the faded yellow couch in the pilot-house when they first glimpsed the city, up ahead on its bluffs. He set down his coffee cup on top of the big pot-bellied stove and stood behind the pilot, who was busy making a crossing. Marsh paid him no mind. His eyes were on the distant landing, where 20 or more steamers were nuzzling up against Natchez under the hill. She was there, as he had known she'd be. Marsh knew her right off. She was the biggest boat on the landing, and stuck out a good 50 feet beyond her nearest rival, and her stacks were tallest, too. As the Eli Reynolds drew nearer, Marsh saw that they hadn't changed her much. She was still mostly blue and white and silver, though they'd painted her wheelhouses a tawdry bright red, like the lips of a Natchez whore. Her name was spelled out in yellow lettering curved around the side of the paddle-box, crudely. Ozymandias, it said. Marsh scowled. "See the big one there?" he said to the pilot, pointing. "You put us close to her as you can, you hear?" "Yes, sir, Captain." Marsh looked at the town ahead with distaste. Already the shadows were growing in the streets, and the river waters wore the scarlet and gold tinge of sunset. It was cloudy, too damn cloudy. They had lost too much time at the woodyard and the cut-off, he thought, and sunset came a lot earlier in October than in summer. Captain Yerger had entered the pilot-house and moved to his side, and now he put words to Marsh's thoughts. "You can't go tonight, Captain Marsh. It's too late. It will be dark in less than an hour. Wait till tomorrow." "What kind of damn fool you take me for?" Marsh said. "Of course I'll wait. I made that damn mistake once. I ain't making it again." He stamped his walking-stick hard against the deck in frustration. Yerger started to say something else, but Marsh wasn't listening. He was still studying the big side-wheeler by the landing. "Hell," he said suddenly. "What's wrong?" Marsh pointed with his hickory stick. "Smoke," he said. "Damn them, they got her steam up. She must be leaving." "Don't be rash," Yerger cautioned. "If she leaves, she leaves, but we'll catch up to her somewhere else downriver." "They must run her by night,"
Marsh said. "Tie up during the day. I should have figured that." He turned to the pilot. "Mr. Norman," he said, "don't you land after all. Keep going downstream and put in at the first woodyard you see. Wait till that boat there passes you by, then follow her well as you can. She's a hell of a lot faster than the Reynolds, so don't you worry if she loses you. Just keep on down river as close behind her as you can." "Whatever you say, Captain," the pilot replied. He swung the worn wooden wheel hand over hand, and the Eli Reynolds turned her head abruptly and began to angle back out into the channel. They had been at the woodyard for 90 minutes, and it had been full night for at least 20, when the Fevre Dream came steaming past. Marsh shivered when he saw her approach. The huge side-wheeler moved down-river with a terrible liquid grace, a quiet smoothness that reminded him somehow of Damon Julian and the way he walked. She was half dark. The main deck glowed a faint reddish pink from the fires of her furnace, but only a few of the cabin windows on the boiler deck were lit up, and the Texas was entirely black, as was the pilot-house. Marsh thought he could see a solitary figure up there, standing at the wheel, but she was too far off to be sure. The moon and stars shone pale on her white paint and silver trim, and the red wheelhouses looked obscene. As she passed by, another steamer's lights appeared way downstream, ascending toward her, and they called out to one another in the night. Marsh would have known her whistle anywhere, he thought, but now it seemed to him that it had a cold and mournful sound to it that he had never heard before, a melancholy wail that spoke of pain and despair. "Keep your distance," he said to his pilot, "but follow her." A deckhand cast off the rope holding them to the woodyard snubbing-post, and the Eli Reynolds swallowed a mess of tar and pine knots and snorted out into the river after her larger wayward cousin. A minute or two later, the stranger steamer, ascending toward Natchez, crossed the Fevre Dream and steamed toward them, sounding a deep three-toned blast on her whistle. The Reynolds answered, but her call sounded so thin and weak compared to the Fevre Dream's wild shrill that it filled Marsh with unease. He had expected that the Fevre Dream would outdistance them within minutes, but it did not turn out that way. The Eli Reynolds steamed downstream in her wake for 2 solid hours. She lost the bigger boat a half-dozen times around river bends, but always caught sight of her again within minutes. The distance between the two steamboats widened, but so gradually that it was hardly worth mentioning. "We're running full out, or near it," Marsh said to Captain Yerger, "but they're just loafing. Unless they turn up the Red River, I reckon they'll stop at Bayou Sarah. That's where we'll catch 'em." He smiled. "Fittin', ain't it?" With 18 big boilers to heat and a lot of boat to move, the Fevre Dream ate up a lot more wood than her small shadow. She stopped to wood up several times, and each time the Eli Reynolds crept up on her a bit, although Marsh was careful to have his pilot slow to quarter speed so as not to catch the side-wheeler while she was taking on wood. The Reynolds herself stopped once to load up her nearly empty main deck with 20 cords of fresh-cut beech, and when she pushed back out into the river, the lights of the Fevre Dream had receded to a vague reddish blur on the black waters ahead. But Marsh ordered a barrel of lard chucked into the furnace, and the burst of heat and steam soon made up most of the lost distance. Near where the mouth of the Red River emptied into the wider Mississippi, a comfortable mile separated the two steamers. Marsh had just brought a fresh pot of coffee up to the pilot-house and was helping the pilot drink it when the man squinted over the wheel and said, "Take a look here, Captain. Appears the current's pushing her sideways. Ain't no crossing to be made there." Marsh put down his cup and looked. The Fevre Dream looked a lot closer all of a sudden, he thought, and the pilot was right. He could see a good portion of her larboard side. If she wasn't making a crossing, maybe the waters rushing in from the lesser river were responsible for her sheer, but he didn't see how a decent pilot would allow that. "She's just angling round a snag or a bar," Marsh said, but there was no certainty in his tone.
As he watched, the side-wheeler seemed to turn even more, so she was practically at cross angles to them. He could read the lettering on her wheelhouse in the moonlight. She almost looked like she was drifting. But the smoke and sparks still steamed from her stacks, and now her bow was swinging into view. "God damn," Marsh said loudly. He felt as cold as if he'd just taken another fall into the river. "She's turning. Damn it all to hell, she's turning." "What should I do, Captain?" asked the pilot. Abner Marsh did not answer. He was watching the Fevre Dream with fear in his heart. A stern-wheeler like the Eli Reynolds had 2 ways to reverse directions, both of them clumsy. If the channel was wide enough, she could round to in a big U, but that took a lot of room and a lot of push. Otherwise, she had to stop and reverse her paddle, back and turn, stop again and start forward to complete the turnabout. Either way took time, and Marsh didn't even know if they could round to right here. A side-wheeler was a damn sight more maneuverable. A side-wheeler could just reverse one wheel and keep the other going forward, so she'd spin about neat as you please, like a dancer twirling on a toe. Now Abner Marsh could see the forecastle of the Fevre Dream. Her stages, drawn up, looked like 2 long white teeth in the moonlight, and pale-faced figures in dark clothing were clustered together on the forward portions of the main and boiler decks. The Fevre Dream loomed ahead of them, bigger and more formidable than ever. She had almost completed her spin now, and the Eli Reynolds was still paddling toward her. Whap, 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 paddling toward those white maggot faces and darkness and hot red eyes. "You damn fool!" Marsh bellowed. "Stop her! Back her, damn it! Turn her! Ain't you got eyes? They're coming after us!" The pilot gave him an uncertain glance and moved to stop the paddle wheel and commenced to turn. But even as he did, Abner Marsh saw that it was too damn late. They'd never come around in time. And even if they did, the Fevre Dream would be on them in minutes anyway. Her power would be much more telling when both boats were struggling against the current. Marsh grabbed the pilot's arm. "No," he said. "Keep on. Faster. Go wide around them. Get some more lard in there. Quick, damn it. We got to shoot past them before they're on us. You hear?" The Fevre Dream was creeping toward them now, her decks a-crawl with the night folks. Smoke poured from her chimneys, and Marsh could almost count the waiting figures. The pilot reached for the steam whistle, but Marsh grabbed him again and said, "No." "We'll collide," the pilot said. "Captain, we gotta let 'em know which side we're taking." "Keep 'em guessing," Marsh said. "Damn you, it's our only chance. And get that lard in there." Across the dark moonlit waters, the Fevre Dream shrieked in triumph. It sounded like some demon wolf, thought Abner Marsh, howling after prey. Chapter 24. Aboard the steamer Ozymandias, Mississippi River, October 1857. "Well, well," said Sour Billy Tipton. "He's coming right to us. Ain't that nice of him?" "You are certain it is Marsh, Billy?" asked Damon Julian. "Take a look-see for yourself," Sour Billy said, handing Julian the telescope. "Right up there in the pilot-house of that rattletrap. Ain't no one else so fat or so warty. Good thing I got to wondering why they was staying behind us like that." Julian lowered the glass. "Yes," he said. He smiled. "Whatever would we do without you, Billy?" Then the smile faded. "But, Billy, you assured me that the captain was dead when he fell into the river. I'm sure you recall. Don't you, Billy?" Sour Billy looked at him warily. "We'll make sure this time, Mr. Julian." "Ah," said Julian. "Yes. Pilot, when we pass, I want us within feet of their side. Do you understand, pilot?" Joshua York looked away from the river briefly, without releasing his sure grip on the big black and silver wheel. His cold gray eyes met Julian's across the darkness of the pilot-house, then dropped abruptly. "We will pass close to them," York said in a hollow voice. On the couch behind the stove, Carl Fram stirred weakly, sat up and came over to stand behind York, staring out over the river with filmy, half-dead eyes. He moved slowly, unsteady as a drunk or a weak old man. Looking at him, it was hard to recall how troublesome the pilot had been at first, Billy thought. Damon Julian had tended to Fram proper enough, though. That day he'd come lollygagging back to the boat, not realizing how things had changed. The lanky pilot had made some damn fool brag about his 3 wives within Julian's hearing. Damon Julian had been amused. "Since you won't be seeing the others any more," Julian had said to Fram later, "you'll have 3 new wives aboard our steamer. A pilot has his privileges, after all." And now Cynthia, Valerie, and Kara took turns with him, careful not to drink too much all at once, but drinking regular enough. As the only licensed pilot, Fram couldn't be permitted to die, even though York did most of the steering now. Fram wasn't high and mighty any more, nor troublesome. He hardly talked at all, and he sort of shuffled when he walked. And he had tooth marks and wounds and such, all up and down his skinny arms, and a feverish look in his eyes. Blinking at the approach of Marsh's squatty stern-wheeler, Fram almost seemed to perk up a mite. He even smiled. "Close," he muttered. "You bet she'll come close." Julian looked at him. "What do you mean, Mr. Fram?" "Nothing at all," said Fram, "excepting that she's going to ram right into you." He grinned. "I bet old Captain Marsh has that derned boat stacked up to the boiler deck with explosives. It's an old river trick." Julian flicked his gaze back to the river. The stern-wheeler was bearing straight down on the Fevre Dream, belching fire and smoke like nobody's business. "He's lying," said Sour Billy. "He always lies." "Look how fast she's coming," Fram said. And it was true. With the current behind her and her paddle churning furiously, the stern-wheeler was coming on like the very devil. "Mr. Fram is right," said Joshua York, and he was turning the huge wheel as he spoke, hand over hand, with smooth, swift grace. The Fevre Dream swung her head sharply to the larboard. An instant later, the oncoming stern-wheeler sheered in the other direction, racing away from them. They could read the faded square lettering on her side. Eli Reynolds. "It's a damn trick," Sour Billy shouted. "He's letting them get past us." Julian said coldly, "There are no explosives. Put us close to them." And York began turning the wheel back at once, but it was too late. Marsh's boat had seen her chance and lurched forward with surprising speed, steam hissing from her scape pipes and tall white plumes. The Fevre Dream responded quickly, her head moving back in line. But already the Eli Reynolds was 30 yards to the starboard and surging past them, away safely, heading downriver. A shot rang out from her as she receded, the report clear even above the thunderous stroke of the Fevre Dream's engines and the noise of her paddles, but no damage was sustained. Damon Julian turned to Joshua York, ignoring Fram's grin. "You will catch them for me, Joshua, or I shall have Billy cast your bottles into the river, and you will thirst with the rest of us. Do you understand me?" "Yes," said York. He called down for a full stop on both wheels, then set the larboard paddle slow forward, the starboard in reverse. The Fevre Dream began to come about again, assisted by the current. The Eli Reynolds was rushing away from her, stern-mounted paddle kicking wildly, while sparks and flame poured from her stacks. "Good," said Damon Julian. He turned to Sour Billy. "Billy, I am going to my cabin." Julian spent a lot of time in his cabin, sitting all alone in the dark without so much as a candle, sipping brandy and staring off at nothing. More and more he was leaving the running of the boat to Billy, just like he had let Billy run the plantation while he sat in his dark, dusty library. "Stay here," Julian continued, "and see that our pilot does as I've told him. When we catch that steamer, bring Captain Marsh to me." "What about the others?" Billy asked uncertainly. Julian smiled. "I'm sure you'll think of something," he said. When Julian had gone, Sour Billy turned to watch the river. The Eli Reynolds had sped downriver a good stretch, while the Fevre Dream made her turn, and was several hundred yards ahead. But it was plain to see that it wouldn't last long. The Fevre Dream was surging forward like she hadn't done in months, both wheels turning full speed, the furnaces roaring, the decks pounding to the long, massive stroke of the engines below. Even as Billy watched, the distance between the two boats seemed to diminish. The Fevre Dream was just eating up the river. Marsh would be paying a call on Dame and Julian in no time at all. Sour Billy Tipton was looking forward to that, looking forward to it real keen. Then Joshua York had them ease up on the starboard paddle and began to turn the wheel. "Hey," Billy protested, "you're letting him get away. What are you doing?" He reached behind him and flicked out his knife, brandishing it at York's back. "What are you doing?" "Crossing the river, Mr. Tipton," answered York flatly. "You turn that wheel right back. Marsh ain't doing no crossing, not so I can see, and he's getting further ahead." York ignored the command, and Billy got angrier. "Turn back, I said." "A moment ago we passed a creek," said York, "with a dead cottonwood by its mouth. That is the mark. At that mark I must cross. If I kept straight on, I'd lose the deep water and sink us. There's a bluff reef on ahead there, too deep to show much of a sign on the water, but not so deep that it couldn't tear out our bottom. Isn't that right, Mr. Fram?" "Couldn't have said it better myself." Sour Billy glared around suspiciously. "I don't believe you," he said. "Marsh didn't cross, and he didn't get his bottom tore out neither. Not so I could notice." He flourished the knife. "You ain't going to let him get away," he said. The Eli Reynolds had already put another 100 feet between herself and the Fevre Dream. Only now was the smaller steamer starting to angle a bit to starboard. "Some mate," Carl Fram said with contempt. "Hell, that little stern wheeler we're chasing don't draw nothing. After a good range, he could steam halfway across the city of New Orleans without ever noticing that she'd left the river." "Abner is no fool," said Joshua York, "and neither is his pilot. They knew that reef was too deep to bother them, even with this stage on the river. They steamed right across it, hoping we would follow them and wreck ourselves. At best, we'd have been grounded until dawn. Do you understand, Mr. Tipton?" Sour Billy scowled, suddenly feeling like a fool. He put away his knife, and as he did, Carl Fram laughed. It was a chuckle, kind of, but that was enough for Billy to hear. He snapped, "Shut up, or I'll call your missus." Then it was his turn to snicker. The Eli Reynolds had gone around a point, but her smoke was still hanging in the air, and you could see her lights burning on the far side of the trees. Sour Billy stared off at the lights in silence. "Why do you care so much if Abner escapes?" York asked quietly. "What has the captain ever done to cause you harm, Mr. Tipton?" "I don't care for warts," said Billy coldly, "and Julian wants him. I do like Julian wants." "Whatever would he do without you?" said Joshua York. Sour Billy didn't care for the way he said it, but before he could protest, York was going on. "He is using you, Billy. Without you, he would be nothing. You think for him, act for him. You protect him by day. You make him what he is." "Yeah," said Billy proudly. He knew how important he was. He liked it just fine. It was even better on the steamer. He liked being a mate. The niggers he'd bought and the white trash he'd hired were all terrified of him. They called him Mr. Tipton and rushed to do like he said, without him ever having to raise his voice or even stare at them. Some of the White Rivermen had been unruly early on, till Sour Billy slit one open and stuffed him in a furnace with his belly hanging out. After that they got real respectful. The niggers were no trouble at all, except at landings, when Billy chained them up to the manacles he'd rigged on the main deck so they couldn't run off. It was better than being a plantation overseer. An overseer was white trash. Everybody looked down on him. But on the river, a steamer's mate was a man of substance, an officer, Somebody you had to be polite to. The promise Julian has made you is a lie, York was saying. You will never be one of us, Billy. We are different races. Our anatomy is different, our flesh, our very blood. He cannot make you over, no matter what he says. You must think I'm pretty damn stupid, Billy said. I don't got to listen to Julian. I heard the stories. I know how vampires can make other vampires. You were like me once, York, no matter what you say. Only you're weak and I ain't. Are you afraid? That was it, Billy thought. York wanted him to betray Julian so Julian wouldn't make him over, because once he was one of them, he'd be stronger than York, maybe as strong as Julian. I scare you, Josh, don't I? You think you're so damn fine, but you wait till Julian makes me over, and I make you come crawling to me. Wonder what it tastes like, that blood of yours. Julian knows, don't he? York said nothing, but Sour Billy knew he'd struck a sore spot. Damon Julian had tasted York's blood a dozen times since that first night aboard the Fevre Dream. In fact, he had drunk of no one else. "Because you are so beautiful, dear Joshua," he would say with a pale smile as he handed York a glass to be filled. It seemed to amuse him to make York submit. "He is laughing at you all the time," York said after a time. "Every day and every night. He mocks you. He despises you. He thinks you are ugly and ludicrous, no matter how useful you may be. You are nothing but an animal to him, and he will cast you aside like so much trash if he finds a stronger beast to serve him. He will make a sport of it, but by then you will be so corrupt and so rotten through that you will still believe, still grovel for him." "I ain't no groveler," Billy said. "Shut up. Julian ain't lying." "Then ask him when he intends to make you over. Ask him how he will perform this miracle, how he will lighten your skin and make over your body and teach your eyes to see in darkness. Ask Julian if you think he is not lying. And listen, Mr. Tipton. Listen to the mockery in his voice when he talks to you." Sour Billy Tipton was seething. It was all he could do to stop from pulling out the knife and sticking it in Joshua York's broad back. But he knew that York would just turn on him, and Julian wouldn't be pleased either. "All right," he said. "Maybe I will ask him. He's older than you, York, and he knows things you don't. Maybe I'll just ask him right now." Carl Fram chuckled again, and even York glanced away from the wheel to smile tauntingly. "Why are you waiting, then?" he said. "Ask him." Sour Billy went below to the Texas to ask. Damon Julian had taken over the captain's cabin that had been Joshua York's. Billy knocked politely. "Yes, Billy?" came the soft reply. He opened the door and entered. The room was black, but he could sense Julian sitting a few feet away in the darkness. "Have we caught Captain Marsh yet?" Julian asked. "He's still running," Billy said. "But we're going to have him soon, Mr. Julian." "Ah. Then why are you here, Billy? I told you to stay with Joshua." "I got to ask you something," Sour Billy said. He repeated all that Joshua York had told him. When he was done, the room was very quiet. "Poor Billy," Julian said finally. "Do you have doubts, Billy, after all this time? If you doubt, you will never complete the change, Billy. That is why dear Joshua is so tormented. His doubts have left him in between, half master and half cattle. Do you understand? You must have patience." "I want to start," Sour Billy insisted. "It's been years, Mr. Julian. Now we got this steamer, things is better than they was. I want to be one of you. You promised me." "So I did," Damon Julian chuckled. "Well then, Billy, we will have to start, won't we? You have served me well, and if you are so insistent, I can hardly refuse you, can I? You're so clever, I wouldn't want to lose you." Sour Billy could hardly believe his ears. "You mean you'll do it?" Joshua York would be awful sorry for his tone, Billy thought wildly. "Of course, Billy. I have given you a promise." "When?"
The change cannot be done in a single night. It will take time to transform you, Billy. Years." "Years?" Sour Billy said, dismayed. He didn't care to wait no years. In the stories it didn't take no years. "I'm afraid so. As you grew from a boy into a man, slowly, you now must grow from a slave into a master. We will nourish you well, Billy, and from the blood you will gain power, beauty, speed. You will drink life, and it will flow through your veins until you are reborn into the night. It cannot be done quickly, but it can be done. It shall be as I have promised. You will have the life eternal, and the mastery, and the red thirst will fill you. We will begin soon." "How soon?" "To begin, you must drink, Billy. For that we need a victim." He laughed. "Captain Marsh," he said suddenly. "He will suffice for you, Billy. When we catch his steamer, bring him here to me, as I have told you, unharmed. I shall not touch him. He will be yours, Billy. We will bind him up in his grand saloon, and you shall drink of him night after night. A man his size must have a lot of blood in him. He will last a long time, Billy, and take you a long way into the change. Yes, you will begin with Captain Marsh as soon as he is ours. Catch them, Billy, for me and for yourself." Chapter 25. Aboard the steamer Eli Reynolds, Mississippi River, October 1857. Abner Marsh was watching from the pilot-house of the Eli Reynolds when the Fevre Dream slid into her crossing. He stamped his stick down hard and cussed, but down under he wasn't sure whether he was disappointed or relieved. It would have cut the heart right out of him to see his lady rip herself asunder on that damned bluff reef, Marsh knew. On the other hand, now the Fevre Dream was still after them, and if she caught the Reynolds, no doubt Damon Julian would rip the heart right out of him. It seemed a losing game either way. Marsh stood there frowning while the pilot of the Eli Reynolds turned her rudder and began his own crossing. Steaming after them through the darkness, the Fevre Dream was a fearful sight. Marsh had built her to take the eclipse, to be the fastest boat that ever got up ahead of steam, and now he had to outrun her in one of the oldest, sorriest boats on the river. "No help for it," he said aloud, turning to his pilot. "We're in a race," he said. "See that we ain't caught." The man looked at him like he was crazy, and maybe he was. Abner Marsh took himself down to the main deck to see what he could do. Cat Grove and the head engineer, Doc Turney, had already taken charge. The deck was awash with heat. The furnace was roaring and crackling, and gouts of flame were licking up and sometimes out every time the firemen tossed in fresh wood. Grove had all his stokers down there, sweating and feeding that red-orange maw, and coating the beech and pine knots with lard before they tossed them in. Grove was carrying a pail of whiskey with a big copper ladle, and he went around to each man in turn so they could drink with only the briefest of pauses. Sweat ran down his bare chest in a steady stream, and, like his stokers, his face was red from the terrible heat. It was hard to see how they could stand it, but the furnace was fed steadily. Doc Turney was watching the pressure gauges on the boiler. Marsh went over and looked, too. Pressure was creeping higher and higher. The engineer looked at him. "Ain't had pressure up this high in the 4 years I've been on her," he shouted. You had to shout to be heard above the sizzle and cough of the furnace, the hiss of the steam, the pounding of the engine. Marsh put out a hand tentatively, pulled it back quickly. The boiler was too hot to touch. "What'll I do about the safety cock, Captain?" asked Turney. "Knock it back," Marsh shouted. "We need steam, mister." Turney frowned and did like he was told. Marsh watched the gauge. The needle rose steadily. The steam was practically shrieking through the pipes. But it was having its effect. The engine was shuddering and thumping like it was going to shake itself to pieces, and the wheel was turning, spinning faster than it had done in years. Whap, 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 spinning so the spray fanned out behind it,
and the whole boat vibrated, pushing like it had never pushed before. The second engineer and the strikers were dancing around the engines, oiling and greasing, keeping the stroke smooth. They looked like little black monkeys drenched in tar. They moved as quick as monkeys, too. They had to. It wasn't easy to grease up moving parts while they were moving, especially at the rate the Reynolds' old ratchety engine was moving now. "Faster!" Grove roared. "Faster with that lard!" A big red-haired fireman staggered away from the mouth of the furnace, dizzy with the heat. He dropped to his knees, but another stoker took his place at once, and Grove moved to the fallen man and poured a ladle of whiskey over his head. The man looked up, wet and blinking, and opened his mouth, and the mate ladled some more alcohol down his gut. In a minute he was up again, smearing lard on pine knots. The engineer grimaced and opened the escape pipes, sending scalding hot steam whistling up into the night, and dropping the boiler pressure a mite. Then it began to build again. Solder was running and melting on some of the pipes, but men were standing ready to patch up any that split open. Marsh was soaked with sweat from the damp heat of the steam and the dry wash of the furnace's fury. Everywhere around him folks were running, shouting, passing wood and lard, feeding the furnace, tending the boiler and the engines. The stroke and the wheel made a terrible noise. The furnace flames drenched them all in shifting red light. It was a sweltering inferno, a hell of noise and activity and smoke and steam and danger. The steamer was shaking and coughing and trembling like a man about to collapse and die. But she moved, and down here there was nothing Abner Marsh could say or do to make her move faster. He went out onto the forecastle gratefully, away from the awful heat, his jacket and shirt and pants as damp as if he'd just crawled out of the river. The wind moved around him, and Marsh felt wonderfully cold for a moment. Away ahead he saw an island dividing the river, and a light beyond that on the western bank. They were moving toward it fast. "Damn," Marsh said. "Must be doing 20 miles an hour. Hell, maybe we're doing 30. He said it loudly, almost shouting, as if the thunder of his voice would make it true. The Eli Reynolds was an 8-mile-an-hour boat on a good day. Of course, now she had the current behind her. Marsh thundered up the staircase, through the main cabin, and up onto the hurricane deck to get a look behind them. The tops of the short, stubby chimneys were throwing sparks everywhere and trailing fire, and as he watched, steam came boiling up from the escape pipes again as Doc Turney vented just enough to keep the damn boiler from blowing all of them to hell. The deck was unsteady underneath Marsh's feet, like the skin of something alive. The stern wheel was turning so fast that it was throwing up a goddamn wall of water, like a waterfall upside down. And behind them came the Fevre Dream, half-dark, smoke and fire from her tall, dark stacks rising halfway to the moon. She looked about 20 yards closer than when Marsh had gone downstairs. Captain Yerger stepped up beside Marsh. "We can't outrace her," he said in his weary gray tones. "We need more steam, more heat. The paddle can't turn any faster, Captain Marsh. If Doc sneezes at the wrong time, that boiler is going to blow and kill us all. Engine is 7 years old. It's going to shake itself to pieces. The lard is running low, too. When it's gone, we'll be firing her with just wood. This is an old lady, Captain. You've got her dancing like it was her wedding night, but she can't take much more of it." "Damn," said Marsh. He looked back past their paddle. The Fevre Dream came on and on. "Damn," he repeated. Yerger was right, he knew. Marsh glanced ahead. They were steaming up on the island. The river and the main channel curved away to the east. The western fork was a cut-off, but a minor one. Even at this distance, Marsh could see how it narrowed, how the trees leaned over the banks, extending their black, gnarled figures. He walked back to the pilot-house and entered. "Take the cut-off," he told the pilot. The pilot glanced back, half in shock. On the river, the pilot decided such things. The captain maybe made casual suggestions, but he didn't give orders. "No, sir," the pilot replied, less furiously than an older man might have. "Look at the banks, Captain Marsh. The river is falling. I know that cut-off, and it ain't passable this time of year. If I take her in there, we'll be setting on this boat till the spring floods."
Maybe that's so, Marsh said. But if we can't get through, there ain't no way in hell the Fevre Dream can. She'll have to go around. We'll lose her. Right now, losing her is more important than any damn snags or bars we might run into, you hear? The pilot frowned. You got no call to be telling me how to run this river, Captain. I got my reputation. I never wrecked no boat yet, and I don't aim to start tonight. We'll stay on the river. Abner Marsh felt himself turning red. He looked back. The Fevre Dream was maybe 300 feet behind them, and coming up quick. You damn fool, Marsh said. This is the most important race ever been run on this river, and I got a fool for a pilot. They'd have us all ready if Mr. Fram was at her wheel, or if they had a mate who knew how to run her. They're probably firing her with cottonwood. He jabbed his stick back at the Fevre Dream. But look, even slow as she's going, she'll have us damn soon now, unless we outpilot her. You hear me? Take that damn cutoff. I could report you to the association, the pilot said stiffly. I could chuck you over the side, Abner Marsh replied. He moved forward threateningly. Send out a yawl, Captain, the pilot suggested. We'll take soundings and see how she's running in there. Abner Marsh snorted in disgust. Out of the goddamn way, he said, shoving the pilot aside roughly. The man stumbled and fell. Marsh seized the wheel and turned it hard to the starboard, and the Eli Reynolds swung her head in answer. The pilot cussed and fumed. Marsh ignored him and concentrated on steering until the steamer had crossed the island's high, muddy point, pounding down the crooked western bank. He glanced back over his shoulder just long enough to see the Fevre Dream, a bare 200 feet behind now, slow and stop and begin to back furiously. When he looked again, a moment later, she was starting to veer off toward the eastern river bend. Then there was no more time for looking, as the Eli Reynolds hit something hard, a big log by the sound of it. The impact jarred Marsh's teeth together so hard he almost bit off his tongue, and he had to hang on the wheel grimly to keep his feet. The pilot, who'd just gotten up, went down again and groaned. The steamboat's speed sent her climbing over the obstacle, and Marsh saw it briefly, a huge black half-submerged tree. A horrible racket ensued, a deafening clattering and thumping, and the boat trembled like some mad giant had gotten hold of her and started to shake. And then there was a violent wrenching, and the awful sound of wood smashing to splinters as the stern wheel came hammering down on the log. "Damnation!" the pilot swore, climbing to his feet again. "Give me the wheel." "Gladly," Abner Marsh said, stepping out of the way. The Eli Reynolds had left the dead tree behind and was steaming madly down the shallow cutoff, shuddering as she plowed through one sandbar after another. Each one slowed her, and the pilot slowed her even more, ringing the engine-room bells like a wild man. "Full stop!" he called. "Full stop on the paddle!" The wheel turned a couple last leisurely licks and groaned to a halt. The two long, tall plumes of white steam hissed as they came venting up from the escape pipes. The Eli Reynolds lost her head and began to wobble a bit, and the steering wheel spun freely in the pilot's grip. "We've lost the rudder," he said, as the steamer bit into still another bar. This one stopped her. This time Abner Marsh did bite his tongue, as he stumbled forward into the wheel. Someone down below was screaming. He heard as he got back up and spit out a mouthful of blood. It hurt like hell. Fortunately, he hadn't bitten it clean off. "Damnation," the pilot said. "Look, just look." Not only had the Eli Reynolds lost her rudder, but half of her paddle wheel as well. It was still attached to the steamer, but it hung crookedly, and half of the wooden buckets were shattered or missing. The boat vented steam once again, groaned, and settled into the mud, listing a bit to starboard. "I told you we couldn't run this cut-off," the pilot said. "I told you. This time of year it's nothing but sand and snags. This ain't my doing, and I won't have nobody saying it was." "Shut your fool mouth," said Abner Marsh. He was looking back aft, where the river itself was still barely visible through the trees. The river looked empty.
Maybe the Fevre Dream had gone on. Maybe. "How long to round that bend?" Marsh asked the pilot. "Damnation, why the hell do you care? We ain't going nowhere till spring. You're going to need a new rudder and a new wheel both, and a good rise to get her off this bar." "The bend," Marsh insisted. "How long around the bend?" The pilot sputtered. 30 minutes, maybe 20 if she's sparkling like she was. But why does it matter? I tell you." Abner Marsh threw open the door of the pilot-house and roared for Captain Yerger. He had to roar 3 times, and it took a good 5 minutes before Yerger put in an appearance. "Sorry, Captain," the old man said. "I was down on the main deck. Irish Tommy and Big Johansen got scalded pretty bad." He saw the ruins of the paddle and stopped. "My poor old gal," he murmured in a crestfallen tone. "Some pipe bust?" Marsh asked. "A lot of pipes," Yerger admitted, tearing his gaze away from the battered paddle wheel. "Steam all over the place. Might have been worse if Doc hadn't opened the escape pipes quick and kept 'em open. That hit we took tore everything loose." Marsh sagged. That was the final blow. Now, even if they could winch themselves off the bar, rig up a new rudder, and somehow back clear of the cut-off on half a paddle, moving that damn tree somehow to get past it, none of which would be easy, they also had busted up steam pipes and maybe boiler damage to contend with. He cussed loud and long. "Captain," said Yerger, "we won't be able to hunt 'em down now like you planned, but at least we're safe. The Fevre Dream will steam round that bend and figure we're long gone, and they'll go down river after us." "No," said Marsh. "Captain, I want you to rig up stretchers for them that's burned and start off through the woods." He pointed with his stick. The riverbank was 10 feet away through shallow water. "Get to a town. Got to be one near." 2 miles past the foot of this island," the pilot put in. Marsh nodded at him. "Good. You take 'em there, then. I want all of you to go, and go quick." He remembered that glint of gold as Jeffers' spectacles tumbled off him, that terrible little flash. Not again, Abner Marsh thought. Not again on account of him. "Find a doctor to patch them up. You'll be safe, I reckon. They want me, not you." "You aren't coming?" asked Yerger. "I got my gun," said Abner Marsh, "and I got myself a feeling. I'm waiting. Come with us. If I run, they'll follow. If they get me, you're safe. That's how I figure it, anyway. If they don't come, then I come trudging after you at first light," Marsh said. He stamped his walking stick impatiently. "I'm still captain here, ain't I? Quit jawing with me and do like I say. I want all of you off my steamer, you hear?" "Captain Marsh," Yerger said, "at least let Cat and me help you." "No, git." "Captain, go!" shouted Marsh, red-faced. "Go!" Yerger blanched and took the startled pilot by the arm and drew him out of the pilot-house. When they had hurried down, Abner Marsh glanced back at the river once more. Still nothing, and then went down to his cabin. He took the rifle from the wall, checked it and loaded it, and slid the box of custom shells into the pocket of his white coat. Armed, Marsh returned to the hurricane deck and fixed up his chair where he could keep an eye on the river. If they were smart, Abner Marsh figured, they'd know how low the river stage was. They'd know that maybe the Eli Reynolds could run this cut-off, and maybe she couldn't. But even at best, she'd have to steam through slowly, sounding all the way. They'd know once they came round the bend that they'd beaten her. And if they knew that, they wouldn't steam down river at all. They'd hold the Fevre Dream near the foot of the cut-off, waiting for the Reynolds. And meanwhile, the men, or night folks, that they'd let off near the head of the island would be crawling through the cut-off in a yawl, just in case the Reynolds stopped or got hung up. That was what Abner Marsh would have done, anyway. The little stretch of river he could see was still empty. He felt a bit chilly waiting. Any moment now he expected to see the yawl coming round that stand of trees, full of silent, dark figures with faces pale and smirking in the moonlight. He checked his gun again and wished Yerger would hurry. Yerger and Grove and the rest of the crew of the Eli Reynolds had been gone 15 minutes, with still nothing moving on the river. There were lots of noises in the night, the water gurgling around the wreck of his steamer, the wind rattling the trees together, animals off in the woods. Marsh rose, finger on the trigger of his rifle, and scanned upstream warily. There was nothing to see, nothing but silty river water washing across sandbars, gnarled roots, the fallen black corpse of the tree that had smashed up his steamer's paddle. He saw driftwood moving, and nothing else. "Maybe they ain't so smart," he muttered under his breath. From the corner of his eye, Marsh glimpsed something pale on the island across the stream. He spun toward it, raising his gun to his shoulder. But there was nothing there, just black, dense woods and thick river mud. 20 yards of shallow water lay between him and the dark, silent island. Abner Marsh was breathing hard. What if they don't bring the yawl down the cutoff, he thought. What if they land it and come on foot? The Eli Reynolds creaked beneath him, and Marsh grew more uneasy. Just settling, he told himself. She's aground and settling into the sand. But another part of him was whispering that maybe that creak was a footstep, that maybe they'd stole up on him while he was watching the river. Maybe they were on the boat already. Maybe Damon Julian was coming up the staircase even now, gliding through the main cabin. He knew how quiet Julian could walk. And searching the cabins, moving toward the stair that would lead him up here to the hurricane deck. Marsh turned his chair so he faced the top of the stair, just in case a pale white face should suddenly heave into view. His hands were sweating where they held the rifle, making the stock all slippery. He wiped them on his pants leg. The sound of soft whispering came drifting up the stairwell. They were down there, Marsh thought. Down there plotting how to get at him. He was trapped up here alone. Not that being alone mattered. He'd had help before, and it hadn't made no difference to them. Marsh rose and moved to the top of the stair, looking down into the darkness, streaked by wan moonlight. He gripped the gun hard, blinked, waited for something to show itself. He waited for the longest time, listening to those vague whispers, his heart thumping away like the Reynolds' old tired engine. They wanted him to hear them, Abner Marsh thought. They wanted him to be afraid. They'd come sneaking up on his steamer like haunts, so fleet and silent he hadn't seen them, and now they were trying to put the fear on him. "I know you're down there," he shouted. "Come on up. I got something for you, Julian." He hefted the gun. Silence. "Damn you!" Marsh yelled. Something moved at the foot of the stairs. A darting figure, pale and quick. Marsh jerked the gun up to fire, but it was gone before he could even begin to take aim. He swore and took 2 steps down the stairs, then stopped. This was what they wanted him to do, he thought. They were trying to lure him down there, to the promenade, and the darkened cabins, and the dim, dusty saloon with the moonlight washing through its dirty skylight. Up here, on the hurricane deck, he could hold them off. They couldn't get to him easy up here. He could see them sliding up the stairs, climbing the sides, whatever. But down there, he'd be at their mercy. "Captain," a soft voice called up to him. "Captain Marsh." Marsh raised his gun, squinting. "Don't shoot, Captain. It's me. It's only me." She stepped into view at the bottom of the stairs. Valerie. Marsh hesitated. She was smiling up at him, dark hair catching the moonbeams, waiting. She wore trousers and a man's ruffled shirt, unbuttoned down the front. Her skin was soft and pale, and her eyes caught his and held them, shining violet beacons, deep, beautiful, endless. He could swim in those eyes forever. "Come to me, Captain," Valerie called. "I'm alone. Joshua sent me. Come down so we can talk." Marsh took 2 steps downward, trapped by those brilliant eyes. Valerie held her arms out.
The Eli Reynolds moaned and settled, shifting suddenly to starboard. Marsh stumbled and hit his shin hard against the stair, and the pain brought tears to his eyes. He heard faint laughter drifting up from below, saw Valerie's smile waver and fade. Cussing, Marsh swung the rifle back up to his shoulder and fired. The kick nearly tore off his shoulder and slammed him back against the steps. Valerie was gone, vanished like a ghost. Marsh swore and got to his feet and fumbled in his pocket for another cartridge, retreating backward up the stairway. "Joshua, hell!" he roared down at the darkness. "Julian sent you, damn him!" When he stepped backward onto the hurricane deck, listing at a 30-degree angle now, Marsh felt something very hard pressed between his shoulder blades. "Well, well," said the voice from behind him, "if it ain't Captain Marsh." The others appeared, one by one, when Marsh had dropped the gun to clatter on the deck. Valerie came last of all, and would not look at him. Abner Marsh cussed her up and down and round about as a treacherous whore. Finally she gave him one terrible accusing glance. "Do you think I have a choice?" she said bitterly. And Marsh ceased his tirade. It was not her words that quieted him, not her words, but the look in her eyes. For in those vast violet depths, glimpsed so briefly, Marsh saw shame and terror and thirst. "Move," said Sour Billy Tipton. "Damn you," said Abner Marsh. Chapter 26. Aboard the steamer Ozymandias, Mississippi River, October 1857. Abner Marsh had expected darkness, but when Sour Billy shoved him through the door to the captain's cabin, the room gleamed in the soft light of its oil lamps. It was dustier than Marsh remembered, but otherwise just as Joshua had kept it. Sour Billy closed the door, and Marsh was alone with Damon Julian. He gripped his hickory stick hard. Billy had thrown the gun in the river, but allowed Marsh to retrieve the stick, and scowled. "If you're going to kill me, come on and try," he said. "I ain't in the mood for no games." Damon Julian smiled. "Kill you? Why, Captain, I'd planned to feed you dinner." A silver serving tray had been set on the small table between two big leather chairs. Julian lifted its cover to reveal a plate of pan-fried chicken and greens, turnips and onions on the side, and a slice of apple pie topped with cheese. "There is wine, too. Please have a seat, Captain." Marsh looked at the food and smelled it. "Toby's still alive," he said with a sudden certainty. "Of course he is," Julian said. "Will you sit?" Marsh moved forward warily. He couldn't figure what Julian was up to, but he considered it for a moment and decided he didn't care. Maybe the food was poisoned, but that didn't make no sense. They had easier ways of killing him. He sat down and picked up a chicken breast. It was still hot. He bit into it ravenously and recalled how long it had been since he'd had a decent meal. Maybe he was going to die presently, but at least he'd die on a full stomach. Damon Julian, resplendent in a brown suit and golden vest, watched Marsh eat with an amused smile on his pale face. "Wine, Captain?" was all he said. He filled 2 glasses and sipped delicately from his own. When Abner Marsh had polished off the pie, he sat back in his chair and belched, then screwed up his face in a scowl. "A good meal," he said grudgingly. "Now, why am I here, Julian?" "The night you made your hasty departure, Captain, I tried to tell you I simply wanted to talk to you. You chose not to believe me." "Damn right I didn't believe you," said Marsh. "Still don't. But now I ain't got much say on the matter, so talk." "You are bold, Captain Marsh, and strong. I admire you." "Can't say I got much use for you." Julian laughed. His laughter was pure music. His dark eyes shone. "Amusing," he said. "Such bluster." "I don't know why you're trying to butter me up, but it ain't going to do you no good. All the fried chicken in the world ain't going to make me forget what you did to that damn baby, and to Mr. Jeffers." "You seem to forget that Jeffers had just run me through with a sword," Julian said. "That is not something one takes lightly." "That baby didn't have no sword." "A slave," Julian said lightly. "Property by the laws of your own nation. Inferior, according to your own people. I spared it a life of bondage, Captain." "Go to hell," said Marsh. "It was just a damned baby, and you cut off its hand like you was cutting the head off a chicken, and then you crushed its head in. It didn't do nothing to you." "No," said Julian, "nor did Gene Ardent harm you or your people. Yet you and your mate crushed his skull in while he slept. We thought he was you." "Ah," said Julian. He smiled. "A mistake, then. But whether you acted in error or not, you slaughtered an innocent man. You do not seem unduly consumed by guilt." "He wasn't no man. He was one of you, a vampire." Julian frowned. "Please, I share Joshua's distaste for that term." Marsh shrugged. "You contradict yourself, Captain Marsh," Julian said. "You judge me evil for doing what you do without compunction, taking the lives of those unlike yourself. No matter. You defend your own kind. You even include the dark races. I admire that, you see. You know what you are. You understand your place, your nature. That is as it should be. You and I, we are alike in that." "I ain't nothing like you," Marsh said. "Ah, but you are. We accept our natures, you and I. We do not seek to become things we are not, things we were never meant to be. I despise the weak, the changelings, who so hate themselves that they must pretend to be something else. You feel the same way." "I do not." "No? Why do you hate Sour Billy so?" "He's contemptible." "Of course he is." Julian looked highly amused. "Poor Billy is weak, and thirsts to be strong. He will do anything to be one of my people. Anything. I have known others like him, so many others. They are useful, often entertaining, but never admirable. You despise Billy because he apes our race and preys on your own, Captain Marsh. Dear Joshua feels the same way, little realizing that in Billy he sees his own reflection." "Joshua and Billy Tipton ain't nothing alike," Marsh said stoutly. "Billy is a goddamned weasel. Joshua's maybe done some vile things, but he's trying to make up for them. He would have helped you all. He would have made us as you are. Captain Marsh, your own nation is terribly divided on this issue of slavery, a slavery based on race. Suppose you could end it. Suppose you had a way to turn every white man in this land soot black overnight. Would you do it?" Abner Marsh scowled. He didn't much like the idea of turning soot black, but he saw where Julian was heading, and he didn't much want to go there either, so he said nothing. Damon Julian sipped his wine and smiled. "Ah," he said, "you see, even your abolitionists admit the dark races are inferior. They would have no patience with a slave trying to pretend at being white, and they would be disgusted if a white man should drink a potion in order to turn black. I did not hurt that slave child from malice, Captain Marsh. There is no malice in me. I did it to reach Joshua, dear Joshua. He is beautiful, but he sickens me. You are another case. Did you truly fear that I would harm you that night in August? Oh, perhaps I would have in my pain and rage, but not before. Beauty draws me, Captain Marsh, and you have none of that." He laughed. "I don't think I've ever seen an uglier man. You are gross, rolling with fat, covered with coarse hair and warts. You stink of sweat. You have a flat nose and a pig's eyes. Your teeth are crooked and stained. You could no more wake the thirst in me than Billy could. Yet you are strong, and you have a gross courage, and you know your place. All these I admire. You can run a steamboat, too. Captain, we should not be enemies. Join me. Run the Fevre Dream for me." He smiled. "Or whatever it's called now. Billy decided it had to be renamed, and Joshua found a name somewhere. You can change it back if you'd prefer." "She," Marsh said. Julian frowned. "Boat's a she, not an it," Marsh said. "Ah," said Damon Julian. "Billy Tipton is running this boat, ain't he?" Julian shrugged. "Billy is an overseer, not a riverman. I can dispose of Billy. Would you like that, Captain? That can be your first reward if you join me. Billy's death. I will kill him for you, or let you do it yourself. He killed your mate, you know." "Harry Mike?" Marsh said, feeling chilled. "Yes," said Julian. "And your engineer, too, after a few weeks. He caught him trying to weaken the boilers so they'd explode. Would you like to revenge your people? It is within your power." Julian leaned forward intently, his dark eyes gleaming, excited. "You can have other things as well. Wealth. I care nothing for that. You can handle all my money." "All you stole from Joshua." Julian smiled. "A bloodmaster receives many gifts," he said. "I can offer you women as well. I have lived among your people for many years. I know your lusts, your thirsts. How long has it been since you've had a woman, Captain? Would you like Valerie? She can be yours. She is lovelier than any woman of your race, and she will not grow old and hideous, not in your lifetime. You can have her. The others as well. They will not harm you. What else would you like? Food? Toby is still alive. You can have his cooking 6, 7 times a day if you desire. You are a practical man, Captain. You do not share the religious delusions of your race. Consider what you are being offered. You will have the power to punish your enemies and protect your friends. A full stomach, money, women, and all for doing what you want to do desperately, for running this steamboat. Your Fevre Dream." Abner Marsh snorted. "She ain't mine no more. You fouled her." "Look around you. Are things so bad? We have run between Natchez and New Orleans regularly. The steamer is in good repair. Hundreds of passengers have come and gone without ever noticing anything amiss. A few vanish, most of them ashore, in the towns and cities we visit. Billy says it is safer that way. Only a handful have died aboard your steamer, those whose beauty and youth were too exceptional. More slaves die every day in New Orleans. Yet you do not work against slavery. The world is full of evils, Abner. I do not ask you to condone or participate. Just run your steamer and mind your own business. We need your expertise. Billy drives away passengers. We lose money on every run. Even Joshua's funds are not inexhaustible. Come, Abner, give me your hand. Agree. You want to. I can feel it in your eyes. You want this steamer back again. It is a thirst in you, a passion. Take it, then. Good and evil are silly lies, nonsense put forth to plague honest, sensible men. I know you, Abner, and I can give you what you want. Join me. Serve me. Take my hand, and together we will outrun the eclipse." His dark eyes swirled and burned, endless depths, reaching deep inside Marsh, touching him, feeling him intimately, unclean and yet seductive, calling. His hand was extended. Abner Marsh started to reach out for it. Julian smiled so nicely, and his words made so much sense. He wasn't asking Marsh to do nothing terrible. Just run a steamboat. Help protect him, protect his friends. Hell, he'd protected Joshua, and Joshua was a vampire too, wasn't he? And maybe there'd been some killing on the boat, but a man had been strangled on the Sweet Fever back in '54, and 2 gamblers had been shot dead on the Nick Perot when Marsh was running her. None of that had been his blame. He was just tending his own affairs, running his steamers. It wasn't like he'd kill anybody himself. Man had to protect his friends, but not the whole world. He'd see to it that Sour Billy got what he deserved. It all sounded good, a damn good deal. Julian's eyes were black and hungry, and his skin felt cool, hard like Joshua's that night on the levee. And Abner Marsh snatched his hand away. "Joshua," he said loudly, "that's it. You ain't beaten him yet, have you? You got him whipped, but he's still alive, and you ain't got him to drink blood. You ain't got him to change. That's why." Marsh felt his blood rising to his face. "You don't care how much damn money this steamboat makes. If she sunk tomorrow, you wouldn't care a good goddamn. You'd just go somewheres else. And Sour Billy? Maybe you want to get rid of him. Use me instead. But that ain't it. It's Joshua. If I join you, it will break whatever he's got left. Prove you right. Joshua trusted me, and you want me 'cause you know what that'd do to him." Julian's hand was still extended, rings shining softly on his long, pale fingers. "Damn you!" Marsh roared, and he picked up his walking stick and swung it hard, smashing the hand to the side. "Damn you!" The smile died on Damon Julian's lips, and his face became something inhuman. There was nothing in his eyes but darkness and age and flickering dim fires that burned with ancient evil. He stood up, so he towered over Abner Marsh, and he snatched the stick away as Marsh swung it at his face. He broke it with his bare hands as easily as Marsh might break a dead match, and tossed it to the side. The pieces clattered off the wall and dropped to the carpet. "You might have been remembered as the man who outran the eclipse," Julian said with a malicious coldness. "Instead, you will die. It is going to last a long time, Captain Marsh. You are much too ugly for me. I am giving you to Billy, to teach him the taste of blood. Maybe dear Joshua should have a glass as well. It would do him good." He smiled. "As for your steamboat, Captain Marsh, don't worry. I will take good care of her after you're gone. No one on the river will ever forget your Fevre Dream." Chapter 27. Aboard the steamer Ozymandias, Mississippi River, October 1857. Dawn was breaking when Abner Marsh was led from the captain's cabin. Morning mists lay heavily on the river, gray wisps that drifted and curled smokily across the water and threaded themselves through the steamer's rails and colonnades, writhing like living things, soon to burn and perish in the light of the morning sun. Damon Julian saw the red blush in the east, and remained in the dimness of his cabin. He pushed Marsh through the door. "Take the captain to his cabin, Billy," he said. "Keep him safe until dark. You will be so kind as to join us for supper, Captain Marsh?" He smiled. "I knew you would." They were waiting just outside. Sour Billy, in a black suit and a checkered vest, was sitting with his chair tilted back against the wall of the Texas, cleaning his fingernails with his knife. He stood up when the door opened, and tossed the knife easily in his hand. "Yes, sir, Mr. Julian," he said, his ice-colored eyes fixed on Marsh. He had two others with him. The night folks who'd helped Billy take Marsh from the Eli Reynolds had retreated back to their staterooms to escape the touch of morning, so Billy had called up some of his river scum, it appeared. As Julian shut the cabin door, they moved in. One of them was a portly youth with ragged brown whiskers, a live oak cudgel stuck through his cord belt. The other one was a giant, and the ugliest damn thing Abner Marsh had ever seen. He must have stood near 7 foot tall, but he had a tiny little head, squinty eyes, wooden teeth, and no nose at all. Abner Marsh stared. "Don't you go looking at Noseless," Sour Billy said. "It ain't polite, Captain." Noseless, as if to agree, grabbed Marsh's arm roughly and twisted it up behind him so hard it hurt. "A gator bit off his nose," Sour Billy said. "Ain't his fault. You hold Captain Marsh tight now, Noseless. Captain Marsh is fond of jumping into the river, and we don't want none of that."
Billy swaggered over and poked his knife into Marsh's stomach, just enough so Marsh felt the prick.
"You swim better'n I figured, Captain. Must be all this fat makes it easier to float."
He twisted the knife suddenly and sliced a silver button from Marsh's jacket. It fell clattering to the deck and rolled around and around in a circle until Sour Billy stepped on it.
"No swimming today, Captain. We're going to bed you down proper. You even get your own cabin. Don't think you're going to sneak out, neither. Maybe the night folks is all asleep, but Noseless or me will be right outside all day. Come on, now."
Billy flipped his knife in the air lazily, sheathed it, and turned. He led them aft, Noseless propelling Marsh along behind him, the third man bringing up the rear. They rounded a corner of the Texas and nearly bowled right into Toby Lanyard.
"Toby!"
Marsh exclaimed. He tried to step forward, but Noseless twisted his arm, and Marsh grunted in pain and stopped. Sour Billy Tipton stopped too, staring.
"What the hell you doing up here, nigger?"
he snapped. Toby didn't look at him. He stood there in a frayed brown suit, his hands clasped behind his back, head bowed, scuffing one boot nervously against the deck.
"I said, what the hell you doing here, nigger?"
Sour Billy said dangerously.
"Why ain't you chained up in the kitchen? You give me an answer now, or you're going to be one sorry nigger." "Chained?"
Marsh roared. At that, Toby Lanyard finally raised his head and nodded.
"Mr. Billy says I's a slave again. Never mind, I got no freedom papers. He chains us all up when we ain't working."
Sour Billy Tipton reached behind him and pulled out his knife.
"How'd you get loose?" he demanded.
"I broke his chains, Mr. Tipton," said a voice from above them. They all looked up. On top of the Texas, Joshua York stood staring down at them. His white suit shone against the morning sun, and a gray cloak was rippling in the wind.
"Now," said York, "kindly let go of Captain Marsh."
"It's daylight out," the stout young hand said, pointing at the sun with his oak cudgel. He sounded scared.
"You get yourself out of here,"
Sour Billy Tipton said to York. His neck craned back awkwardly so he could see the interloper.
"You try anything, and I'm calling Mr. Julian."
Joshua York smiled.
"Really?"
he said, glancing at the sun. It was clearly visible now, a burning yellow eye amidst a blaze of red and orange clouds.
"Do you imagine he'd come?"
Sour Billy's tongue flicked nervously across his thin lips.
"You don't scare me none."
He hefted his knife.
"It's day, and you're all alone."
"No, he ain't," said Toby Lanyard. Toby's hands had come out from behind his back. There was a meat cleaver in one of them and a big ragged-edged carving knife in the other. Sour Billy Tipton stared and took a step backward. Abner Marsh glanced over his shoulder. Noseless was still squinting up at Joshua. His grip had loosened just a little. Marsh saw his chance. With all his strength he threw himself back into the giant, and Noseless stumbled and went down. Abner Marsh landed on top of him, all 300 pounds, and the giant grunted like a cannonball had just caught him in the gut, and all the breath went out of him, and Marsh wrenched free his arm and rolled. He checked his roll barely in time. A knife sprung up, quivering in the deck, an inch in front of his face. Marsh swallowed hard and then smiled. He yanked the blade free and got to his feet. The man with the cudgel had taken 2 quick steps forward and thought better of it. Now he stepped back, and Joshua jumped quicker than Marsh could blink, landed behind the man, warded off a wild blow of the live oak club, and all of a sudden the heavy youth was on the deck out cold. Marsh hadn't even seen the blow that did it.
"Leave me alone,"
Sour Billy said. He was retreating before Toby. He retreated right into Marsh, who grabbed him and spun him around and slammed him up against a door.
"Don't kill me,"
Billy squealed. Marsh pressed an arm against his windpipe and leaned into him, pushing the knife up against Billy's skinny ribs over the heart. Those ice-colored eyes had gone wide and scared.
"Don't!"
he choked.
"Why the hell not?"
"Abner!" warned Joshua, and Marsh glanced back just in time to see Noseless come surging to his feet. He made an animal noise and lunged forward, and then Toby moved faster than Marsh would ever have imagined, and the giant stumbled to his knees, choking on his own blood. Toby had made a single slash with that carving knife and opened his throat for him. Blood came pouring out, and Noseless blinked his squinty little eyes and raised his hands up against his neck as if to catch it as it fell. Finally he collapsed. "That was not necessary, Toby," Joshua York said quietly. "I could have stopped him." Gentle Toby Lanyard just frowned, holding his cleaver and the bloody knife. "I ain't so good as you is, Captain York," he said. He turned to Marsh and Sour Billy. "Cut him open, Captain Marsh," he urged. "I bet you Mr. Billy ain't got no heart in there." "Don't, Abner. One killing is enough." Abner Marsh heard both of them. He shoved the knife forward just enough to prick through Billy's shirt and start a little trickle of bleeding. "You like that?" Marsh asked. Sweat plastered Billy's lank hair to his brow. "You like it good enough when you're holding the knife, don't you?" Billy choked on his reply, and Marsh let up the pressure on his skinny neck enough to let him talk. "Don't kill me," Billy said, his voice gone thin and shrill. "It ain't my doing. It's Julian. He makes me do them things. He'll kill me if I don't do like he tells me." "He killed old Harry Mike and Whitey, too," Toby said, "and a mess of other folks. One man he burned up in the furnace. You could hear that poor man screaming all over. Told me I was a slave again, Captain Marsh, and when I shows him my freedom papers, he done rip 'em up and burn 'em. Cut him up, Captain." "He's lying. Them a damn nigger lies." "Abner," said Joshua, "let him go. You have his weapon. He's harmless now. If you kill him like this, you're no better than he is. He can help us if anyone challenges us as we're leaving. We still have to reach the yawl and get away." "Yawl?" said Abner Marsh. "To hell with the yawl. I'm taking my steamboat back." He smiled at Sour Billy. "Billy here can get us into Julian's cabin, I reckon." Sour Billy swallowed hard. Marsh felt the lump of his Adam's apple against his skin. "If you attack Julian, you go alone," Joshua said. "I will not help you." Marsh craned his head around and stared at York in astonishment. "After all he done?" All of a sudden Joshua looked awful weak and tired. "I cannot," he whispered. "He is too strong, Abner. He is Bloodmaster. He rules me. Even to dare this much goes against all the history of my people. He has bonded me to him 12 times, forcing me to feed him with my blood. Each submission leaves me weaker, more in his thrall. Abner, please understand. I could not do it. He would look at me with those eyes, and before I could take 2 steps I would be his. As likely as not, it would be you I killed, not Julian." "Toby and me will do it then," Marsh said. "Abner, you would not have a chance. Listen to me. We can escape now. I've taken a great risk to save you. Do not throw it away." Marsh looked back at helpless Billy and thought on it. Maybe Joshua was right. Besides, his gun was gone now. They didn't have nothing to hurt Julian with. Knives and meat cleavers sure wouldn't do it, and Marsh wasn't anxious to face Julian hand to hand. "We'll go," he said at last. "But after I kill this one." Sour Billy whimpered. "No," he said. "Let me go. I'll help you." His pock-scarred face was moist. "It's easy for you, with your damn fancy steamboat and all. I never had no choice. Ain't never had nothing. No family, no money. Got to do like I'm told." "You ain't the only one ever growed up poor," Marsh said. "It ain't no excuse. You made up your own goddamn mind to be like you are." His hand was shaking. He wanted to shove the knife in so bad it hurt. But somehow he couldn't. Not like this. "Damn you," Marsh said grudgingly. He let go of Billy's throat and stepped backward, and Billy pitched forward to his knees. "Come on, you're getting us safe to that damn yawl." Toby made a sound of disgust, and Sour Billy eyed him warily. "Keep that damn nigger cook away from me. Him and that cleaver. You keep 'em away." "On your goddamn feet," Marsh said. He looked over to Joshua, who was holding a hand against his forehead.
"You all right?"
"The sun," York said wearily. "We have to hurry."
"Others," said Marsh. "What about Carl Fram? He's still alive?"
Joshua nodded.
"Yes, and others. But we can't free them all. We don't have the time. This has taken too long as it is."
Abner Marsh frowned.
"Maybe so," he said, "but I ain't leaving without Mr. Fram. Him and you are the only ones can pilot this steamer. If we take both of you, she'll be stuck here until we can come back."
Joshua nodded.
"He's guarded. Billy, who is with Fram now?"
Sour Billy had struggled to his feet.
"Valerie," he said,
and Marsh remembered that pale form and beckoning violet eyes, drawing him down into the darkness.
"Good," said Joshua. "Hurry."
And then they were moving, Marsh keeping a wary eye on Sour Billy, Toby concealing his weapons within the folds and pockets of his coat. Fram's cabin was up on the Texas, but around on the far side of the boat. The window was curtained and shuttered, the door locked. Joshua shattered the lock with a single short blow of his hard white hand and pushed it open. Marsh crowded in after him, pushing Sour Billy before him. Fram was fully clothed, lying face down on the bed, dead to the world. But next to him a pale form sat up and stared at them from wide, angry eyes.
"Who? Joshua!"
She rose from the bed swiftly. Her nightdress fell in white folds around her.
"It's Day. What do you want?"
"Him," said Joshua.
"It's Day,"
Valerie insisted. Her eyes lingered on Marsh and Sour Billy.
"What are you doing?"
"Leaving," said Joshua York, "and Mr. Fram is going with us." Marsh told Toby to keep an eye on Billy and went over to the bed. Carl Fram didn't move. Marsh rolled him over. There were wounds on his neck, and dried blood on his shirt and his chin. He moved limply, heavily, and showed no signs of waking. But he was still breathing.
"The thirst was on me,"
Valerie said, her voice small, looking from Marsh to York.
"After the hunt, I had no choice. Damon gave him to me."
"Is he still alive?" Joshua asked.
"Yes," said Marsh. "We'll have to carry him, though."
He stood up and gestured.
"Toby, Billy, you take him down to the yawl."
"Joshua, please," Valerie pleaded. Standing there in her nightdress, she looked helpless and afraid. It was hard to see her the way she'd been on the Eli Reynolds, or imagine her drinking Fram's blood.
"When Damon finds him gone, he will punish me. Please don't."
Joshua hesitated. "We must take him, Valerie."
"Take me too, then," she said. "Please."
"It is Day."
"If you can risk it, I can. I'm strong. I'm not afraid."
"It's too dangerous," Joshua insisted.
"If you leave me here, Damon will be certain I helped you," Valerie said. "He'll punish me. Haven't I been punished enough? He hates me, Joshua. He hates me because I loved you. Help me. I don't want it. The thirst. I don't. Please, Joshua, let me come with you."
Abner Marsh could see her fear, and all of a sudden she no longer seemed like one of them, only like a woman, a human woman begging for help.
"Let her come, Joshua."
"Dress, then," Joshua York said.
"Hurry.
Wear some of Mr. Fram's clothing. It's heavier than your own, and will cover more of your skin."
"Yes,"
she said. She slipped off the nightdress to reveal a slender white body, high, full breasts, strong legs. From a drawer she got one of Fram's shirts and buttoned it on. In barely a minute she was dressed, trousers, boots, vest, and coat, a slouch hat. All of it was too big for her, but it didn't seem to hinder her movement. "Come on," Marsh snapped. Billy and Toby carried Fram between them. The pilot was still unconscious, and his boots scraped along the deck as they hurried to the stair. Marsh came just behind them, his hand on the knife, which he kept shoved through his belt, concealed by the hang of his jacket. Valerie and Joshua brought up the rear. The Grand Saloon was full of passengers, a few of whom eyed them curiously, but no one said anything. Down on the main deck they had to step over sleeping deckhands, None of them men Marsh recognized. As they approached the sounding yawl, a couple of men moved toward them.
"Where are you going?"
one demanded.
"None of your concern," Sour Billy said. "We're taking Fram here for some doctoring. Seems he ain't feeling good. Both of you now, help us get him into the yawl."
One of the men hesitated, staring at Valerie and Joshua. Clearly it was the first time he'd seen either by day.
"Does Julian know about this?" he said.
Others were watching from all around the main deck, Marsh saw. He held the knife tightly, ready to slit Sour Billy's goddamn throat if he said one wrong word.
"You giving me lip, Tim?" Billy asked coldly. "You better think of what happened to Alligator George, maybe. Now move your damn ass and do like I told you."
Tim flinched and jumped to obey. 3 others rushed to help him, and in no time at all the yawl was in the water alongside the steamer, and Carl Fram had been lowered into it. Joshua helped Valerie step across, and Toby hopped down after them. The deck was lined with curious hands now. Abner Marsh moved real close to Sour Billy Tipton and whispered, "You done real good so far. Now get into the yawl." Sour Billy looked at him.
"You said you'd let me go," he said. "I lied," Marsh said. "You're staying with us till we're out of here."
Sour Billy backed away.
"No," he said. "You're just going to kill me." He raised his voice. "Stop them!" he shouted. "They had me prisoner. They're running off. Stop them!"
He wrenched backward, out of Marsh's reach. Marsh cussed and pulled loose the knife, but it was too late. All the deckhands and rousters were moving toward him. A couple had knives of their own, he saw.
"Kill him!" Sour Billy was yelling. "Get Julian! Get help! Kill them!"
Marsh grabbed the rope holding the yawl to the steamer, parted it with one swift stroke of the knife, and threw the blade at Billy's yapping mouth. But it was a bad throw, and anyhow, Sour Billy ducked. Someone grabbed Marsh's jacket. He hit him hard across the face and shoved him into the men behind him. The yawl was drifting with the current now. Marsh moved to step across before it went out of reach. Joshua was yelling for him to hurry, but somebody caught him around the throat and yanked him back. Abner Marsh kicked back furiously, but the man held on, and the yawl was getting further away downstream. Joshua was yelling, and Marsh thought he was done for. Then Toby Lanyard's goddamn cleaver went whizzing by his ear, taking off a piece of it as it went, and the arm around his throat fell away, as Marsh felt blood spatter his shoulder. He threw himself forward, towards the yawl, and made about half the distance, hitting the water heavily, belly first. It took all the breath out of him, and the cold was a shock. Abner Marsh flailed and thrashed, and took in a mouthful of water and river mud before he surfaced. He saw the yawl drifting rapidly away downstream, and paddled toward it. A rock or a knife or something splashed right alongside his head, and another fell a yard in front of him. But Toby had unshipped the oars and was slowing the boat a little, and Marsh reached it and threw an arm over the side. He nearly tipped the boat over trying to climb in, but Joshua had him, and he pulled, and before he knew it, Marsh was lying on the bottom of the yawl, blowing out water. When he pulled himself up, they were 20 yards from the Fevre Dream, and moving off swiftly as the current got them firmly in its grasp. Sour Billy Tipton had gotten himself a pistol from somewhere and was standing on the forecastle popping away at them, but he wasn't hitting anything.
"Damn him," Marsh said. "I should have killed him, Joshua."
"If you had, we would never have gotten away." Marsh frowned.
"Hell, maybe. Maybe it would have been worth it anyway."
He looked around the yawl. Toby was rowing, looking like he badly needed help. Marsh took another oar. Carl Fram was still unconscious. Marsh wondered how much blood Valerie had taken. Valerie herself didn't look so good. Huddled up in Fram's clothing, his hat pulled low over her face, she looked like she was shriveling in the light. Her pale skin already looked vaguely pinkish, and those big violet eyes seemed small and dim and pained. He wondered if they'd gotten away after all, as he slipped the oar into the water and put his back into it. His arm hurt, his ear was bleeding, and the sun was bright and rising. Chapter 28. On the Mississippi River, October 1857. Abner Marsh hadn't rowed a sounding yawl in more than 20 years. With only him and Toby pulling, it was damned hard work, even going with the current. His arms and back were complaining fiercely within the half hour. Marsh grunted and kept on rowing. The Fevre Dream was out of sight now, vanished behind them. The sun was creeping up the sky, and the river had grown very wide. It looked to be almost a mile across. "It hurts," Valerie said. Joshua York said, "Cover yourself." "I'm burning," she said. "I never thought it would be like this." She looked up at the sun and shied away as if struck. Marsh was startled by the vivid redness of her face. Joshua York started to move toward her, and stopped suddenly, looking unsteady. He put a hand up against his brow and took a slow, deliberate breath. Then, carefully, he edged closer. "Sit in my shadow," he said. "Pull down your hat." Valerie curled up in the bottom of the yawl, practically in Joshua's lap. He reached down and straightened the collar of her jacket in an oddly tender manner, then rested his hand on the back of her head. Down here, Marsh noted, the river banks were shorn of all timber but for an occasional row of ornamental saplings. Instead, they saw carefully cultivated fields to either side, flat and endless, here and there interrupted by the splendor of a big Greek Revival plantation house, its cupola overlooking the wide, tranquil river. Ahead, on the western shore, a pile of smoldering bagasse, the refuse of sugar-cane stalks, was sending up a column of acrid gray smoke. The pile was big as a house. The smoke spread in a shroud across the river. Marsh couldn't see no flames. "Maybe we ought to put in," he said to Joshua. "There's plantations all around us." Joshua had closed his eyes. He opened them when Marsh spoke. "No," he said. "We are too close. We must put more distance between us and them. Billy may be coming after us on foot along the shore, and when night falls—" He left the rest unsaid. Abner Marsh grunted and rowed. Joshua closed his eyes again and pulled his wide-brimmed white hat lower. For more than an hour they moved down the river in silence, the only sound the slap of the oars against water and the song of an occasional bird. Toby Lanyard and Abner Marsh rowed, while Joshua and Valerie lay huddled together as if they were asleep, and Carl Fram sprawled beneath a blanket. The sun rose in the sky. It was a chill, windy day, but a bright one. Marsh was thankful for the planters and the great piles of smoking bagasse that lined the shores, since the drifting gray pall from their fires gave the only shade there was for the night folks. Once Valerie cried out, as if in terrible pain. Joshua opened his eyes and bent over her, stroking her long black hair and whispering to her. Valerie whimpered. "I thought you were the one, Joshua," she said. "The Pale King. I thought you'd come to change it all, to take us back." Her whole body trembled when she tried to talk. "The city, my father told me of the city. Is it there, Joshua? The dark city?" "Quiet," said Joshua York. "Quiet. You weaken yourself." "But is it there? I thought you would take us home, dear Joshua. I dreamt of it. I did. I was so tired of it all. I thought you had come to save us." "Quiet," Joshua said. He was trying to be forceful, but his voice was sad and weary. "The Pale King," she whispered. "Come to save us. I thought you had come to save us." Joshua York kissed her lightly on her swollen, blistered lips. "So did I," he said bitterly. Then he pressed his fingers against her mouth to quiet her, and closed his eyes again. Abner Marsh rowed, while the river flowed around them, and the sun beat down overhead, and the wind swept smoke and ash across the water. A cinder got in his eye somehow, and Marsh cussed and rubbed at it until the eye was red and swollen, and the tearing had stopped. By then his whole body was one huge ache. 2 hours downstream, Joshua began to talk, never opening his eyes, in a voice thick with pain. "He is mad, you know," he said. "It is true. He took me night after night.
The Pale King, yes. I thought I was... But Julian vanquished me, time after time, and I submitted. His eyes, Abner. You have seen his eyes. Darkness, such darkness. And old. I thought he was evil, and strong, and clever. But I learned it was not so. Julian is not. Abner, he is mad, truly. Once he must have been all that I thought him, but now it is as though he sleeps. At times he wakes briefly, and one senses what he must have been. You saw it, Abner, that night at supper. You saw Julian stirred, awakened, but most of the time, Abner, he takes no interest in the boat, the river, the people and events around him. Sour Billy runs the Fevre Dream, devises the schemes that keep my people safe. Julian seldom gives orders, and when he does, they are arbitrary, even stupid. He does not read or talk. He does not play chess. He eats indifferently. I do not think he even tastes it. Since taking the Fevre Dream, Julian has descended into some dark dream. He spends most of his time in his cabin, in the darkness, alone. It was Billy who spied the steamer following us, not Julian. I thought him evil at first, a dark king leading his people into ruin, but watching him, he is ruined already, hollow, empty. He feasts on the lives of your people because he has no life of his own, not even a name that is truly his. Once I wondered what he thought of, alone, all those days and nights in darkness. I know now that he does not think at all. Perhaps he dreams. If so, I think he dreams of death, of an ending. He dwells in that black, empty cabin as if it were a tomb, stirring from it only at the scent of blood. And the things he does, it is more than rashness. He courts destruction, discovery. He must want an end, a rest, I believe. He is so old. How tired he must be. He offered me a deal, Abner Marsh said. Without breaking his labored stroke, Marsh recounted his conversation with Damon Julian. You had half the truth, Abner, Joshua said when he'd finished. Yes, he would have liked to corrupt you as a taunt to me, but that was not all. You might have agreed and never meant it. You might have lied to him, waited for a chance, and tried to kill him. I think Julian knew that. By bringing you aboard, he toyed with his own death. Marsh snorted. If he wants to die, he could cooperate more. Joshua opened his eyes. They were small and faded. When the danger is real and close to hand, it wakes him, the beast in him. The beast is old and mindless and weary, but when it wakes, it struggles desperately to live. It is strong, Abner, and old. Joshua laughed feebly, a bitter laugh without humor. After that night, after it all went wrong, I asked myself over and over how it could have happened. Julian had drained a full glass of my potion. It should have been enough. It should have killed the red thirst. It should have... I did not understand. It had always worked before, always, but not with Julian, not with him. At first I thought it was his strength, the power of him, the evil. Then one night he saw the question in my eyes, and he laughed and told me. Abner, you remember when I told you my story? When I was very young, the thirst did not touch me. Do you remember? Yeah. Joshua nodded weakly.
The skin was stretched tightly over his face, red and chafed-looking. "Julian is old, Abner. Old. The thirst? He has not felt the thirst in years. Hundreds, thousands of years. That was why the drink had no effect. I never knew. None of us did. You can outlive the thirst. And he did not thirst, but he fed because he chose to. Because of those things he said that night. You remember? Strength and weakness, masters and slaves, all the things he said. Sometimes I think the humanity of him is all hollow, a mask. He is only an old animal, so ancient it has even lost the taste for blood, but it hunts on nonetheless, because that is all it remembers. That is all it is, the beast. The legends of your race, Abner, your vampire tales, the living dead, the undead, we bear those names in your stories. Julian, I think with Julian it is the truth. Even the thirst is gone. Undead, cold and hollow and undead. Abner Marsh was trying to frame a comment to the effect that he intended to erase the "un" part from Joshua's description of Damon Julian, when Valerie suddenly sat bolt upright in the yawl. Marsh flinched and froze in mid-stroke. Beneath the slouchy felt hat, Valerie's skin was raw as an open wound, blistering and tight, with a color that had gone beyond red to the dark mottled purple of a bloody bruise. Her lips were cracked, and she drew them back in an insane giggle to reveal long white teeth. The whites of her eyes had swallowed up all the rest, so she looked blind and insane. "It hurts!" she screamed, lifting hands red as lobster claws above her head in an attempt to block out the sun. Then her eyes darted round the boat and lighted on Carl Fram's softly breathing form, and she scrambled toward him, her mouth open. "No!" Joshua York cried. He threw himself on top of her and wrenched her aside before her teeth could close on Fram's throat. Valerie struggled crazily and screamed. Joshua held her immobile. Valerie's teeth snapped together again and again until she had gnashed open her own lip. Her mouth dripped a froth of blood and spit. Struggle as she might, however, Joshua York was too much for her. Finally, all the fight seemed to go out of her. She slumped back heavily, staring up at the sun out of blind white eyes. Joshua cradled her in his arms, despairing. "Abner," he said, "the lead line. Under it. I hid it there last night, when they went out for you. Please, Abner." Marsh stopped rowing and went to the lead line, the 33-foot-long rope used for soundings, a pipe filled with lead at its end. Beneath its coils, Marsh found what Joshua wanted, an unlabeled wine bottle, more than 3/4 full. He passed it up to York, who pulled the cork and forced it to Valerie's swollen, cracked lips. The liquor dribbled down her chin, and most of it wound up soaking her shirt, but Joshua got a little into her mouth. It seemed to help. All of a sudden she began to suck at the bottle greedily, like a baby sucking on a teat. "Easy," said Joshua York. Abner Marsh moved the lead line around and frowned. "Is that the only bottle?" he asked. Joshua York nodded. His own face looked scalded now, like the face of a second mate Marsh had once seen who'd stood too near a steam pipe that burst. Blisters and cracks were appearing. "Julian kept my supply in his cabin, and doled it out a bottle at a time. I dared not protest. Often enough he toyed with the idea of destroying it all." He pulled the bottle away from Valerie. It was between a quarter and half full now. "I thought it would be enough, until I could make some more. I did not think Valerie would be with us." His hand shook. He sighed and put the bottle to his own lips, taking a long, deep draught. "Hurts," Valerie whimpered. She curled up peacefully, her body trembling, but the fit clearly passed her now. Joshua York handed the bottle back to Marsh.
Keep it, Abner, he said. It must last. We must ration it.
Toby Lanyard had stopped rowing and was staring back at them. Carl Fram stirred weakly in the bottom of the yawl. The boat drifted with the current, and up ahead Marsh saw the smoke of an ascending steamer. He picked up an oar.
"Get us to shore, Toby," he said. "Come on. I'm going to hail that goddamn boat down there. We got to get us into a cabin." "Yes, sir, Captain," said Toby.
Joshua touched his brow and flinched.
"No," he said softly. "No, Abner, you shouldn't. Questions."
He tried to stand up and reeled dizzily, dropping back to his knees.
"Burning," he said.
"No, listen to me. Not the boat, Abner. Keep on. A town. We'll reach a town.
By dark. Abner?"
"Hell," said Abner Marsh. "You've been out here maybe 4 hours now, and look at you. Look at her. It ain't even noon yet. Both of you will be burned to a crisp if we don't get you inside."
"No," said York. "They'll ask questions, Abner. You can't."
"Shut your damn fool mouth," Marsh said, putting his back into the oar. The yawl moved across the river. The steamer was coming up at them, pennants waving in the wind, a handful of passengers strolling out on her promenade. It was a New Orleans packet boat, Marsh saw as they got near, a medium-sized side-wheeler named the H.E. Edwards. He waved an oar at her and called across the water, while Toby rowed and the yawl rocked. On the decks of the steamboat, passengers waved back and pointed. She gave a short, impatient blast on her whistle, and Abner Marsh craned his head around and saw another boat way down the river, a white dot in the distance. His heart sunk. They were racing, he knew, and there was no steamer in the world going to stop for a hail in the middle of a race. The H.E. Edwards surged past them at full speed, paddles kicking so hard the wake bobbed them up and down like they was shooting a rapids. Abner Marsh cussed and called after her and waved his oar threateningly. The second boat approached and passed even faster, her stacks trailing sparks. They were left drifting in mid-river, with empty fields all around them, the sun above, and a pile of smoldering bagasse downstream sending up a gray pillar of smoke. "Land," Marsh said to Toby, and they made for the western bank. When they ran aground, he jumped out and pulled the yawl further in, standing knee-deep in mud. Even on the goddamn shore, he thought when he looked around, there was no shade, no trees to shelter them from the merciless sun. "Get on out of there," Marsh bellowed at Toby Lanyard. "We got to get them up on the bank," he said. "Then we'll drag out this goddamn boat and turn it over, get 'em under it." Toby nodded. They got Fram ashore first, then Valerie. When Marsh took her under the arms and lifted her, she shuddered wildly. Her face looked so bad he was scared to touch it, lest it come off in his hand. When they returned for Joshua, he was already out of the boat. "I'll help," he said. "It's heavy." He was leaning against the side of the yawl. Marsh nodded to Toby, and the three of them pushed the boat clear out of the river. It was hard. Abner Marsh put all his strength into it. The mud along the bank fought against him with wet, clutching fingers. Without Joshua, they might never have done it. But finally they got it over the embankment into the field. Then flipping it over was easy. Marsh grabbed Valerie under the arms again and dragged her under the boat. "You get under here too, Joshua," he said, turning. Toby had Carl Fram and was ministering to him, forcing a handful of river water between the pilot's pale lips. Joshua was nowhere to be seen. Marsh scowled and went around the yawl. His pants, soaked and heavy with mud, clung to his legs. "Joshua," he roared, "where the hell you got yourself?" Joshua York had collapsed on the riverbank, his red, burned hand clawing at the mud. "God damn!" Marsh roared. "Toby!" Toby came running, and together they pulled York into the shade. His eyes were closed. Marsh fetched out the bottle and forced some down his throat. "Drink it, Joshua, drink it. God damn you, anyway." Finally York began to swallow. He didn't stop swallowing until the bottle was empty. Abner Marsh held it in his hand, frowning. He turned it upside down. A last drop of Joshua York's private liquor ran out and fell on Marsh's mud-caked boot. "Hell," said Marsh. He flung the empty bottle into the river. "Stay with him, Toby," he said. "I'm going to fetch some help. Must be somebody round here." "Yes, sir, Captain Marsh," Toby replied. Marsh started off across the field. The sugar cane had all been harvested. The fields were wide and empty. But off over a rise, Marsh saw a thin trail of smoke. He walked toward it, hoping it was a house and not another goddamn pile of burning bagasse. He hoped in vain. But a few minutes past the fire, he saw a bunch of slaves working in the fields and called out to them, breaking into a run. They took him to the plantation house, where he told the overseer his sad story about the boiler explosion that had sunk their steamboat and killed everyone aboard except for a few who'd gotten away in the sounding yawl. The man nodded and brought down the planter. "Got a couple of folks burned bad," Marsh told him. "We got to be quick about it." A couple of minutes later, they'd hitched a pair of horses to a wagon and were off across the fields. When they arrived at the overturned yawl, Carl Fram was standing up, looking dazed and weak. Abner Marsh jumped down from the wagon and gestured. "Get moving," he said to the men who'd come with him. "We got them what was burned under there. Got to get 'em inside." He turned to Fram. "Are you all right, Mr. Fram?" Fram grinned weakly. "I've been better, Captain," he said. "But I've been a hell of a lot worse, too." Two men were carrying Joshua York to the wagon. His white suit was stained with mud and wine, and he did not move. The third man, the planter's youngest son, came crawling out from under the yawl and wiped his hands on his pants, frowning. He looked a little sick. "Captain Marsh," he said, "that woman you got under there is burned to death." Chapter 29. Gray Plantation, Louisiana, October 1857. Two of the houseboys lifted Joshua York from the back of the wagon and carried him inside and up the wide, curving staircase to a bedroom. "A dark one," Abner Marsh yelled up at them. "And pull the goddamned curtains, you hear me? I don't want no goddamned sunlight in there." He turned to his companions briefly, while the planter and his sons and a couple more slaves went back outside to see to Valerie's corpse. Fram had thrown an arm around Toby's shoulders to keep himself erect. "You get some damn food into you, Mr. Fram," Marsh said. The pilot nodded. "And remember what happened. We was on the Eli Reynolds and her boiler blew. Killed everybody, it did, except us. She sunk clean out of sight, a long ways upriver, where there's no bottom. That's all you know, you hear? Let me tell the rest." "That's more'n I know," Fram said. "How the hell did I get here?" "Never you mind about that. Just listen to what I told you." Marsh turned and stomped up the stairs while Toby helped Fram to a chair. They had laid Joshua York on a wide canopied bed and were undressing him when Marsh came in. Joshua's face and hands were the worst, seared horribly, but even beneath his clothing his pale white skin had reddened a bit. He moved feebly as they pulled off his boots, and moaned. "Lord, this man burned up bad," one of the slaves said, shaking his head. Marsh scowled and went to the windows, which were thrown wide. He pulled them shut and closed the shutters. "Fetch me a blanket or something," he ordered, "to hang across here. Too damn much light. And close them drapes round the bed, too." His tone was the bellow of a steamer captain, and brooked no argument. Only when the room was black as Marsh could make it, and a gaunt, haggard black woman had come up to tend to York's burns with herbs and healing salves and cold towels, did Abner Marsh leave. Downstairs, the planter, a bluff, stone-faced, lantern-jawed man who introduced himself as Aaron Gray, and two of his sons were sitting to table with Carl Fram. The scent of food made Marsh realize how long it had been since he'd eaten. He felt ravenous. "Do join us, Captain," Gray said, and Marsh gladly pulled out a chair and let them pile up fried chicken and cornbread and sweet peas and taters on his plate. Joshua had been right about the questions, Marsh reflected as he wolfed down his food. The Grays asked 100 of them, and Marsh answered as best he could when his mouth wasn't full of food. Fram excused himself just as Marsh was taking seconds. The pilot was still looking poorly, and let himself be led to a bed. The more questions Marsh answered, the less comfortable he got. He wasn't a natural-born liar like some rivermen he knew, and that became more obvious with every damned word he uttered. Somehow, though, he made it through the meal, although Marsh fancied that Gray and his eldest boy were both looking at him kind of queer by the time he had done with dessert. "Your nigger is fine," the second son said as they left the table, "and Robert has gone off to bring back Dr. Moore to attend to the other two. Sally will take care of 'em in the meanwhile. No sense you fretting, Captain. Maybe you'd like to rest up, too. You've been through a lot, losing your steamboat and all those friends of yours." "Yeah," said Abner Marsh. No sooner had the suggestion been made than Marsh felt incredibly weary. He hadn't slept in something like 30 hours now. "I'd appreciate that," he said. "Show him to a room, Jim," the planter said. "And, Captain, Robert will pay a call on the undertaker, too, for that unfortunate woman. Most tragic, most. What did you say her name was?" "Valerie," Marsh said. For the life of him, he couldn't recall what last name she had been using. "Valerie York," he improvised. "She'll get a good Christian burial," Gray said, "unless you want to take her to her family, perhaps." "No," said Marsh, "no." "Fine. Jim, take Captain Marsh upstairs. Put him near that poor burned-up friend of his." "Yes, sir, Daddy." Marsh hardly bothered glancing at the room they gave him. He slept like a log. When he woke, it was dark. Marsh sat up in bed stiffly. The rowing had taken its toll. His joints creaked when he moved. He had a terrible cramp in his shoulders, and his arms felt like somebody had beaten on them with a big oak club. He groaned and edged slowly to the side of the mattress, lowering his bare feet to the floor. Every step sent pains through him as he went to the window and opened it wide to let some cool night air into the room. Outside was a small stone balcony, and beyond it a fringe of china trees and the fields, desolate and empty in the moonlight. In the distance Marsh could make out the dim glow of the bagasse, still sending up its veil of smoke. Beyond it, only a faint glimmering from here, was the river. Marsh shivered, closed the window, and went back to bed. It was chilly in the room now, so he pulled the blankets over himself and rolled onto his side. The moonlight etched darks and shadows everywhere, and the furniture, all strange to him, became stranger still in the faint light. He could not sleep. He found himself thinking of Damon Julian and the Fevre Dream, and worrying about whether the steamer was still where he'd left her. He thought of Valerie as well. He had gotten a good look at her when they'd pulled her out from under the yawl, and she hadn't been a pretty sight. You'd never have thought that she'd been beautiful, pale and graceful and sensual, with those great violet eyes. Abner Marsh felt sorry for her, and thought that was strange of him, seeing as how it was only last night around this time that he'd tried to kill her with that buffalo gun of his. The world was an awful queer place, he thought, when so goddamn much could change in a day. Finally he slept again. "Abner," came the whisper, disturbing his dreams. "Abner," came the voice, calling, "Let me in." Abner Marsh sat up suddenly. Joshua York was standing on his balcony, rapping on the glass of his window with a pale, scarred hand. "Hold on," Marsh said. It was still black outside, and the house was quiet. Joshua smiled as Marsh climbed out of bed and padded toward him. His face was lined with cracks and fissures, husks of dying skin. Marsh opened the doors to the balcony, and Joshua stepped through, wearing his sad white suit, all stained and rumpled now. It wasn't until he was in the room that Abner Marsh remembered the empty bottle he'd tossed into the river. He stepped back suddenly. "Joshua, you ain't thirsting, are you?" "No," said Joshua York. His gray cloak moved and curled in the wind that rustled through the open balcony doors. "I did not want to break the lock or the glass. Do not be afraid, Abner." "You're better." Marsh said, looking at him. York's lips were still cracked. His eyes were sunk in deep purple-black pits, but he was much improved. At noon he'd looked like death. "Yes," Joshua said. "Abner, I've come to take my leave." "What?" Marsh was flabbergasted. "You can't leave." "I must, Abner. They saw me, whoever owns this plantation. I have a vague memory of being treated by a doctor. Tomorrow I will be healed. What will they think then?" "What will they think when they go to bring you breakfast and you ain't there?" Marsh said. "No doubt they will be puzzled, but it will be easier to account for nonetheless. You can be as shocked as they are, Abner. Tell them that I must have wandered off in a fever. I will never be found." "Valerie is dead," Marsh said. "Yes," said Joshua. "There is a wagon outside with a coffin in it. I guessed it was for her." He sighed and shook his head. "I failed her. I have failed all my people. We should never have taken her." "She made her choice," Marsh said. "At least she got free of him." "Free," Joshua York said bitterly. "Is this the freedom I bring my people? A poor gift. For a time, before Damon Julian came into my life, I dared to dream that Valerie and I might be lovers some day. Not in the fashion of my own people, inflamed by blood, but with a passion born of tenderness and affection and mutual desire. We talked of that." His mouth twisted in self-reproach. "She believed in me. I killed her." "Like hell," Marsh said. "At the end she said she loved you. She didn't have to come with us. She wanted to. We all got to choose, you said. I think she picked right. She was an awful pretty lady." Joshua York shuddered. "She walks in beauty like the night," he said very quietly, staring down at his clenched fist. "Sometimes I question whether there is an hour for my race, Abner. The nights are full of blood and terror, but the days are merciless." "Where are you going?" Marsh asked. Joshua looked grim. "Back." Marsh scowled. "You can't." "I have no other choice." "You just escaped from there," Marsh said hotly. "After all we went through to get loose, you can't just up and go back. Wait. Hide in the woods or something. Go to some town. I'll get loose of here, and we'll join up. Make some plans for getting that steamboat back." "Again?" Joshua shook his head. "There is a story I never told you, Abner. It happened a long time ago, during my first months in England, when the red thirst still came upon me regularly, driving me out in search of blood. One night I had fought it and lost, and I hunted through the midnight streets. I came upon a couple, a man and a woman, hurrying somewhere. My habit was to shun such prey, to take only those who walked alone, for safety's sake. But the thirst was on me badly, and even from a distance I could see that the woman was very beautiful. She drew me like a flame draws the moth, and I came. I attacked from darkness, and got my hands around the man's neck, and ripped away half his throat, I thought. Then I shoved him aside, and he fell. He was a huge man. I took the woman in my arms, and bent my teeth to her neck ever so gently. My eyes held her still, entranced her. I had just tasted the first hot, sweet flow of blood, when I was seized from behind and torn from her embrace. It was the man, her companion. I had not killed him after all. His neck was thick with muscle and fat, and while I had ripped it open so it dripped blood, he was still on his feet. He never said a word. He only put up his fists as a prize-fighter might, and hit me square in the face. He was quite strong. The blow stunned me and opened a gash above my eye. I was already distracted. Being pulled from your victim like that is a sickening feeling, dizzy, disorienting. The man hit me again, and I lashed out, backhanded at him. He went down heavily, long gashes across his cheek, one of his eyes half torn from his skull. I turned back to the woman, pressed my mouth to the open wound, and then he was on me again.
I tore his arm loose of me and all but ripped it from its socket, and I broke one of his legs for good measure with a kick. He went down. This time I watched. Painstakingly he got up again, raised his fists, moved toward me. Twice more I knocked him down, and twice more he rose. Finally I broke his neck, and he died. And then I killed his woman. Afterward I could not put him from my mind. He must have known that I was not entirely human. He must have realized, strong as he was, that he was no match for my strength, my speed, my thirst. I was distracted by my own fever and the beauty of his companion, and I missed my kill. He might have been spared. He could have run. He could have called out for help. He could have taken a moment and found a weapon. But he did not. He saw his lady in my arms, saw me bleeding her, and all he could think of was to get up and come at me with those big, foolish fists of his. When I had time to reflect, I found myself admiring his strength, his mad courage, the love he must have had for that woman. But Abner, for all that, he was stupid. He saved neither his lady nor himself. You remind me of that man, Abner. Julian has taken your fever dream from you, and all you can think of is getting her back. So you get up and cock your fists and come straight on, and Julian knocks you down again. One day you will not get up if you continue these attacks. Abner, give it up. What the hell you saying? Marsh demanded in an angry voice. It's Julian and his vampires got to worry now. That goddamn steamer ain't going no place without a pilot. I can pilot her, said Joshua York. Will you? Yes. Marsh felt sick with anger and betrayal. Why? He demanded. Joshua, you ain't like them. I will be, unless I return, York said gravely. Unless I have my potion, the thirst will come on me, all the fiercer for the years I have held it at bay. And then I will kill and drink and be as Julian is. The next time I entered a bedroom by night, it would not be to talk. Go back, then. Fetch your damn drink. But don't move that damned steamer, not until I can get there. With armed men, with sharpened stakes and hate in your hearts, to kill, I will not permit that. Whose side are you on? The side of my people. Julian's side, spat Marsh. No, said Joshua York. He sighed. Listen, Abner, and try to understand. Julian is the bloodmaster. He controls them, all of them. Some of them are like him, corrupt, evil. Catherine, Raymond, others, they follow him willingly. But not all of them. You saw Valerie. You heard her in the yawl today. I am not alone. Our races are not so very different. All of us have good and evil in us, and all of us dream. Yet, if you attack the steamer, if you move against Julian, they will defend him, no matter what their private hopes may be. Centuries of enmity and fear will drive them. A river of blood flows between day and night, and it cannot be crossed easily. Those who hesitate, if any, will be compelled. If you come, Abner, you and your people, there will be death, and not Julian's alone. The others will guard him, and they will perish, and your people as well. Sometimes you got to take that risk, Marsh said, and those who help Julian deserve to die. Do they? Joshua looked sad. Perhaps they do. Perhaps we all should die. We are out of place in this world your race has built. Your kind has killed all but a handful of us. Perhaps it is time to slaughter the last survivors as well. He smiled grimly. If that is what you intend, Abner, then remember who I am. You are my friend, but they are blood of my blood, my people. I belong with them. I thought I was their king. His tone was so bitter and despairing that Abner Marsh felt his anger fading. In its place was pity. You tried, he said. I failed. I failed Valerie and Simon, failed all those who believed in me. I failed you and Mr. Jeffers, and that infant as well. I think I may even have failed Julian in some strange way. It ain't your fault, Marsh insisted. Joshua York shrugged, but there was a cold, grim look in his gray eyes. Past is past. My concern is with tonight and tomorrow night and the night after. I must go back. They need me, though they may not realize it. I must go back and do what I can, however little it may be. Abner Marsh snorted. And you tell me to give it up. You think I'm like that damn fool kept coming at you? Hell, Joshua, what about you? How many times has Julian bled you now? It appears to me you're just as damn stubborn and stupid as you say I am. Joshua smiled. Perhaps, he admitted. Hell, Marsh swore. All right, you're going back to Julian like some egg-sucking idiot. What the hell do you want me to do? You had better leave here as quickly as you can, Joshua said, before our hosts get more suspicious than they are already. I'd figured out that much. It's over, Abner. Don't come looking for us again. Abner Marsh scowled. Hell. Joshua smiled. You damned fool, he said. Well, look if you must. You won't find us. I'll see about that. Maybe there's hope for us yet. I'll return and tame Julian and build my bridge between night and day, and together you and I will outrun the eclipse. Abner Marsh snorted derisively, but down inside he wanted to believe. You take care of my goddamn steamboat, he said. Ain't never been a faster one, and she better be in good repair when I get her back. When Joshua smiled, it made the dry, dead skin around his mouth crackle and tear. He lifted a hand to his face and tore it away. It peeled off whole, like it was only a mask he'd been wearing, an ugly mask full of scars and wrinkles. Beneath it his skin was milky white, serene and unblind, ready to begin anew, ready for the world to write upon it. York crumbled his old face in his hand. Wisps of old pain and flakes of skin sifted through his fingers and fell to the floor. He wiped his hand on his coat and held it out to Abner Marsh. They shook. We all got to make choices, Marsh said. You told me that, Joshua, and you was right. Them choices ain't always easy. Some day you're going to have to choose, I think, between your night folks and, well, call it good, doing right. You know what I mean. Make the right choice, Joshua. And you, Abner, make your own choices wisely. Joshua York turned, his cloak swirling behind him, and went outside. He vaulted over the balustrade with an easy grace and dropped the 20 feet to the ground like it was something he did every day, landing on his feet. Then he was gone, vanished. Moving so quick he seemed to fade into the night. Maybe he turned himself into a goddamned mist, Abner Marsh thought. Away off on the distant shine that was the river, a steamer sounded her whistle, a faint, melancholy call, kind of lost and kind of lonely. It was a bad night on the river. Abner Marsh shivered and wondered if there'd be a frost. He shut the balcony doors and walked on back to bed. Chapter 30. Fever Years, November 1857 to April 1870. Both of them were true to their word. Abner Marsh kept on looking, but he did not find her. They left Aaron Gray's plantation as soon as Carl Fram was strong enough to travel, several days after Joshua York had vanished. Marsh was glad to be gone. Gray and his kin were getting mighty curious by then about why there was nothing in the papers about a steamboat explosion, and why none of their neighbors had heard of it, and why Joshua had taken off. And Marsh was getting tangled up in his own lies. By the time he and Toby and Carl Fram got themselves upriver, the Fevre Dream was gone, as he'd known she would be. Marsh returned to St. Louis. Through the long, dreary winter, Marsh kept up his search. He wrote more letters. He loitered around the riverfront bars and billiard halls. He hired some more detectives. He read too damn many newspapers. He found Yerger and Grove and the rest of the crew of the Eli Reynolds and sent them up and down the river, cabin passage, looking. All of it turned up nothing. No one had seen the Fevre Dream. No one had seen the Ozymandias either. Abner Marsh figured they'd changed her name again. He read every goddamn poem Byron and Shelley ever wrote. But this time it was no use. He got so bad he had the damn poems memorized, and he even went on to other poets. But the only thing he found that way was a sorry-looking Missouri stern-wheeler named the Hiawatha. Marsh did get one report from his detectives, but it told him nothing he hadn't figured out already. The side-wheel steamer Ozymandias had left Natchez that October night with about 400 tons of freight, 40 cabin passengers, and maybe twice as many deckers. The freight had never been delivered. Neither the steamer nor the passengers had ever been seen again, except at a few wood yards just downstream of Natchez. Abner Marsh read over that letter a half-dozen times, frowning. The numbers were way too low, which meant that Sour Billy was doing one damn poor job, unless he'd kept them down deliberate, so Julian and his night folks could have an easy time of it. 120 people were gone, vanished. It gave Marsh a cold sweat. He stared at that letter and remembered what Damon Julian had said to him. No one on the river will ever forget your fever dream. For months Abner Marsh was plagued by terrible nightmares of a boat moving down the river, all black, every lamp and candle extinguished. The big black tarpaulins hung all around the main deck, so even the ruddy light of the furnaces could not escape. A boat dark as death and black as sin. A shadow moving through moonlight and fog, hardly seen, quiet and fast. In his dreams she made no sound as she moved, and white shapes flitted about her decks silently and haunted her grand saloon. And inside their staterooms the passengers huddled in fear until the doors opened one midnight, and then they began to scream. Once or twice Marsh woke up screaming as well, and even in his waking hours he could not forget her. His dream boat, cloaked in shadows and screams, with smoke as black as Julian's eyes, and steam the color of blood. By the time the ice was breaking up on the upper river, Abner Marsh was faced with a hard choice. He had not found the Fevre Dream, and the search had brought him to the brink of ruin. His ledger books told a grim story. His coffers were almost empty. He owned a steamboat company without any steamboats, and he lacked even the funds to have a modest one built. So, reluctantly, Marsh wrote his agents and detectives and called off the hunt. With the little money he had left, he went down river to where the Eli Reynolds still sat in the cutoff that had wrecked her. They fitted a new rudder to her, and patched up her stern wheel a little, and waited for the spring floods. The floods came, the cutoff became passable once more, and Yerger and his crew nursed the Reynolds back up to St. Louis, where she was fitted with a brand-new paddle, a new engine with twice the push, and a second boiler. She even got a new paint job, and a bright yellow carpet for her main cabin. Then Marsh launched her into the New Orleans trade, for which she was too small and too shabby and altogether poorly fitted, so he could continue his hunt personally. Abner Marsh knew even before he started that it was near hopeless. Between Cairo and New Orleans alone there was some 1,100 miles of river. Then there was the upper Mississippi above Cairo all the way to the Falls of St. Anthony. There was the Missouri, there was the Ohio and the Yazoo and the Red River, and about 50 other secondary rivers and tributaries navigable by steamer, most of which had tributaries of their own, not to mention all the little creeks and streams and cut-offs that were navigable part of the year if you had a good pilot. She could be hiding up any one of them, and if the Eli Reynolds steamed past and missed her, it would mean starting all over again. Thousands of steamboats plied the Mississippi River system, with newcomers entering the trade every month, which meant lots of damn names to sort through in the papers. But Marsh was nothing if not stubborn. He searched,
and the Eli Reynolds became his home. She did not get much trade. The biggest, fastest, most luxurious steamboats on the river competed in the St. Louis to New Orleans run, and the Reynolds, old and slow as she was, attracted little custom away from the great side-wheelers. "It's not just that she's fast as a snail and twice as ugly," Marsh's New Orleans agent told him in the fall of 1858, while giving notice to take another job. "It's you, too. Damned if I ain't telling the truth." "Me?" Marsh roared. "What the hell do you mean?" "Folks on the river talk, you know. They say you're the unluckiest man ever to own a steamboat. They say you got some kind of curse on you, worse than the curse on the Drennan White. One of your steamers blew her boilers, they say, and killed everybody. 4 got crushed up in an ice jam. 1 got burned after everybody on her died of yaller fever. And the last one, they say you wrecked her yourself, after you went crazy and beat your pilot with a club." "Damn that man," Marsh swore. "Now I ask you, who the hell is going to ride with a cursed man like that? Or work for him either? Not me, I tell you that for sure, not me." The man he'd hired to replace Jonathan Jeffers begged Marsh more than once to take the Reynolds out of the New Orleans trade and have her work the upper Mississippi or the Illinois, where she'd be better suited, or even the Missouri, which was rough and dangerous, but enormously profitable if your steamboat didn't get smashed to splinters. Abner Marsh refused, and fired the man when he persisted. He figured there was no chance that he'd find the Fevre Dream on the northern rivers. Besides, during the last few months he'd been making secret stops by night at certain Louisiana wood yards and deserted islands in Mississippi and Arkansas, taking on runaway slaves and bringing them up north to the Free States. Toby had put him in touch with a bunch called the Underground Railroad, who made all the arrangements. Abner Marsh had no use for the goddamn railroads, and insisted on calling it the Underground River, but it made him feel good to help, kind of like he was hurting Damon Julian somehow. At times he'd hunker down with the runaways on the main deck, and ask them about night folks and the Fevre Dream and such, figuring that maybe the blacks knew things that white folks didn't. But none of them ever told him anything useful. For nearly 3 years Abner Marsh continued his hunt. They were hard years. By 1860 Marsh was heavily in debt due to the losses incurred in running the Reynolds. He had been forced to close the offices he had maintained in St. Louis, New Orleans, and other river towns. Nightmares no longer troubled him as they had, but he grew more and more isolated with the passage of years. At times it seemed to Marsh as if the time he had spent with Joshua York on the Fevre Dream was the last real life he had known, that the months and years since were drifting past as if in a dream. At other times he felt just the opposite, felt that this was real. The red ink in his ledger books, the deck of the Eli Reynolds under him, the smell of her steam, the stains on her new yellow carpet. The memories of Joshua, the splendor of the great steamboat they had built together, the cold terror that Julian had stirred in him, these things were the dream, Marsh thought, and no wonder they had vanished. No wonder that folks along the river thought him mad. The events of the summer of 1857 became even more dreamlike as one by one those who had shared some of Marsh's experiences began to drift out of his life. Old Toby Lanyard had gone east a month after they had returned to St. Louis. Being returned to slavery once had been enough for him. Now he wanted to get as far from the slave states as possible. Marsh got a brief letter from him early in 1858, saying that he'd gotten a job cooking in a Boston hotel. After that, he never heard from Toby again. Dan Albright had found himself a berth on a spanking new New Orleans side-wheeler. In the summer of 1858, however, Albright and his boat had the misfortune to be in New Orleans during a virulent outbreak of yellow fever. It killed thousands, including Albright, and eventually led to the city improving its sanitation, so it wasn't quite so much like an open sewer in summer. Captain Yerger ran the Eli Reynolds for Marsh until after the season of 1859, when he retired to his farm in Wisconsin, where he died peacefully a year later. When Yerger had gone, Marsh took over captaining the stern-wheeler himself, to save money. By then, only a handful of familiar faces remained among the crew. Doc Turney had been killed and robbed in Natchez under the Hill the previous summer, and Cat Grove had left the river entirely to go west, first to Denver, then to San Francisco, and eventually all the way to China or Japan or some such god-forsaken place. Marsh hired Jack Ely, the old second engineer from the Fevre Dream, to replace Turney, and took on a few of the other crewmen who'd served on the vanished Sidewheeler as well. But they died or drifted on or took other jobs. By 1860, only Marsh himself and Carl Fram were left of all those who had lived through the triumph and terror of 1857. Fram piloted the Reynolds, for all that his skills entitled him to a much bigger and more prestigious boat. Fram remembered a whole lot of things he wouldn't talk about, even to Marsh. The pilot was still good-natured, but he didn't tell near so many stories as he used to, and Marsh could see a grimness in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Fram wore a pistol now. "In case we find them," he said. Marsh snorted. "That little thing ain't going to hurt Julian none." Carl Fram's grin was still crooked, and his gold tooth caught the light. But there was nothing funny in his eyes when he answered. "Ain't for Julian, Captain. It's for me. They ain't getting me alive again." He looked at Marsh. "I could do the same for you if it comes to that." Marsh scowled. "It ain't coming to that," he said, and he left the pilot-house. He remembered that conversation for the rest of his days. He also remembered a Christmas party in St. Louis in 1859, given by the captain of one of the big Ohio boats. Marsh and Fram both attended, along with every other steamboatman in the town. And after everybody had been drinking some, they got to telling river stories. He knew all the stories, but it was kind of peaceful and reassuring somehow to hear folks telling them all over again, to the traders and bankers and pretty women who hadn't ever heard none of them. They talked about Old Al, the Alligator King, about the Phantom Steamer of Raccourci, about Mike Fink and Jim Bowie and Roarin' Jack Russell, about the great race between the Eclipse and the A.L. Shotwell, about the pilot who'd run a nasty stretch of river in the fog even though he'd gone and died, about the goddamn steamboat that had brought smallpox up the river 20 years before and killed something like 20,000 Indians. "Ruined the hell out of the fur trade," the storyteller concluded, and everybody laughed except Marsh and a couple of others. Then someone went through the brags about the impossibly big steamers, the Hurricano and the E. Jenkins and such, that grew their own wood with forests on their hurricane decks, and had wheels so big they took a whole year to make a full turn. Abner Marsh smiled. Carl Fram pushed through the crowd, a brandy in his hand. "I know a story," he said, sounding a little drunk. "It's true. There's this steamboat named the Ozymandias, you see." "Never heard of it," somebody said. Fram smiled thinly. "You better hope you never see it," he said, "'cause them what does is done for. She only runs by night, this boat, and she's dark, all dark, painted black as her stacks, every inch of her, except that inside she's got a main cabin with a carpet the color of blood, and silver mirrors everywhere that don't reflect nothing. Them mirrors is always empty, even though she's got lots of folks aboard her, pale-looking folks in fine clothes. They smile a lot, only they don't show in the mirrors." Someone shivered. They had all gone silent. "Why not?" asked an engineer Marsh knew slightly. "'Cause they're dead," Fram said. "Every damn one of them dead. Only they won't lie down. They're sinners, and they got to ride that boat forever. That black boat with the red carpets and the empty mirrors, all up and down the river, never touching port, no, sir." "Phantoms," somebody said. "Hants," added a woman, "like that Raccourci boat." "Hell no," said Carl Fram. "You can pass right through a hant, but not the Ozymandias. She's real enough, and you'll learn it quick, and to your sorrow if you come on her at night. Them dead folks is hungry,
They drink blood, you know. Hot red blood. They hide in the dark, and when they see the lights of another steamer, they set out after her. And if they catch her, they come swarming aboard. All those dead white faces, smiling, dressed so fine. And they sink the boat afterward, or burn her. And the next morning there's nothing to see but a couple stacks sticking up out of the river, or maybe a wrecked boat full of corpses. Except for the sinners. The sinners go aboard that Ozymandias and ride on her forever. He sipped his brandy and smiled. So if you're out on the river some night and you see a shadow on the water behind you, look close. It might be a steamer, painted black all over, with a crew white as hats. She don't show no lights, that Ozymandias. So sometimes you can't see her till she's right behind you, her black wheels kicking up the water. And if you see her, you better hope you got a lightning pilot, and maybe some coal oil on board, or a little lard, 'cause she's big and she's fast, and when she catches you by night, you're finished. Listen for her whistle. She only sounds her whistle when she knows she's got you. So if you hear it, start counting up your sins. What does the whistle sound like? Exactly like a man screaming, said Karl Fram. What's her name again? A young pilot asked. Ozymandias, said Fram. He knew how to say it right. What does that mean? Abner Marsh stood up. It's from a poem, he said. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. The party crowd looked at him blankly, and one fat lady laughed a nervous, tittering sort of laugh. There are curses and worse things on that old devil river. A short clerk started in. While he was talking, Marsh took Karl Fram by the arm and drew him outside. Why the hell did you tell that story? Marsh demanded. To make them afraid, said Fram. So if they see her some damn night, they'll have the sense to run. Abner Marsh considered that, and finally gave a reluctant nod. I suppose it's all right. You called her by Sour Billy's name. If you'd said Fevre Dream, Mr. Fram, I would have twisted your goddamn head off right then and there. You hear me? Fram heard, but it didn't matter. The story was out, for good or for ill. Marsh heard a garbled version of it from another man's lips a month later, while he was dining in the planter's house, and twice more that winter. The story got changed some in the telling, of course, even to the name of the black steamboat. Ozymandias was too strange and too hard for most of the tellers, it seemed. But no matter what they named the boat, it was the same damned story. A little over half a year later, Marsh heard another story, one that changed his life. He had just sat down to dinner in a small St. Louis hotel, cheaper than the Planter's House and the Southern, but with good food. It was less popular with rivermen as well, which suited Marsh fine. His old friends and rivals looked at him queer in recent years, or avoided him as unlucky, or just wanted to sit down and talk about his misfortunes, and Marsh had no patience with any of that. He preferred to be left alone. That day in 1860 he was sitting there peacefully, drinking a glass of wine and waiting for the waiter to fetch out the roasted duck and yams and snap beans and hot bread he'd ordered, when he got interrupted. "I ain't seen you in a year," the man said. Marsh recognized him vaguely. The man had been a striker on the A.L. Shotwell a few years back. Grudgingly, he invited him to sit. "Don't mind if I do," the ex-striker said, and immediately pulled out a chair and commenced gabbing. He was a second engineer on some New Orleans boat Marsh had never heard of, and full of gossip and river news. Marsh listened politely, wondering when his food would show up. He hadn't eaten all day. The duck had just arrived, and Marsh was spreading butter over a chunk of good hot bread, when the engineer said, "Say, you heard about that windstorm down to New Orleans?" Marsh chewed on his bread, swallowed, took another bite. "No," he said, not very interested. Isolated as he'd been, he didn't hear much talk of floods and windstorms and other like calamities. The man whistled through a gap in his yellow teeth. Hell, it was a bad 'un. A bunch of boats tore loose and got busted up good. Eclipse was one of 'em. Smashed her up pretty bad, I hear. Marsh swallowed his bread and put down the knife and fork he'd lifted to attack the duck. The Eclipse? He said. Yes, sir. How bad? Marsh asked. Captain Sturgeon'll fix her up, won't he? Hell, she's too busted up for that, the engineer said. I heard they'll use what's left as a wharf boat up to Memphis. A wharf boat? Marsh repeated numbly, thinking of those tired old gray hulls that lined the landings in St. Louis and New Orleans and the other big river towns, boats gutted of engines and boilers, empty shells used only for stowing and transferring freight. She's... Me, I figure that's about what she deserves, the man said. Hell, we would have beaten her with the shotwell, only... Marsh made a strangled growling sound deep in his throat. Get the hell out of here, he roared. If you weren't a shotwell man, I'd kick your goddamn ass out in the street for what you just said. Now get out of here. The engineer got up real quickly. You're crazy as they say, he blurted before he left. Abner Marsh sat at that table for the longest time, his food untouched in front of him, staring off at nothing, a grim, cold look settling over his face. Finally, a waiter approached timidly. Is something wrong with your duck, Captain? Marsh looked down. The duck had gotten a little cold. Grease was starting to congeal around it. I ain't hungry no more, he said. He pushed away the plate, paid his bill, and left. He spent the following week going over his ledger books, adding up his debts. Then he called in Carl Fram. It ain't no goddamn use, Marsh said to him. She'll never run against the Eclipse now, even if we find her, which we won't. I'm tired of looking. I'm taking the Reynolds into the Missouri trade, Carl. I got to make some money. Fram stared at him accusingly. I'm not licensed for the Missouri. I know. I'm letting you go. You deserve a better boat than the Reynolds anyway. Carl Fram sucked on his pipe and said nothing. Marsh could not look him in the eye. He shuffled some papers. I'll pay you all the wages due you, he said. Fram nodded and turned to go. At the door he stopped. If I get a berth, he said, I'll keep looking. If I find her, you'll hear. You won't find her, Marsh said bluntly. Then Fram closed the door and walked off his steamer and out of his life. And Abner Marsh was as alone as he had ever been. Now there was nobody left but him. Nobody who remembered the Fevre Dream, or Joshua's white suit, or the hell that beckoned behind Damon Julian's eyes. Now it only lived because Marsh remembered. And Marsh was aiming to forget. The years passed. The Eli Reynolds made money in the Missouri trade. For almost a year she ran there, and Marsh captained her and sweated with her, and tended to his freight and his passengers and his ledger books. He made enough in his first 2 trips to pay off 3/4 of his considerable debts. He might have grown rich, had not events in the larger world conspired against him. Lincoln's election, Marsh voted for him despite the fact that he was a Republican, the secession, the firing on Fort Sumter. Marsh thought of Joshua York's words as the carnage approached. The red thirst is on this nation, and only blood will sate it. It took a great deal of blood, Marsh reflected afterward bitterly. He seldom spoke about the war or his experiences in it, and had little patience with those who fought the battles over and over again. There was a war, he would say loudly. We won. Now it's done with, and I don't see why we got to yammer about it endlessly, like it was something to be proud of. Only good thing come out of it was ending slavery. The rest I got no use for. Shooting a man ain't nothing to build a brag on, goddammit. Marsh and the Eli Reynolds returned to the upper Mississippi during the early years of the fighting, bringing troops down from St. Paul and Wisconsin and Iowa. Later on, he served on a Union gunboat and saw action in a couple of river battles.
Carl Fram fought on the river, too. Marsh heard that he died in the fighting at Vicksburg, but he never knew for sure. When peace came, Marsh returned to St. Louis and took the Eli Reynolds into the upper Mississippi trade. He formed a brief association with the owner-captains of 4 rival boats, setting up a packet line with regular schedules to compete more effectively with the larger companies that ruled the upper river. But they were all strong-willed, stubborn men, and after a half-year of quarrels and bluster, the company was dissolved. By that time, Abner Marsh found he had no appetite for the steamboat business any more. The river had changed somehow. After the war, there didn't seem to be a third as many steamers as there had been before it. Yet the competition was fiercer, since the railroads were taking up more and more of the trade. Now, when you steamed into St. Louis, you found maybe a dozen steamers along the levee, where once they had been crammed in for more than a mile. There were other changes as well. In those years following the war, coal began to crowd out wood just about everywhere, except on the wilder reaches of the Missouri. Federal regulators moved in with rules and laws that had to be followed, safety checks and registers and all manner of stuff, and even tried to prohibit racing. The steamboatmen changed too. Most of the men Marsh had known were dead or retired now, and those who took their places were strangers with strange ways. The old, boisterous, cussing, free-spending, wild riverman who slapped you on the back, bought you drinks all night, and told you outrageous lies, was a dying breed now. Even Natchez under the hill was only a ghost of its former self, Marsh heard, nearly as sedate as the city on top of the hill with all its proper mansions with their fancy names. One night in May of 1868, more than 10 years after he had last seen Joshua York and the Fevre Dream, Abner Marsh took a walk along the levee. He thought back on the night when he and Joshua had first met, and walked along this same landing. The steamers had been crowded in then, great, proud, big side-wheelers and tough little stern-wheelers, old boats and new ones, and the Eclipse had been there among them, tied up to her wharf-boat. Now the Eclipse had become a wharf-boat herself, and there were boys on this river who called themselves strikers and mud clerks and cub pilots who had never laid eyes on her, and the landing was nearly empty. Marsh stood and counted. 5 boats. 6 if you counted the Eli Reynolds. The Reynolds was so old now that Marsh was half afraid to take her out on the river. She must be the oldest damn steamboat in the world, he thought, with the oldest captain, and him and her were both just as tired. The Great Republic was taking on freight. She was a huge new side-wheeler that had come out of some Pittsburgh boatyard the year before. They said she was 335 feet long, which made her the biggest steamer on the river now that the Eclipse and the Fevre Dream were both gone and forgotten. She was grand, too. Marsh had looked her over a dozen times, and gone aboard her once. Her pilot-house was surrounded with all kinds of fancy trim, and had an ornate cupola on the top of it, and the paintings and glass and polished wood and carpets inside her were enough to break your heart. She was supposed to be the finest, prettiest steamboat ever built, luxurious enough to put all the older boats to shame. But she wasn't especially fast, Marsh had heard, and she was said to be losing money at a frightening rate. He stood with his arms folded against his chest, looking gruff and stern in his severe black coat, and he watched the roustabouts load her up. The rousters were black, every man among them. That was another change. All the roustabouts on the river were blacks now. The immigrants who'd worked as rousters and stokers and deckers before the war were gone. Marsh didn't know where, and the freedmen had taken their places. As they worked, the rousters sung. Their song was a low, melancholy chant. "The night is dark, the day is long," it went, "and we are far from home. Weep, my brothers, weep." Marsh knew the chant. There was another verse, one that went, "The night is past, the long day done, and we are going home. Shout, my brothers, shout." But they were not singing that verse. Not tonight, here on the empty steamer landing, loading up a boat that was spanking new and plush as any, but still couldn't get enough trade. Watching them, listening, it seemed to Abner Marsh as if the whole river was dying, and him with it. He had seen enough dark nights and long days for the rest of his time on Earth, and he was no longer certain he even had a home. Abner Marsh walked slowly away from the landing back to his hotel. The next day he discharged his officers and crew, dissolved Fevre River packets, and put the Eli Reynolds up for sale. Marsh took what money he had, left St. Louis entirely, and bought a small house in his old hometown, Galena, within sight of the river. Only it wasn't the Fevre River anymore. They'd gone and changed it to the Galena River years ago, and now everyone was calling it that. The new name had better associations, folks said. Abner Marsh went on calling it the Fever, like it was called when he was a boy. He didn't do much in Galena. He read a lot of newspapers. That had gotten to be a habit with him during the years he was searching for Joshua, and he liked to keep up with the fast boats and their times. There were still a few of them. The Robert E. Lee had come out of New Albany in 1866, and was a real heller. The Wild Bob Lee, some rivermen called her, or just the Bad Bob. And Captain Tom Leathers, as tough and mean and cussed a riverman as ever captained a steamer, had launched a new Natchez in 1869, the sixth of that name. Leathers named all his steamboats Natchez. The new Natchez was faster than any of the earlier ones, according to the papers. She cut through the water like a knife, and Leathers was bragging all up and down the river how he was going to show up Captain John Cannon and his Wild Bob Lee. The newspapers were full of it. He could smell a race coming on, even clear up in Illinois, and it sounded like one they'd talk about for years. "I'd like to see that goddamned race," he said to the woman he'd hired to clean house for him one day. "Neither of 'em would have a chance against the Eclipse, though. You got my word on that." "Both of 'em got better times than your old Eclipse," she said. She liked to sass him, that woman. Marsh snorted. "Don't mean nothing. River's shorter now. River gets shorter every year. Pretty soon you'll be able to walk from St. Louis to New Orleans." Marsh read more than just newspapers. Thanks to Joshua, he'd worked up a taste for poetry, of all the damn things, and he looked at an occasional novel, too. He also took up wood-carving, and made himself detailed models of his steamboats, as he remembered them. He painted them and everything, and did them all to the same scale, so you could put them alongside each other and see how big they'd been. "That was my Elizabeth A.," he told his housekeeper proudly the day he finished the sixth and biggest model. "As sweet a boat as ever moved down the river. She would have set records, except for that damned ice jam. You can see how big she was, near 300 feet. Look at how she dwarfs my old Nick Perot there." He pointed. "And that's the Sweet Fever. And the Dunleith. Had a lot of trouble with the larboard engine on her. A lot of trouble. And next to her, that's my Mary Clark. She blew her boilers." Marsh shook his head. "Killed a lot of people, too. Maybe it was my fault, I don't know. I think about it sometimes. The little one on the end is the Eli Reynolds. Not much to look at, but she was a tough old gal. She took everything I could give her and a lot more, and kept her steam up and her wheel turning. You know how long she lasted, that little ugly stern wheeler?" "No," the housekeeper said. "Didn't you have some other boat, too, a real fancy one? I heard—" "Never mind what you heard, goddammit. Yes, I had another boat, the Fevre Dream. Named her after the river." The housekeeper made a rude noise at him. "No wonder this ain't never become the town it might have, with folks like you going on about the Fevre River. They must think we're all sick up here. Why didn't you call it right? It's named the Galena River now." Abner Marsh snorted. "Changing the goddamn name of the goddamn river? I never heard of such goddamn foolishness. Far as I'm concerned, it's the Fevre River, and it's going to stay the Fevre River no matter what the hell the goddamned mayor says." He scowled. "Or you neither. Hell, the way they're letting it silt up, pretty soon it's going to be the goddamned Galena Creek." "Such language. I'd think a man who reads poetry would be able to keep a civil tongue in his head." "Never mind about my goddamn tongue," Marsh said. "And don't go yapping that poetry around town, neither, you hear?"
I knew a man who liked those poems. That's the only reason I got them books. You just stop butting your nose in and keep my steamboats clean of dust. Certainly. Will you be making a model of that other boat, do you think? The Fevre Dream? Marsh settled into a big overstuffed chair and frowned. No, he said. No, I ain't. That's one boat I just want to forget about. So you just get to dustin' and stop pestering me with your damn fool questions. He picked up a newspaper and began to read about the Natchez and Leather's latest boast. His housekeeper made a clucking noise and finally commenced dusting. His house had a high, round turret facing south. At evening, Marsh would often go up there with a glass of wine or a cup of coffee, sometimes a piece of pie. He didn't eat like he used to, not since the war. Food just didn't seem to taste the same. He was still a big man, but he had lost at least 100 pounds since his days with Joshua and the Fevre Dream. His flesh hung loose on him everywhere, like he'd bought it a couple of sizes too large, expecting it to shrink. He had big droopy jowls, too. "Makes me even uglier than I used to be," he would growl when he glanced in a mirror. Sitting by his turret window, Marsh could see the river. He spent a lot of nights there, reading, drinking, and looking out on the water. The river was pretty in the moonlight, flowing past him, on, like it had flowed before he was born, like it would flow after he was dead and buried. Seeing it made Marsh feel peaceful, and he treasured that feeling. Most of the time he just felt weary or melancholy. He had read one poem by Keats that said there wasn't nothing as sad as a beautiful thing dying, and it seemed to Marsh sometimes that every goddamn beautiful thing in the world was withering away. Marsh was lonely, too. He had been on the river so many years that he had no real friends left in Galena. He never had visitors, never talked to anyone but his damned annoying housekeeper. She vexed him considerably, but Marsh didn't really mind. It was about all he had left to keep his blood hot. Sometimes he thought his life was over, and that made him so angry he turned red. He still had so many goddamn things he'd never done, so much unfinished business. But there was no denying that he was getting old. He used to carry that old hickory walking stick to gesture with, and be fashionable. Now he had an expensive gold-handled cane to help him walk better, and he had wrinkles around his eyes, and even between his warts, and a funny kind of brown spot on the back of his left hand. He'd look at it sometimes and wonder how it had got there. He'd never noticed. Then he would cuss and pick up a newspaper or a book. Marsh was sitting in his parlor reading a book by Mr. Dickens about his travels on the river and through America, when his housekeeper brought in the letter to him. He grunted with surprise and slammed down the Dickens book, muttering under his breath, "Goddamn fool of a Britisher, like to chuck him in the goddamn river." He took the letter and ripped it open, letting the envelope flutter to the floor. Getting a letter was pretty rare by itself, but this one was queerer still. It had been addressed to Fever River Packets in St. Louis, and forwarded on up to Galena. Abner Marsh unfolded the crisp, yellowing paper, and suddenly sucked in his breath. It was old stationery, and he remembered it well. He'd had it printed up some 13 years before, to put in the desk drawer of every stateroom on his steamer. Across the top was a fancy pen-and-ink drawing of a great side-wheel steamer, and Fevre Dream in curved, ornate letters. He knew the hand, too, that graceful, flowing hand. The message was short. "Dear Abner, I have made my choice. If you are well and willing, meet me in New Orleans as soon as possible. You will find me at the Green Tree on Gallatin Street. Joshua." "God damn it to hell," Marsh swore. "After all this time, does that damned fool think he can just send me some goddamn letter and make me come all the goddamn way down to New Orleans? And with never a word of explanation, neither. Who the hell does he think he is?" "I'm sure I don't know," his housekeeper said. Abner Marsh pulled himself to his feet. "Woman, where the hell did you go and put my white coat?" he roared. Chapter 31. New Orleans, May 1870.
Gallatin Street by night looked like the main road through hell, Abner Marsh thought as he hurried along it. It was lined with dance halls, saloons, and whorehouses, all of them crowded, filthy, and raucous, and the sidewalks seethed with drunks and whores and cutpurses. The whores called after him as he walked, mocking invitations that turned to jeers when he ignored them. Rough, cold-eyed men with knives and brass knuckles appraised him with open contempt, and made Marsh wish he didn't look quite so prosperous and quite so goddamned old. He crossed the street to avoid one throng of men standing in front of a dance hall and hefting live-oak cudgels, and found himself in front of the Green Tree. It was a dance hall like all the others, a hell-hole surrounded by other hell-holes. Marsh pushed his way inside. The interior was crowded, smoky, and dim. Couples moved through the bluish haze, shuffling vaguely in time to the loud, cheap music. One of the men, a thickly built, unshaven lout in a red flannel shirt, staggered around the dance floor with a partner who looked to be unconscious. The man was squeezing her breast through her thin calico dress as he supported her and dragged her about. The other dancers all ignored them. The women were all typical dance-hall girls, in faded calico shifts and tattered slippers. As Marsh looked on, the man in the red shirt stumbled and dropped his partner and collapsed on top of her, and a hoot of laughter went up. He cussed and got unsteadily to his feet, while the woman lay sprawled out. Then, as the laughing subsided, he leaned over her and grabbed her by the front of her dress and pulled. The cloth ripped, and he yanked the garment off and tossed it aside, grinning. She had nothing on underneath except for a red garter around one white, meaty thigh, with a little dagger stuck through it. The pommel was pink and heart-shaped. The man in the red shirt had started unbuttoning his pants when two bouncers moved in on either side of him. They were massive, red-faced men with brass knuckles and thick wooden clubs. "Take her upstairs," one of them growled. The man in the red shirt started cussing a streak, but finally he lifted the woman onto a shoulder and staggered off through the smoke, accompanied by more laughter. "Want to dance, mister?" A slurred female voice whispered in Marsh's ear. He turned and scowled. The woman must have weighed as much as he did. She was pasty white and naked as the day she was born, except for a little leather belt with two knives hanging from it. She smiled and stroked Marsh's cheek before he turned away from her abruptly and pushed through the crowd. He made a circuit of the room, trying to find Joshua. In one particularly noisy corner, a dozen men were crowded around a wooden box, belching and swearing as they watched a rat fight. Around the bar, men stood 2 deep, near every one of them armed and glowering. Marsh muttered apologies and pushed past a weedy-looking fellow with a garrote looped through his belt, who was talking intently to a short man wearing a brace of pistols. The man with the garrote stopped and eyed Marsh unpleasantly, until the other shouted something at him and drew him back into conversation. "Whiskey," Marsh demanded, leaning against the bar. "This whiskey will rot a hole in your stomach, Abner," the barkeeper said softly, his quiet voice penetrating right through the din. Abner Marsh let his mouth fall open. The man behind the bar, smiling at him, wore rough-woven, baggy trousers held up by a cord belt, a white shirt so dirty it was almost gray, and a black vest. But the face was the same as it had been 13 years before, pale and unlined, framed by that straight white hair, a bit messy now. Joshua York's gray eyes seemed to shine with their own light in the dimness of the dance-hall. He extended his hand across the bar and clasped Marsh on the arm. "Come upstairs," he said urgently, "where we can talk." As he came around the bar, the other barkeep stared at him, and a wiry, weasel-faced man in a dark suit charged up to him and said, "Where the hell you going? Get back there and pour them whiskeys." "I quit," Joshua told him. "Quit? I'll have your damned throat slit." "Will you?" said Joshua. He waited, looking around the suddenly hushed room and challenging them all with his eyes. No one moved. "I'll be upstairs with my friend, if any of you care to try," he said to the half-dozen bouncers who lined the bar. Then he took Marsh by the elbow and led him through the dancers to a narrow back stair. Upstairs was a short hall lit by a single flickering gas jet, and a half-dozen rooms. Noises were coming from behind one closed door, grunting and moaning. Another door was open, and a man was sprawled in front of it, face down, half in and half out of the room. As he stepped over him, Marsh saw that it was the red-shirted man from downstairs. "What the hell happened to him?" Marsh said loudly. Joshua York shrugged. "Bridget probably woke up, clubbed him, and took his money. She is a real darling. I believe she's killed at least 4 men with that little knife of hers. She carves notches on that heart." He grimaced. "When it comes to bloodshed, Abner, my people have very little to teach your own." Joshua opened the door to an empty room. "In here, if you will." He shut it behind them, after turning on one of the lamps. Marsh sat heavily on the bed. "God damn," he said. "This is a hell of a place you got me to, Joshua. This is as bad as Natchez under the Hill was 20, 30 years ago. Damned if I ever expected to find you in a place like this." Joshua York smiled and sat down in a frayed old armchair. "Neither will Julian or Sour Billy. That is the point. They are searching for me, I know, but even if they think to search Gallatin Street, it will be difficult. Julian would be attacked for his obvious wealth, and Sour Billy is known here by sight. He has taken off too many women who have never returned. Tonight there were at least 2 men in the Green Tree who would have killed him on sight. The streets outside belong to the Live Oak boys, who might beat Billy to death just for the fun of it, unless they decided to help him." He shrugged. "Even the police won't come to Gallatin Street. I am as safe here as I would be anywhere. And on this street my nocturnal habits draw no notice. They are commonplace." "Never mind about that," Marsh said impatiently. "You sent me a letter. Said you'd made your choice. You know why I come, but I ain't sure why you sent for me. Maybe you better tell me." "I scarcely know where to begin. It has been a long time, Abner." "For both of us," Marsh said gruffly. Then his tone softened. "I looked for you, Joshua, for more goddamn years than I care to think about. I tried to find you in that steamboat of mine. But there was just too goddamn much river and not enough time nor money." "Abner," said York, "you might have had all the time and money in the world, and you would never have found us on the river. For the past 13 years, the Fevre Dream has been on dry land. She is hidden near the old indigo vats on the plantation that Julian owns, some 500 yards from the bayou, but quite thoroughly concealed." Marsh said, "How the hell?" "It was my doing. Let me start from the beginning and tell you all of it." He sighed. "I must go back 13 years, to the night I took my leave from you." "I remember." "I went upriver as quickly as I could," Joshua began, "anxious to get back, worried that the thirst would come upon me. Travel was difficult, but I reached the Fevre Dream on the 2nd night after my departure. She had moved only slightly. She now stood well away from the shore, the dark water rushing around her on both sides. It was a cold, foggy night when I approached her, and she was absolutely dead and dark. No smoke, no steam, not a flame showing anywhere. So silent that I almost missed her for the fog. I did not want to return, but I knew I must. I swam out to her." He hesitated briefly. "Abner, you know the sort of life I have led. I have seen and done many terrible things, but nothing prepared me for that steamer the way I found her. Nothing." Marsh's face grew hard. "Go on." "I told you once that I thought Damon Julian was mad. I recollect it. Mad and heedless and dreaming of death," Joshua said. "And he had proven it. Oh, yes, he had proven it. When I pulled myself up onto deck, the steamer was deathly quiet. No sound, no movement, just the river rushing past. I wandered through the boat unmolested." His eyes were fixed on Abner Marsh, but they had a far-off glazed look, as if they were seeing something else. something they would always see. York stopped.
"Tell me, Joshua,"
Marsh said. York's mouth grew tight. "It was a slaughterhouse, Abner." He let that simple statement hang in the air for a moment before he went on. Bodies were everywhere. Everywhere. And not intact, either. I walked through the main deck and found corpses. Among the freight and back with the engines, there were arms, legs, other body parts, ripped loose, torn off. The slaves, the stokers Billy had bought, most of them were still in the manacles, dead, their throats torn out. The engineer had been hung upside down above the cylinder, and cut so he must have bled down onto, as if blood could take the place of oil. Joshua gave a small, grim shake of his head. The number of dead, Abner, you can't imagine. And the way they were torn, the grotesque mutilations. The fog had seeped onto the boat, so I could not see the whole at once. I walked, I wandered, and these things would suddenly appear before me, where an instant before there had been nothing but vague shadows and a drifting veil of fog. And I would look at whatever new terror the mist had yielded up to me, and move away, and take only 2 or 3 steps before the vapors dissolved yet again to reveal something even more vile. Finally, sick at heart and filled with a wrath that burned in me like a fever, I went up the grand staircase to the boiler deck. The saloon. It was more of the same. Bodies and pieces of bodies. So much blood had been spilled that the carpet was still wet with it, even then. Everywhere I found signs of struggle. Dozens of mirrors were shattered. 3 or 4 stateroom doors had been smashed in. Tables were overturned. On one table that still stood, there was a human head upon a silver platter. I have never known more horror than I did as I walked the length of that saloon, those terrible 300 feet. Nothing moved in the darkness and the fog. Nothing living. I moved back and forth listlessly, not knowing what to do. I stopped before the water cooler, that great silver ornamental water cooler you had placed at the forward end of the cabin. My throat was very dry. I picked up one of the silver cups and turned the handle. The water came slowly, Abner. Very slowly. Even in the darkness of that saloon I could see that it was black and viscous, half clotted. I stood with the cup in hand, looking about blindly, my nose filled with the smell. The smell! I have hardly mentioned that. The smell was terrible. You can imagine, I'm sure. I stood in the midst of it all, watching that agonizing, slow trickle from the water cooler. I felt as though I was choking. My horror, my outrage, I felt them rise within me. I tossed the cup across the cabin, and I screamed. Then the noises began. Whispers, thumpings, begging sounds, weeping, threats. Voices, Abner. Living human voices. I looked about me, and grew even sicker, even more angry. At least a dozen stateroom doors had been nailed shut, their occupants imprisoned within them, waiting, I knew, for tonight or the night after, Julian's living larder. I began to tremble. I moved to the nearest door and started to pull loose the boards that held it shut. They pulled out with a loud creaking sound, almost a cry of agony. I was still working on that door when he said, "Dear Joshua, you must stop that. Dear lost Joshua, come back to us." When I turned, they were there. Julian smiling at me, Sour Billy at his side, and the others, all the others, even my own people, Simon, Smith, and Brown, all of them that were left, watching me. I screamed at them all, wild and incoherent. They were my people, and yet they had done this. Abner, I was filled with such loathing. Later,
Days later, I heard the whole story, learned the full depth of Julian's madness. Perhaps it was my fault, in a sense. In saving you and Toby and Mr. Fram, I brought on the death of more than 100 innocent passengers. Abner Marsh snorted. "Don't," he said. "Whatever happened, it was Julian that had done it, and him that has to answer for it. You weren't even there, so don't go blaming yourself, you hear?" Joshua's gray eyes were troubled. "So I have told myself many times," he said. "Let me finish the story. What had happened? Julian had woken that night to find us gone. He was furious, wild, more. Those words sound too feeble to convey what must have been his rage. Perhaps it was the red thirst in him that woke, after all those centuries. Moreover, it must have looked to him as if destruction were near to hand. His pilots were all gone. The steamer could not move without a pilot. And he must have known that you intended to return, to attack by day and destroy him. He could not have guessed that I would come back instead, to save them. No doubt my treachery and Valerie's desertion filled him with fear, with uncertainty about what would come next. He had lost control. He had been bloodmaster, and yet we had acted against him. In all the history of the people of the night, it had never happened before. I think, during that terrible night, that Damon Julian thought he saw the death he both hungered for and feared. Sour Billy, I learned later, urged that they go ashore, split up, travel overland separately, and meet again in Natchez or New Orleans or somewhere. That would have been sensible. But Julian was past sense. He had just entered the main cabin, his madness seething in his eyes, when a passenger approached him and began to complain that the steamer was far behind schedule, that she had not moved all day. "Ah," Julian said, "then we must move it immediately." He had her taken a bit further out, so no one could get to shore. When it was done, he returned to the main cabin, where the passengers were dining, and approached the man who had complained, and killed him in full view of all. Then the slaughter began. Of course, people screamed, ran, hid, locked themselves in their staterooms, but there was no place to go. And Julian used his power, used his voice and his eyes, and sent his people forth to kill. I understand the Fevre Dream had about 130 passengers aboard that night, against about 20 of my people, some driven by the thirst, some by Julian. But the thirst can be terrible at a time like that. Like a fever, it can leap from one to the next, until all of them burn. And Sour Billy had the men he hired at Natchez under the Hill assist in the fighting, too. He told them it was all part of a plan to rob and kill the passengers, and that they would share in the loot. By the time my people turned against their human helpers, it was far too late. It was happening even as you and I stood talking that last night, Abner. The screams, the carnage, Julian's wild death spasm. He did not have everything his own way. The passengers fought back. I am told that virtually all my people sustained injuries, though of course they healed. Vincent Thibault was shot through the eye and died. Catherine was seized by 2 firemen and thrust into one of the furnaces. They burned her to death before Kurt and Elaine intervened. So 2 of my people met their ends. 2 of us, and well over 100 of your kind. The survivors were penned within their own cabins. When it was over, Julian settled down to wait. The others were full of fear and wanted to flee, but Julian would not permit it. He wanted to be discovered, I believe. They say he spoke of you, Abner. Me? Marsh was thunderstruck. He said he had promised you that the river would never forget your fever dream. He laughed and said he made good on that promise. Abner Marsh's anger welled up in him and came out in a furious snort. "Damn him to hell," he said in a strangely quiet tone. "That," said Joshua York, "was how it happened. But I knew none of that the night I returned to the Fevre Dream. I only knew what I saw with my eyes, what I smelled, what I could guess and imagine. And I was wild, Abner, wild. I was tearing free those boards, as I said, and then Julian was there, and suddenly I was screaming at him, screaming incoherently. I wanted vengeance. I wanted to kill him as badly as I have ever wanted to kill anyone, wanted to rip open that pale throat of his and taste his damnable blood. My anger. The words are so useless. Julian waited until I had finished screaming, and then he said quietly, "There are 2 boards left, Joshua. Pull them off and let him out. You must be very thirsty." Sour Billy sniggered. I said nothing. "Go on, dear Joshua," Julian said. "Tonight you will truly join us, so you may never run again. Go on, dear Joshua. Free him. Kill him." And his eyes held mine. I felt their force pulling me inside him, trying to take hold of me and make me do his bidding. Once I had tasted blood again, I would be his, body and soul forever. He had beaten me 12 times, forced me to kneel to him, compelled me to let him drink of my own blood, but he had never been able to make me kill. It was my last protection of what I was, and what I believed in, and what I tried to do, and now his eyes were tearing it down, and behind it was only death and blood and terror, and the endless empty nights that soon would be my life. Joshua York stopped then and looked away. There had been something clouded and unreadable in his eyes. Abner Marsh saw to his astonishment that Joshua's hand was shaking. "Joshua," he said, "whatever happened, it was 13 years ago. It's past, it's gone, like all those folks you killed in England and such. And you didn't have no choice at all. It was you that told me you can't have good or evil without a choice. You ain't what Julian is, no matter if you did kill that man." York looked at him straight on and gave a strange little smile. "Abner, I did not kill that man." "No? Then what?" "I fought back," said Joshua. "I was wild, Abner. I looked him in the eyes, and I defied him. I fought him. And this time I won. We stood there for a good 10 minutes, and finally Julian broke away, snarling, and retreated up the stairs to his cabin, Sour Billy scurrying after him. The rest of my people stood staring at me, astonished. Raymond Ortega stepped forward and challenged me. In less than a minute he was kneeling. "Bloodmaster," he said, bowing his head. Then, one by one, the others began to kneel. Armand and Cara, Cynthia, George and Michael Lecoeur, even Kurt, all of them. Simon had such victory on his face. So did others. Julian's had been a bitter reign for several of them. Now they were free. I had vanquished Damon Julian. For all his strength, for all his age, I was the leader of my people once again. I realized then that I faced a choice. Unless I acted, and quickly, the Fevre Dream would be discovered, and I and Julian and all our race would die. What did you do? I found Sour Billy. He had been mate, after all. He was outside Julian's cabin, confused, cowering. I put him in charge of the main deck and told the others to do as he told them. They worked, as stokers, as strikers, as engineers. With Billy half scared to death and giving orders, they got our steam up. We fueled her with wood and lard and corpses. Ghastly, I know, but we had to get rid of the bodies, and we could not stop to wood up without great risk. I went up to the pilot-house and took the wheel. Up there, at least, no one had died. She ran with all her lights out, so no one could see us, even if they had eyes to penetrate that fog. At times we had to take soundings and creep along, and other times, when the fog pulled back from us, we slid down river fast enough to make you proud, Abner. We passed a few other steamboats in the dark, and I whistled to them, and they whistled back, but no one got close enough to read our name. The river was empty that night, most of the traffic tied up because of the fog. I was being a reckless pilot, but the alternative was discovery and certain death. When dawn came, we were still on the river. I would not let them retire. Billy had the tarpaulins rigged around the main deck as protection from the sun. I remained in the pilot-house. We passed New Orleans near sunbreak, went downstream, and turned off into the bayou. It was narrow and shallow, the most difficult part of the trip. We had to sound every inch of it. But finally we reached Julian's old plantation. Only then did I let myself seek the shelter of my cabin. I was badly burned. Again. He smiled ruefully. I seem to have made a habit of that, he said. The next night I surveyed Julian's land. We had tied up the steamer at a half-rotted old wharf on the bayou, but she was too conspicuous. If you thought to come to Cypress Landing, you would find her easily. I was loath to destroy her, since we might need the mobility she gave us. Yet I knew she had to be better hidden. I found my answer. The plantation had once been given over to indigo. The owners had begun growing the more lucrative sugar cane more than 50 years before, and of course Julian had grown nothing at all. But well south of the main house I found the old abandoned indigo vats on a waterway leading from the bayou. It was a still, stagnant backwater, overgrown and foul-smelling. Indigo is not wholesome. The channel was barely wide enough for the Fevre Dream, and clearly not deep enough. So I contrived to deepen it. We unloaded the steamer and worked at clearing the undergrowth and cutting back the trees and dredging the backwater. A month of labor, Abner, nearly every night. And then I took the steamer down the bayou, angled her into the backwater with much difficulty, and squeezed her through. When I stopped her, we were scraping bottom, but she was essentially invisible, screened on all sides by foliage. In the weeks that followed, we dammed up the mouth of the backwater where it met the bayou, replaced the mud and sand we had so laboriously dredged out, and endeavored to drain the waterway. Within a month or so, the Fevre Dream rested on damp, muddy ground, veiled by live oak and cypress, and one would never guess there had been water there. Abner Marsh frowned unhappily. "That's no goddamned end for a steamboat," he said bitterly. "Not her especially. She deserved better than that." "I know," said Joshua, "but I had the safety of my people to think about. I made my choice, Abner, and when it was done I was pleased and triumphant. We would never be found now. Most of the bodies had been burnt or buried. Julian had hardly been seen since the night I had defied and conquered him. He left his cabin infrequently, and then only for food. Sour Billy was the only one who spoke to him. Billy was afraid and obedient, and the others all followed me, drank with me. I had ordered Billy to remove my liquor from Julian's cabin and keep it behind the bar in the main saloon. We drank it every night with supper. There was only one major problem remaining before I went on to consider the future of my race. Our prisoners, those passengers who had survived that night of terror. We had kept them confined all during our flight and labors, though none of them had suffered harm. I had seen that they were fed and well treated. I had even tried to talk to them, to reason with them, but it was useless. When I entered their staterooms, they would become hysterical with fear. I had no appetite for keeping them caged up indefinitely, but they had seen everything, and I did not see how I could safely let them go. Then the problem was solved for me. One black night, Damon Julian left his cabin. He still lived on the steamer, as did a few others, those who had been closest to him. I was ashore that night, with a dozen others working in the main house, which Julian had allowed to deteriorate shamefully. When I returned to the Fevre Dream, I found that 2 of our prisoners had been taken from their staterooms and killed. Raymond and Kurt and Adrienne were sitting in the grand saloon over their bodies, feeding, and Julian was presiding over it all. Abner Marsh snorted. "Damn it, Joshua, you ought to have killed him when you had the chance." "Yes," Joshua York agreed, much to Marsh's surprise. "I thought I could control him. A grievous error. Of course that night he re-emerged. I tried to rectify that error. I was furious and sick. We exchanged bitter words, and I was determined that this would be the last crime of his long and monstrous life. I commanded him to face me. I intended to make him kneel and offer up his own blood, again and again if need be, until he was mine, until he was drained and broken and harmless. He rose and faced me, and— York gave a hard, hopeless laugh. "He beat you?" Marsh said. Joshua nodded. "Easily. As he had always done before, except that one night. I summoned up all the strength and will and anger that was in me, but I was no match for him. Even Julian did not expect it, I think." He shook his head. "Joshua York, king of the vampires. I failed them again. My reign lasted for just over 2 months. For the past 13 years, Julian has been our master." "Your prisoners?" Marsh asked, knowing the answer, but hoping he was wrong. "Dead. They took them one by one, over the months that followed." Marsh grimaced. 13 years. That's a long time, Joshua. Why didn't you run off? You must have had a chance." "Many," Joshua York admitted. "I think Julian would have preferred that I vanish. He had been blood master for 1,000 years or more, the strongest and most terrible predator ever to walk the earth. And I had made him a slave for 2 months. Neither he nor I could account for my brief, bitter triumph, but neither could we forget it. We struggled again and again over the years, and each time, before Julian brought all his power to bear, I saw the flicker of doubt, the fear that maybe this time he would be overcome again. But it never happened, and I stayed. Where would I go, Abner? And what good could I do? My place was with my people. All that time I continued to hope that someday I could take them back from him. Even in defeat, I believe my presence was a check on Julian. It was always I who initiated our contests for mastery, never him. He never attempted to make me kill. When supplies of my drink ran low, I set up my equipment and made more, and Julian did not interfere. He even allowed some of the others to join me. Simon, Cynthia, Michael, a few others. We drank and stilled the thirst. For his part, Julian kept to his cabin. You might even say he was dormant. At times, no one but Sour Billy would see him for weeks. Years passed that way, with Julian lost in his own dreams, though his presence hung over us. He had his blood, of course. At least once a month, Sour Billy would ride into New Orleans and return with a victim. Slaves before the war. Afterward, dance-hall girls, prostitutes, drunks, scoundrels, whomever he could entice out to us. The war was difficult. Julian stirred during the war, and led parties into the city several times. Later he sent out the others. Wars often yield up easy prey for my people, but they can also be dangerous, and this war took its toll. Cara was attacked by a Union soldier one night in New Orleans. She killed him, of course, but he had companions. She was the first to die. Philip and Elaine were arrested on suspicion and imprisoned. They were shut up in an outdoor stockade to wait for questioning. The sun came up, and both of them died. And troops fired the Plantation house one night. It was half ruined anyway, but not empty. Armand died in a blaze, and George and Michael were horribly burned, though they recovered. The rest of us dispersed, and returned to the Fevre Dream when the marauders had gone. It has been our home ever since. The years have passed with a sort of uneasy truce between Julian and myself. There are fewer of us, barely a dozen, and we are divided. My followers have my liquor, and Julian's have their blood. Simon, Cynthia, and Michael are mine, the others his. Some because they think as he does, others because he is bloodmaster. Kurt and Raymond are his strongest allies, and Billy. His expression was grim. Billy is a cannibal, Abner. For 13 years, Julian has been making him one of us, or so he says. After all that time, the blood still makes Billy sick. I have seen him retch on it a dozen times. but he eats human flesh eagerly now, though he cooks it first. Julian finds that amusing. You should have let me kill him. Perhaps, though without Billy we would have died on the steamer that day. He has a quick mind, but Julian has twisted him terribly, as he twists all those who listen to him. Without Billy, this way of life Julian has constructed would collapse. It is Billy who rides into the city and brings back Julian's sorry prey. It is Billy who sells off the silver from the boat, or parcels of land, or whatever else is needed to keep some money on hand. And, in a sense, it is because of Billy that you and I have met again. I figured you'd get to that sooner or later, Marsh said. You've been with Julian a long time without running off or doing nothing. Only now you're here, with Julian and Sour Billy hunting for you. And now you write me this goddamn letter. Why now? What's changed? Joshua's hands were tight on the ends of his armchair. The truce I spoke of is over, he said. Julian is awake again. How? Billy, said Joshua. Billy is our link with the world outside. When he goes into New Orleans, he often brings back newspapers and books for me, along with food and wine and victims. Billy also hears all the stories, all the talk in the city and along the river. So? Said Abner Marsh. Of late, much of that talk has been about one topic. The papers have been full of it, too. It is a topic dear to your heart, Abner. Steamboats. 2 steamboats in particular. Abner Marsh frowned. The Natchez and the Wild Bob Lee, he said. He couldn't see what Joshua was getting at. Precisely, said York. From the papers I have read and the things Billy has said, it seems that a race is inevitable. Hell yes, said Marsh. Soon, too. Leathers has been bragging all up and down the river, and he's starting to cut into the Lee's trade bad, from what I hear. Captain Cannon ain't going to stand that long. It ought to be a hell of a race, too. He tugged at his beard. Only I don't see what that's got to do with Julian and Billy and your damn night folks. Joshua York smiled grimly. Billy talked too much. Julian grew interested, and he remembers, Abner. He remembers that promise he made to you. I stopped him once. But now, damn him, he intends to do it again. Do it again? He will recreate the slaughter I found on the Fevre Dream, said Joshua. Abner, this business between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee has caught the interest of the whole nation. Even in Europe, large wagers are being placed, according to the papers. If they race from New Orleans to St. Louis, it will take them 3 or 4 days, and 3 or 4 nights, Abner. And 3 or 4 nights. And all of a sudden Abner Marsh saw where Joshua was going, and a coldness settled on him such as he had never known. The Fevre Dream, he said. They are floating her again, said York, clearing out that waterway we had filled in. Sour Billy is raising money. Later this month he will come to the city and hire a crew to help make her ready and man her when the time comes. Julian thinks it will all be very amusing. He intends to take her to New Orleans and land her until the day of the race. He will let the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee depart first, and then he will take the Fevre Dream upriver after them. When darkness falls, he will close in on whichever boat is leading, pull alongside her, and, well, you know what he intends. Both steamers will be lightly manned, without any passengers to keep their weight down. Julian will have an easy time of it, and he will compel all of us to take part. I am his pilot. He laughed bitterly. Or I was. When I first heard his madness, I fought him, and lost yet again. The next dawn I stole Billy's horse and fled. I thought that I could frustrate him by running. Without a pilot, he could not bring it off. But by the time I had recovered from my burns, I saw the fallacy in that. Billy will simply hire a pilot. Abner Marsh had a heavy churning in the pit of his stomach. Part of him was sick and furious at Julian's plan to make the Fevre Dream some kind of demon steamer. But another part of him was entranced by the boldness of it, by the vision of his fever dream showing up both of them, cannon and leathers, and the whole damn world to boot. "Pilot hell," Marsh said. "Them two steamers are the fastest things on the goddamn river, Joshua. If he lets them get off first, he ain't never going to catch them nor kill nobody." But even as he said it, Marsh knew he did not really believe it. "Julian thinks that makes it all the more amusing," Joshua York replied. "If they can stay ahead of him, they live. If not—" He shook his head. "And he says he has the greatest faith in your steamboat, Abner. He intends to make her famous. Afterward, both boats are to be wrecked. And Julian says we will all escape to the shore and make our way to the east, to Philadelphia or perhaps New York. He is weary of the river, he claims. I believe that is so much empty talk. Julian is weary of life. If he carries through this plan, it will mean the end of my race." Abner Marsh got up off the bed and stamped his cane on the floor in fury. "God damn it to hell!" he roared. "She'll catch him. I know she will. She could have caught the goddamned eclipse if she'd been given the chance, I swear it. She ain't going to have no goddamn trouble outrunning the likes of the Natchez and the Bad Bob. Hell, neither one of them could ever beat the eclipse. God damn it, Joshua, he ain't going to do this with my steamboat, I swear he ain't." Joshua York smiled, a thin, dangerous smile, and when Abner Marsh looked into his eyes, he saw the determination he had once seen in the planter's house, and the cold anger he had once seen when he barged in on York by day. "No," York said, "he isn't. That's why I wrote you, Abner, and prayed that you were still alive. I have thought a long time about this. I am decided. We will kill him. There is no other way." "Hell," said Marsh. "Took you long enough to see that. I could have told you that 13 goddamn years ago. Well, I'm with you. Only—" he pointed his cane at York's chest. "We don't hurt the steamer, you hear? The only thing wrong with that goddamn plan of Julian's is the part where everybody gets killed. The rest of it I like just fine." He smiled. "Cannon and Leathers is going to get such a goddamn surprise they ain't going to believe it." Joshua rose smiling. "Abner, we will do our best, I promise you, to see that the Fevre Dream remains intact. Be sure to caution your men." Marsh frowned. "What men?" The smile faded from Joshua's face. "Your crew," he said. "I assumed that you came down here on one of your steamboats with a party of men." Marsh suddenly recollected that Joshua had mailed his letter to Fever River Packets in St. Louis. "Hell," he said, "Joshua, I ain't got no steamers any more, nor any men, neither. I came down by steamboat, all right. Cabin passage." "Carl Fram," Joshua said. "Toby. The others, those men you had with you on the Eli Reynolds." "Dead or gone, all of them. I was near dead myself." Joshua frowned. "I had thought we would attack in force by day. This changes things, Abner." Abner Marsh clouded up like a thunderhead about to break. "The hell it does," he said. "It don't change one goddamn thing, far as I can see. Maybe you figured we was going in there with an army, but I sure as hell knew better. I'm a goddamned old man, Joshua, and I'm probably going to die soon, and Damon Julian don't scare me no more. He's had my steamboat for too goddamn long, and I ain't happy with what he's done with her, and I'm going to get her back or die trying. You wrote that you made a choice, damn it. Now what is it? Are you coming with me or not?" Joshua York listened quietly to Marsh's furious outburst, and slowly a reluctant smile crept over his pale white features. "All right," he said at last. "We'll do it alone." Chapter 32. Julian Plantation, Louisiana, May 1870. They left New Orleans in the middle of the night, rolling and clattering over dark, rutted roads in a wagon that Joshua York had purchased. Dressed in dark brown, a hooded cloak billowing behind him, Joshua looked as fine as in the old days as he snapped the reins and urged the horses onward.
Abner Marsh sat grimly beside him, bouncing and jouncing as they rattled over rocks and holes, holding tight to the double-barreled shotgun across his knees. The pockets of his coat bulged with shells. Joshua pulled off the main road almost as soon as they were out of the city, and left the secondary road quickly as well, so they moved swiftly down pathways little traveled, and deserted now in the dead of night. The roads became narrow, twisting lanes through thick stands of yellow pine and heart pine, magnolia and cypress, sour gum and live oak. At times the trees twined together overhead, so it seemed as though they were plunging through a long black tunnel. Marsh found he was nearly blind at times, when the trees pressed close and shut out the moon, but Joshua never let the pace slacken. He had eyes for the dark. At length the bayou appeared on their left, and the road ran along it for a long time. The moon shone pale and still on the black, quiet water. Fireflies were drifting through the lazy night, and Marsh listened to the deep croaking of bullfrogs, and smelled the heavy, rich odors that drifted off the backwaters, where the water-lilies grew thickly, and the banks were dense with snow-white dogwoods and daddy graybeard beneath the old towering trees. It might be the last night of his life, Abner Marsh thought. So he breathed it deeply, snorted up all the smells it had to offer, the sweet ones and the sour ones alike. Joshua York looked straight ahead, and kept them thundering through the dark, oblivious and hard-faced, lost in his own thoughts. Near dawn, a vague light had just appeared in the east, and some of the stars seemed to be fading. They passed around an ancient Spanish oak, dead now, trailers of gray moss dripping feebly from its withered limbs, and into a wide, overgrown field. Marsh saw a row of shanties off in the distance, black as rotted teeth, and close at hand stood the charred and roofless walls of an old plantation house, its empty windows gaping at them. Joshua York brought them to a halt. "We will leave the wagon here and proceed on foot," he said. "It is not so far now." He looked up toward the horizon, where the brightness was spreading and eating up the stars. "At full light we will strike." Abner Marsh grunted assent and climbed down off the wagon, clutching the shotgun tightly. "Going to be a nice day," he said to Joshua. "Maybe just a trifle gaudy." York smiled and pulled his hat down over his eyes. "This way," he said. "Remember the plan. I will smash the door in and confront Julian. When all his attention is fixed on me, step in and shoot for the face." "Hell," said Marsh, "I ain't going to forget. I've been shooting at that face for years in my dreams." Joshua walked quickly with long strides, and Abner Marsh moved heavily beside him, struggling to match his pace. Marsh had left his cane back in New Orleans. This morning, of all mornings, he felt young again. The air was sweet and cool and full of fragrance, and he was going to get his lady back, his sweet steamer, his fever dream. Past the plantation house, past the slave shanties, through another field, where indigo was growing wild in a profusion of pink and purple flowers, around a tall old willow tree whose trailing tendrils brushed Marsh's face as gently as a woman's hand, then into a denser stand of woods, cypress mostly, and some palmetto with flowering reeds and dogwood and fleur-de-lis of every color growing all about. The ground was damp, and grew damper as they walked. Abner Marsh felt the wetness soaking through the soles of his old boots. Joshua ducked under a thick gray drape of Spanish moss that hung from a low, twisted limb, and Marsh did likewise one step behind him. And there she was. Abner Marsh gripped the shotgun very tightly. "Hell," was all he said. The water had returned to the old back channel, and it stood all about the Fevre Dream. But it was not deep enough, and the steamer was not afloat. She rested on a shoal of mud and sand, her head thrust up into the air, listing about 10 degrees to larboard, her paddles high and mostly dry. Once she had been white and blue and silver. Now she was mostly gray, the gray of old rotting wood that had seen too much sun and too much dampness, and not enough paint. It looked as if Julian and his goddamn vampires had sucked all the life out of it. On her wheelhouse, Marsh could see traces of the whore's scarlet that Sour Billy had slapped upon her, and the letters O.Z. real faint, like old memories, But the rest was gone, and the old true name could be seen again, where the newer paint had crumbled and peeled. The whitewash on her railings and colonnades had fared the worst, and that was where she was greyest, and here and there Marsh saw patches of green clinging to her wood, and spreading. He began to tremble as he looked at her. The damp and the heat and the rot, he thought, and there was something in his eye. He rubbed at it angrily. Her chimneys looked crooked because of the way she was listing. Spanish moss festooned one side of her pilot-house, and drooped off her verge flagpole. The ropes that held up her larboard stage had snapped long ago, and the stage had come crashing to the forecastle. Her grand staircase, that great curving expanse of polished wood, was slimy with fungus. Here and there Marsh could see wildflowers that had taken root in cracks between the deck-boards. "God damn it," he said. "God damn it, Joshua, how the hell could you let her get like this? How the hell could you—" But then his voice cracked and betrayed him, and Abner Marsh found he had no words. Joshua York put a gentle hand on his shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, Abner. I did try." "Oh, I know," Marsh swore. "It was him that did it to her, that turned her rotten like everything else he touches. Oh, I know who it was. I sure as hell know that. What I don't know is why the hell you lied to me, Mr. York. All that business about the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee. Hell, she ain't going to outrun nobody. She ain't never going to move again." His face was beet red, he knew, and his voice was starting to get loud. "God damn it all to hell, she's just going to sit and rot. God damn it, and you knew it." He stopped suddenly before he started to shout and woke up all the damned vampires. "I knew it," Joshua York admitted, with sorrow in his eyes. The morning sun shone behind him and made him look pale and weak. "But I needed you, Abner. It was not all lie. Julian did put forth the plan I told you, but Billy told him what bad shape the Fevre Dream was in, and he gave it up at once. The rest was all true." "How the hell can I believe you?" Marsh said flatly. "After all we've been through, you lied to me. God damn you to hell, Joshua York. You're my own goddamned partner, and you lied to me." "Abner, listen to me. Please, let me explain." He put a hand up against his brow and blinked. "Go on," said Marsh. "Go on and tell me. I'm listening, damn you." "I needed you. I knew there was no way I could conquer Julian alone. The others, even those who are with me, they cannot stand before him, before those eyes. He can make them do anything. You were my only hope, Abner. You and the men I thought you would bring with you. It has a painful irony. We of the night have preyed upon the people of the day for uncounted thousands of years, and now I must turn to you to save our race. Julian will destroy us. Abner, your dream may have rotted through, but mine can still live. I helped you once. You could not have built her without me. Help me now." "You should have just asked me," Marsh said. "You could have told me the goddamn truth." "I did not know if you would come to save my people. I knew you would come for her." "I would have come for you, damn it. We're partners, ain't we? Well, ain't we?" Joshua York regarded him with quiet gravity. "Yes," he said. Marsh glared up at the gray, rotten ruin that had been his proud lady, and saw that a goddamned bird had built a nest in one of her stacks. Other birds were stirring and fluttering from tree to tree, making little birdie sounds that vexed Abner Marsh no end. The morning sunlight fell upon the steamer in bright yellow shafts, slanting through the trees and swimming with dust motes. The last shadows were stealing away from the dawn into the underbrush. "Why the hell now?" Marsh asked, frowning at York again. "If it wasn't the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee, what was it? What makes today different from the last 13 years? That all of a sudden you're running off and writing me letters." "Cynthia is with child," said Joshua. "My child." Abner Marsh remembered the things York had told him so long ago. "You killed somebody together?" "No.
For the first time in our history, Conception was free of the taint of the red thirst. Cynthia has been using my drink for years. She became sexually receptive, even without the blood, the fever. I responded. It was powerful, Abner. As strong as the thirst, but different, cleaner. A thirst for life instead of death. She will die when her time comes, unless your people can help. Julian would never permit that. And there is the child to think of. I do not want it corrupted, enslaved by Damon Julian. I want this birth to be a new beginning for my race. I had to take action. A goddamn vampire baby, Abner Marsh thought. He was going to go in and face Damon Julian for a child that might grow up to be just like Julian was. But maybe not. Maybe it'd grow into Joshua instead. If you want to do something, Marsh said, then why the hell ain't we in there instead of yapping out here? He jerked his shotgun in the direction of the huge ruined steamer. Joshua York smiled. I am sorry for the lie, he said. Abner, there is no one like you. You have my thanks. Never mind about that now, Marsh said gruffly, embarrassed by Joshua's gratitude. He walked out from under the shadows of the trees, toward the Fevre Dream and the rotted, purple-stained indigo tanks that loomed behind her. When he got down near the water, the mud grabbed at his boots and made obscene sucking sounds as he pulled them free. Marsh checked again to make sure the gun was loaded. Then he found an old weathered plank lying in the shallow, still water, leaned it up against the side of her hull, and hefted himself up onto the main deck of the steamboat. Joshua York, moving quickly and silently, came behind him. The grand staircase confronted them, leading up to the darkness of the boiler deck, to the curtained staterooms where their enemies slept, to the long, echoing dimness of the saloon. Marsh did not move immediately. I want to see my steamer, he said at last, and he walked around the stair into the engine room. Seams had burst on a couple of the boilers. Rust had eaten through the steam pipes. The great engines were brown and flaking in spots. Marsh had to step warily to make sure his foot didn't crash through a rotten floorboard. He went to a furnace. Inside was old, cold ash. And something else. Something brown and yellow and blackened here and there. He reached in and came out with a bone. Bones in her furnace, he said. Her deck rotted through. Goddamned slave manacles still on the floor. Rust. Hell. Hell. He turned. I seen enough. I told you, said Joshua York. I wanted to see her. They walked back out into the sunlight of the forecastle. Marsh glanced back over his shoulder at the shadows, the rotten, rusted shadows of all that she had been and all that he had dreamed. 18 big boilers, he said hoarsely. Whitey loved them engines. Abner, come. We must do what we came to do. They ascended the grand staircase, climbing with care. The slime on the steps was foul-smelling and slippery. Marsh leaned too hard on a carved wooden acorn, and it came off in his hand. The promenade was gray and deserted, and looked unsafe. They entered the main cabin, and Marsh frowned at 300 feet of decay and despair and beauty gone to rot. The carpet was stained and torn and eaten away by fungus and mold. Green splotches spread across it like cancer, eating away at the soul of the steamer. Someone had painted over the skylight, had covered all that fine stained glass with black paint. It was dark. The long marble bar was covered with dust. Stateroom doors hung broken and shattered. One chandelier had fallen. They walked around the pile of broken glass. A third of the mirrors were cracked or missing. The rest had gone blind, their silver flaking away or turning black. When they walked up to the hurricane deck, Marsh was glad to see the sun. He checked the gun again. The Texas loomed above them, its cabin doors closed and waiting. "He still in the captain's cabin?" Marsh asked. Joshua nodded. They climbed the short flight of steps to the Texas deck and moved toward it. In the shadows of the Texas porch, Sour Billy Tipton was waiting. But for the eyes, Abner Marsh might never have recognized him. Sour Billy was as ruined as the boat. He had always been skinny. Now he was an animated skeleton, sharp bones thrusting against sickly yellow flesh. His skin had the look of a man's who has been bedridden for years. His face was a damned skull, a yellowish pockmarked skull. Nearly all his hair had fallen out, and the top of his head was covered with scabs and raw red blotches. He was dressed in black rags, and his fingernails had grown 4 inches long. Only his eyes were the same, ice-colored and somehow feverish eyes, staring, trying to scare, trying to be little vampire eyes, just like Julian's. Sour Billy had known they were coming. He must have heard them. When they turned the corner, he was there, his knife in his hand, his deadly, practiced hand. He said, "Well—" Abner Marsh snapped up the shotgun and fired both barrels point-blank at his chest. Marsh didn't much care to hear that second "well," not this time. The gun roared and kicked back hard, slamming into Marsh and bruising his arm. Sour Billy's chest turned red in 100 places, and the blast threw him backward. The rotten railing of the Texas porch gave way behind him, and he went crashing down to the hurricane deck. Still holding his knife, he tried to get to his feet. He reeled and staggered forward dizzily, like a drunk. Marsh jumped down to the hurricane deck after him and reloaded the gun. Sour Billy grabbed for a pistol stuck through his belt. Marsh gave him 2 more barrels and blew him clear off the hurricane deck. The pistol spun from his grip, and Abner Marsh heard Billy scream and smash into something on the way down. He peered down at the forecastle. Billy was lying face down, twisted at an unnatural angle, a smear of red beneath him. He still had a hold of his goddamned knife, but it didn't look like he'd be doing any damage with it. Abner Marsh grunted, pulled a couple of fresh shells from his pocket, and turned back toward the Texas. The door to the captain's cabin stood wide open, and Damon Julian was out on the Texas porch facing Joshua, a pale malevolence with black and beckoning eyes. Joshua York stood immobile, like a man entranced. Marsh wrenched his eyes down to his shotgun and the shells he held in his hand. "Pretend he ain't there," he told himself. "You're in the sun. He can't come for you. Don't look at him. Just load. Just load the gun and give him both goddamned barrels right in the face while Joshua holds him still." His hand shook. He steadied it and slid in 1 shell. And Damon Julian laughed. At the sound of that laughter, Marsh looked up in spite of himself, the second shell still between his fingers. Julian had such music in his laugh, such warmth and good humor, that it was hard to be afraid, hard to remember what he was and the things he could do. Joshua had fallen to his knees. Marsh cussed and took 3 impetuous strides forward, and Julian whirled, still smiling, and came at him, or tried to. Julian vaulted down to the hurricane deck over the ruined porch, but Joshua saw him, rose, and came leaping after, catching Julian from behind. For a moment they grappled on the deck. Then Marsh heard Joshua cry out in pain, and he looked away and slid the second shell home and closed the gun and looked up again and saw Julian coming, that white face looming up before him and the teeth gleaming, the terrible teeth. His finger tightened convulsively on the trigger before he had the damned gun aimed, and the shot went wild. The recoil sent Marsh sprawling, and that was what probably saved his life. Julian missed him, spun, and hesitated when he saw Joshua rising, 4 long bleeding tracks down his right cheek. "Look at me, Julian," Joshua called softly. "Look at me." Marsh had 1 shot left. Sprawled on the deck, he raised the shotgun, but he was too slow. Damon Julian tore his eyes away from Joshua and saw the barrel swinging toward him. He whirled, and the shot boomed through empty air. By the time Joshua York had helped Abner Marsh to his feet, Julian had vanished down the stairs. "Go after him," Joshua said urgently. "And stay alert. He might be waiting for you." "What about you?" "I'll see he doesn't leave the boat," Joshua said. Then he spun and leaped from the edge of the hurricane deck, out over the forecastle, quick and nimble as a cat. He landed a yard from where Sour Billy lay, landed hard and rolled. An instant later he was back up and darting up the grand staircase. Marsh took out 2 more shells and reloaded. Then he went to the stair, peered down it warily, and began to descend, step by careful step, the shotgun held at the ready. The wood creaked beneath his tread, but there was no other sound. Marsh knew that meant nothing. They moved so silently, all of them. He had a hunch he knew where Julian would hide, in the grand saloon, or one of the staterooms off it. Marsh kept his trigger finger tensed and went on in, pausing to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. Way at the far end of the cabin, something moved. Marsh aimed and froze, then eased off. It was Joshua. "He hasn't come out," Joshua called, his head moving as his eyes, so much better than Marsh's, raked the cabin. "I figured he hadn't," Marsh said. All of a sudden it felt cold in the cabin, cold and still, like the breath from a long-closed tomb. It was too dark. Marsh couldn't see anything but vaguely menacing shadows. "I need some goddamn light," he said. He jerked the shotgun upward and fired one barrel up at the skylight. The report echoed deafeningly in the enclosed cabin, and the glass disintegrated. Shards and sunlight came raining down. Marsh took out a shell to reload. "I don't see nothing," he said, stepping forward with the gun under his arm. The long cabin was utterly still and empty as far as he could see. Maybe Julian was crouched behind the bar, Marsh thought. Cautiously he moved toward it. A vague tinkling sound touched his ears, the clatter of crystals clinking together in the wind. Abner Marsh frowned, and Joshua cried, "Abner, above you!" Marsh looked up just as Damon Julian released his hold on the great swaying chandelier and came plunging down at him. Marsh tried to raise and aim his shotgun, but it was too late, and he was too damn slow. Julian landed right on top of him and sent the gun spinning from Marsh's grasp, and both of them went down. Marsh tried to roll free. Something grabbed him, pulled. He smashed out blindly with a huge rough fist. The answering blow came out of nowhere and nearly tore his head off. For a moment he lay stunned. His arm was seized and wrenched roughly behind him. Marsh screamed. The pressure did not let up. He tried to push himself to his feet, and his arm was bent upward with awful force. He heard it snap, and he screamed again, louder, as the pain hammered through him. He was pushed roughly to the deck, his face hard against the moldy carpeting. "Struggle, my dear captain, and I'll break your other arm," Julian's mellow voice told him. "Remain still." "Get away from him," Joshua said. Marsh lifted his eyes and saw him standing 20 feet away. "I hardly think so," Julian replied. "Do not move, dear Joshua. If you come at me, I will tear out Captain Marsh's throat before you are within 5 feet. Stay where you are, and I will spare him. Do you understand?" Marsh tried to move and bit his lip in anguish. Joshua stood his ground, hands poised like claws in front of him. "Yes," he said. "I understand." His gray eyes looked deadly, but uncertain. Marsh looked around for the shotgun. It lay 5 feet away, well beyond his reach. "Good," said Damon Julian. "Now, why don't we make ourselves comfortable?" Marsh heard Julian pull over a chair. He seated himself just behind Marsh. "I'll sit here in the shadows. You can take a seat beneath that shaft of sunlight the captain so obligingly let into the saloon. Go on, Joshua. Do as I say, unless you want to see him die." "If you kill him, there will be nothing between us," Joshua said. "Perhaps I am willing to take that risk," Julian replied. "Are you?" Joshua York looked around slowly, frowned, took up a chair, and moved it beneath the shattered skylight. He seated himself in the sun, a good 15 feet away from them. "Take off your hat, Joshua. I want to see your face." York grimaced, removed his wide-brimmed hat, and sent it sailing off into the shadows. "Fine," said Damon Julian. "Now we can wait together. For a while, Joshua." He laughed lightly. Until dark? Chapter 33. Aboard the steamer Fevre Dream, May 1870. Sour Billy Tipton opened his eyes and tried to scream. Nothing passed his lips but a soft whimper. He sucked in his breath and swallowed blood. Sour Billy had drunk enough blood to recognize the taste, only this time it was his own blood. He coughed and fought for air. He didn't feel so good. His chest was on fire all over, and it was wet where he was lying. Blood, more blood. "Help me," he called out weakly. No one could have heard him more than 3 feet away. He shuddered and closed his eyes again, like he could maybe sleep and make the hurt go away. But the hurt stayed. Sour Billy lay there for the longest time, his eyes closed, breathing ragged breaths that made his chest shake and scream. He couldn't think of nothing but the blood that was seeping out of him, the deck hard against his face, and the smell. There was some awful smell all around him. Finally, Sour Billy recognized it. He had gone and shit in his pants. He couldn't feel nothing, but he could smell it. He began to cry. Finally, Sour Billy Tipton could not cry any more. His tears had dried up, and it hurt too much. It hurt awful bad. He tried to think about something else, about something besides the pain, so it would maybe leave him alone. Slowly it came back to him. Marsh and Joshua York, the shotgun going off in his face. They had come to hurt Julian, he remembered, and he had tried to stop them. Only this time he wasn't fast enough. He tried to call out again. "Julian," he called, a little louder than he had before, but still not very loud. No answer. Sour Billy Tipton whimpered and opened his eyes again. He had fallen all the way from the hurricane deck. He was on the forecastle, he saw, and it was daylight. Damon Julian couldn't hear him, and even if he did, it was so bright it was the morning. Julian wouldn't come to him. Julian couldn't come until dark. By dark he would be dead. "I'll be dead by dark," he said aloud, so softly he hardly heard it himself. He coughed and swallowed some more blood. "Mr. Julian," he said feebly. He rested for a while, thinking, or trying to think. He was shot full of holes, he thought. His chest must be raw meat. He ought to be dead. Marsh had been standing right by him. He ought to be dead. Only he wasn't. Sour Billy sniggered. He knew why he wasn't dead. Shotguns couldn't kill him. He was almost one of them now. It was like Julian had said. Sour Billy had felt it happening. Every time he looked in the mirror, he thought he was a little whiter, and his eyes were getting more and more like Damon Julian's. He could see it himself, and he thought maybe he could see better in the dark this last year or two. It was the blood had done it, he thought. If only it hadn't made him sick so much, he might be even further along. Sometimes it made him real sick, and he got bad cramps in his belly and threw up. But he kept on drinking it, like Julian said, and it was making him stronger. He could feel it sometimes, and this proved it. They'd shot him, and he'd fallen, and he wasn't dead. No, sir, he wasn't dead. He was healing up, just like Damon Julian would. He was nearly one of them now. Sour Billy smiled, and thought that he would lie there until he was all healed, and then he would get up and go kill Abner Marsh. He could imagine how scared Marsh would be when he saw Billy coming after the way he'd been shot. If only he didn't hurt so much. Sour Billy wondered if it hurt Julian this way, the day that damned dandy of a clerk had stuck the sword through him. Mr. Julian had sure showed him. Billy would show a few people, too. He thought about that for a while, about all the things he would do. He would walk down Gallatin Street whenever he liked, and they'd all get real respectful, and he'd have himself beautiful high-yaller girls and Creole ladies instead of whores from the dance halls. And when he was through with them, he'd have their blood, too. And that way no one else would have them, and that way they'd never laugh at him. Not like the whores used to laugh at him sometimes in the old bad days. Sour Billy Tipton liked thinking about the way it was going to be. But after a time, a few minutes, a few hours, he wasn't sure no more. He couldn't. He kept thinking about the pain instead, the way it hurt so bad whenever he tried to breathe. It ought to be hurting less, he thought, but it wasn't. And he was still bleeding bad, so bad he was starting to feel awful dizzy. If he was healing up, how come he was still bleeding? All of a sudden, Sour Billy got afraid. Maybe he wasn't far enough along yet. Maybe he wasn't going to heal after all, and get up good as new, and go and get Abner Marsh. Maybe he was just going to bleed to death. He cried out, "Julian!" He cried as loud as he could. Julian could finish the change, could make him better, make him strong. If he could only get Julian, it would be all right. Julian would bring him blood to make him strong. Julian would take care of him. Sour Billy knew that. What would Julian ever do without him? He called out again, screaming so hard that his throat almost burst with the pain. Nothing. Silence. He listened for footsteps, for Julian or one of the others coming to help him. Nothing. Except... He listened harder. Sour Billy thought he heard voices, and one of them was Damon Julian's. He could hear him. He felt weak with relief. Only Julian couldn't hear Billy. And even if he could, he might not come, not out into the sun. The thought terrified Sour Billy. Julian would come when it got dark, would come and finish the change, but by dark it would be too late. He would have to go to Julian, Sour Billy Tipton decided, as he laid there in his blood and pain. He would have to move and go to where Julian was, so Julian could help him. Sour Billy bit his lip and gathered all his strength and tried to get up. And he screamed. The pain that shot through him when he tried to move was a burning knife, a sudden sharp agony that stabbed through his body and drove all thought and hope and fear out of him until there was nothing but the pain itself. He shrieked and lay still, and his body throbbed. He could feel his heart thumping wildly, and the pain slowly fading. That was when Sour Billy Tipton realized that he couldn't feel his legs no more. He tried to wriggle his toes. He couldn't feel nothing at all down there. He was dying. It wasn't fair, Sour Billy thought. He was so close. For 13 years he had been drinking the blood and getting stronger, changing, and he was so close. He was going to live forever. And now they were taking it away from him, robbing him. They'd always robbed him. He'd never had nothing. It was a cheat. The world had cheated him again. The niggers and the Creoles and the rich dandies, they was always cheating him and laughing at him. And now they were cheating him of life, of his revenge, of everything. He had to get to Julian. If only he could make that change, it would all be all right. Otherwise he'd die here, and they'd laugh at him. They'd say he was a fool, trash, all the things they had always said. They'd piss on his grave and laugh at him. He had to get to Mr. Julian. Then he would be the one laughing. Yes, he would. Sour Billy took a deep breath. He could feel his knife, still gripped in his hand. He moved his arm, took the knife between his teeth, trembling. There. That didn't hurt so much, he thought. His arms was still all right. His fingers spread and fought for purchase on the wet deck, slick with mold and blood. Then he pulled hard as he could, with his hands and his arms, dragged himself forward. His chest burned, and the knife blade came plunging into his back again, so he shuddered and bit down real hard on the steel between his teeth. He collapsed in exhaustion and agony. But when the hurt finally ebbed a bit, Sour Billy opened his eyes and smiled around his knife blade. He had moved. He had pulled himself forward a whole foot, he thought. Another 5 or 6 pulls, and he would be at the foot of the grand staircase. Then he could grab hold of the fancy banister posts and use them to haul himself upward. Them voices were coming from up there, he thought. He could get to them. He knew he could. He had to. Sour Billy Tipton stretched out his arms, dug his long, hard nails into the wood, and bit down on his knife. Chapter 34. Aboard the steamer Fevre Dream, May 1870. The hours passed in silence, a silence laced with fear. Abner Marsh sat close to Damon Julian, with his back against the black marble bar, nursing his broken arm and sweating. Julian had finally allowed him to get up off his belly, when the throbbing in his arm had gotten to be too much for Marsh, and he began to moan. In this position it didn't seem to hurt so much, but he knew the agony would come flooding back the instant he tried to move. So Marsh sat very still, and held his arm, and thought. Marsh had never been much of a chess player, as Jonathan Jeffers had proved 6 times. Sometimes he even forgot how the damned pieces moved from game to game, but even now he knew enough to recognize a stalemate when he saw one. Joshua York was sitting stiffly in his chair, his eyes dark and unreadable at this distance, his whole body tense. The sunlight was beating down on him, searing the life from him, burning off his strength as it burned off the river mists every morning. He did not move, because of Marsh. Because Joshua knew that if he attacked, Abner Marsh would be choking on his own blood before York could possibly reach Julian. Maybe Joshua could kill Damon Julian then, and maybe not, but either way it wouldn't make much difference to Marsh. Julian was stalemated too. If he killed Marsh, he would lose his protection. Then Joshua would be free to come at him. Clearly Damon Julian feared that. Abner Marsh knew how it was. Defeat will do that to a man, even to such a thing as called itself Damon Julian. Julian had broken Joshua York dozens of times, and bled him to seal the submission. York had triumphed only once, but that was enough. The certainty was gone from Julian. Fear lived inside him like a maggot in a corpse. Marsh felt weak and helpless. His arm hurt like hell, and there was nothing he could do. When he was not studying York and Julian, his eyes returned to the shotgun. Too far, he told himself, too far. When he sat up against the bar, it had put the gun even further away. 7 feet at least. It was impossible. Marsh knew he could never do it, even at the best of times, and with a broken arm. He gnawed his lip and tried to think of something else. If it was Jonathan Jeffers sitting where Marsh sat, maybe he would have been able to figure something out, something clever and surprising and devious. But Jeffers was dead, and Marsh had only himself to rely on, and the only thing he could think to do was the simple, direct, stupid thing, make a grab for that goddamn shotgun. If he did that, Marsh knew, he would die. "Does the light bother you, Joshua?" Julian asked once, after they had been seated a long time. "You really must get used to it, if you are to become one of them. All the good cattle love the sunlight." He smiled. Then, quickly as it had come, the smile faded. Joshua York did not reply, and Julian did not speak again. Watching him, Marsh thought how much Julian himself seemed to have decayed, just as the steamer and Sour Billy had gone to rot. He was different now, somehow. Different and even more frightening. After that one brief question, he had no more taunts. He had no words at all. He did not look at Joshua York or at Marsh, or at anything in particular. His eyes stared off into nothingness, cold and black and dead as coals. They still had a lambent quality about them, and in the shadows where Julian was seated they sometimes seemed to burn with their own dim light beneath his pale, heavy brow. But they did not seem human, nor did Julian. Marsh remembered the night that Julian had come aboard the Fevre Dream.
When he had looked into his eyes then, it was as if he saw masks falling away, one after the other, in endless succession, until at the bottom, beneath it all, the beast emerged. Now it was different. Now it was almost as if the masks had ceased to exist. Damon Julian had been as evil a man as Marsh had ever met. But part of his evil had been human evil. His malevolence, his lies, his terrible musical laugh, his cruel delight in torment, his love for beauty and its ruin. Now all that seemed to be gone. Now there was only the beast, hunched in the darkness with feral eyes, cornered and fearful, unreasoning. Now Julian did not ridicule Joshua, nor expound on good and evil and strength and weakness, nor fill Marsh with soft, rotten promises. Now he only sat and waited, shrouded in darkness, his ageless face devoid of all expression, his eyes ancient and empty. Abner Marsh realized then that Joshua had been right. Julian was mad, or worse than mad. Julian was a ghost now, and the thing that lived inside that body was all but mindless. Yet, Marsh thought bitterly, it would be the winner. Damon Julian might die, as all the other masks had died in turn through the long centuries, but the beast would go on. Julian dreamed of dark and sleep, but the beast could never die. It was clever and patient and strong. Abner Marsh eyed the shotgun again. If only he could reach it. If only he was as fast and strong as he had been 40 years ago. If only Joshua could hold the beast's attention long enough. But it was no good. The beast would not meet Joshua's eyes. Marsh was neither fast nor strong, and his arm was broken and in agony. He could never lurch to his feet and reach the gun in time. The barrel was pointed in the wrong direction, too. It had fallen so it pointed at Joshua. If it pointed the other way, maybe it would be worth the risk. Then he would just have to dive for the gun, raise it up quick, and pull the trigger. But the way it lay, he would have to grab it and turn all the way around to fire at the thing that had called itself Julian. With a broken arm? No. Marsh knew it would be futile. The beast was too fast. A moan escaped Joshua's lips, a half-suppressed cry of pain. He put a hand to his brow, then leaned forward and buried his face in his hands. His skin was pinkish already. Before long it would be red, then charred and black and burned. Abner Marsh could see the vitality ebbing from him. What will kept him in that burning circle of sun? Marsh could not know. Joshua had guts, though. Damned if he didn't. All of a sudden Marsh had to say something. "Kill him!" he called out loudly. "Joshua, get out of there and go for him, God damn it! Never mind me." Joshua York looked up and smiled weakly. "No." "God damn it all to hell, you stubborn fool! Do like I tell you. I'm a goddamn old man. My life don't mean nothing. Joshua, do like I'm telling you." Joshua shook his head and buried his face in his hands again. The beast was staring at Marsh strangely, as if it could not comprehend his words, as if it had forgotten all the speech it ever knew. Marsh looked in its eyes and shivered. His arm hurt, and he had tears hiding in the back of his eyes. He cussed and swore until his face turned red. It was better than weeping like some damned woman. Then he called out, "You've been one hell of a partner, Joshua. I ain't going to forget you as long as I live." York smiled. Even the smile was pained, Marsh could see. Joshua was weakening visibly. The light was going to kill him, and then Marsh would be here alone. They had hours and hours of daylight left. But hours passed. Night would come. Abner Marsh couldn't stop it coming no more than he could reach that goddamn useless shotgun. The sun would set and darkness would come creeping over the Fevre Dream, and the beast would smile and rise from its chair. All along the Grand Saloon the doors would open, as the others stirred and woke. All the children of the night, the vampires, the sons and daughters and slaves of the beast. From behind the broken mirrors and the faded oil paintings they would come, silent, with their cold smiles and white faces and terrible eyes. Some of them were Joshua's friends, and one bore his child, but Marsh knew with a deadly certainty that it would make no difference. They belonged to the beast. Joshua had the words and the justice and the dream, but the beast had the power, and it would call out to the beasts that lived in all the others. It would wake their red thirst and bend them to its will. It had no thirst itself, but it remembered. And when those doors began to open, Abner Marsh would die. Damon Julian had talked of sparing him, but the beast was not bound by Julian's fool promises. It knew how dangerous Marsh was. Ugly or not, Marsh would feed them tonight, and Joshua would die as well. Or worse, become like them. And his child would grow into another beast, and the killing would go on and on. The red thirst would flow down the centuries unquenched. The fever dreams would turn to sickness and to rot. How could it end any other way? The beast was greater than they were, a force of nature. The beast was like the river, eternal. It had no doubts, no thoughts, no dreams or plans. Joshua York might overwhelm Damon Julian, but when Julian fell, the beast lay beneath, alive, implacable, strong. Joshua had drugged his own beast, had tamed it to his will, so he had only humanity to face the beast that lived in Julian. And humanity was not enough. He could not hope to win. Abner Marsh frowned. Something in his thoughts nagged at him. He tried to figure out what it was, but it wriggled free of him. His arm throbbed. He wished he had some of Joshua's goddamn drink. It tasted like hell, but Joshua had said once it had laudanum in it, and that would help the pain. The alcohol wouldn't hurt none, neither. The angle of the light pouring in through the shot-out skylight had changed. It was afternoon, Marsh figured. Afternoon, and getting later. They would have a few hours more. Then the doors would start to open. He looked at Julian, at the shotgun. He squeezed his arm, as if that could lessen the pain somehow. What the hell was he thinking about? About wanting some of Joshua's damned drink for his arm? No, about the beast. About how Joshua couldn't never beat it on account— Abner Marsh's eyes narrowed, and he looked over to Joshua. He had beat him, Marsh thought. Once. He beat him once, beast or no. Why can't he do it again? Why? Marsh clutched at his arm, rocked slowly back and forth, and tried to drive off the pain so he could think clearer. Why? And it came to him, like such things always did. Maybe he was slow, but Abner Marsh never forgot. It came to him. The drink, he thought. He could see how it had been. He'd poured the last of it down Joshua's damned gullet when he passed out in the sun. The final drop fell on his boot, and he threw the bottle in the river. Joshua had left hours later, and it had taken him— how long? Days. It had taken him days to get back to the Fevre Dream. He'd been running to his damn bottles, running from the red thirst. Then he found the steamer and all the dead, and started ripping loose them boards, and Julian had come. Marsh remembered Joshua's own words. I was screaming at him, screaming incoherently. I wanted vengeance. I wanted to kill him as badly as I have ever wanted to kill anyone, wanted to rip open that pale throat of his and taste his damnable blood. My anger— No, thought Marsh, not just anger. Thirst. Joshua had been so mad he never even knew it, but he was in the first stage of the red thirst. He must have had a glass of his drink as soon as Julian stole off, so he never realized what it was, why that time had been different. Marsh got a real cold feeling right then. wondering if Joshua had known the real reason he was ripping free those boards, wondering what would have happened if Julian hadn't intervened. No wonder Joshua had won then, and never again. His burns, his fears, the carnage all around him, no drinks for days. It had to have been the thirst. His beast was awake that night, and stronger than Julian's. Briefly, Abner Marsh was gripped by a great excitement. Then, rapidly, it dawned on him that his wild hope was misplaced. Maybe he had figured something out, but it wasn't doing them a goddamned bit of good. Joshua had taken a good supply of his drink on this last escape of his. He'd drunk a half-bottle in New Orleans before they set out for Julian's plantation. Marsh couldn't see no way to wake the fever in Joshua, the fever that was their only chance. His eyes went back to the shotgun. The damned useless shotgun. Hell, he muttered. Forget the shotgun, he told himself. It ain't no good to you. Think. Think like Mr. Jeffers would have. Figure something out. Like in a steamboat race, Marsh thought. You couldn't just run her straight out against another fast boat. You had to be smart. You had to get a lightning pilot who knew all the cut-offs and how to shave them close. And maybe you bought up all the beach so the other boat couldn't get nothing but cottonwood, or maybe you had some lard in reserve. Tricks. Marsh scowled and tugged at his whiskers with his good hand. He couldn't do nothing, he knew. It was up to Joshua. Only Joshua was burning up. Joshua was getting weaker by the minute, and he wasn't going to move so long as Marsh's life was at stake. If only there was some way to get Joshua moving, to wake the thirst, somehow. How did it come now? Every month, something like that. Except it didn't come at all when you used the bottle. Wasn't there something else? Something else that might bring on the thirst? Marsh thought there might be, but he couldn't think of it. Maybe anger had something to do with it. But it wasn't enough. Beauty? Real beautiful things tempted him, even with his drink. He probably picked me as his partner, 'cause they told him I was the ugliest man on the goddamn river, Marsh thought. But it still wasn't enough. Damn Damon Julian was pretty enough, and he got Joshua awful angry. But Joshua still lost, always lost. The drink made it so. It had to be. Marsh began to think back on all the stories that Joshua had ever told him, all the dark nights, the deaths, the terrible, bitter times when his thirst had taken hold of him, body and soul. "Caught me in the stomach square," said Joshua, "and I bled badly. I got up. I must have been a terrible sight, pale-faced and covered with blood, and a strange feeling was on me." Julian was sipping at his wine, smiling, saying, "Did you truly fear I would harm you that night in August?" "Oh, perhaps I would have in my pain and rage, but not before." Marsh saw his face twisted and bestial as he pulled Jeffers's sword cane from his body. He remembered Valerie, burning, dying in the yawl. Remembered the way she had screamed and gone for Carl Fram's throat. He heard Joshua talking, saying, "The man hit me again, and I lashed out backhanded at him. He was on me again." It had to be right, Abner Marsh thought. It had to be. It was the only thing he could think of, the only thing he could figure. He peered up at the skylight. The angle was sharper now, and it seemed to Marsh that the light had grown just the tiniest bit red. Joshua was partly in shadow now. An hour ago, Marsh would have been relieved to see it. Now he wasn't so sure. "Help me," the voice said. It was a broken whisper, a ghastly, pain-racked choking. But they heard it. In the darkened silence, they all heard it. Sour Billy Tipton had come crawling out of the dimness, leaving a trail of blood behind him on the carpet. He wasn't really crawling, Marsh saw. He was dragging himself, sticking his goddamned little knife into the deck and pulling himself forward with his arms, wriggling,
his legs and whole lower half of his body scraping behind him. His spine was bent at an angle it shouldn't have bent at. Billy hardly looked human. He was covered with slime and filth, crusted over with dry blood, bleeding even as they watched. He pulled himself forward another foot. His chest looked caved in, and pain had twisted his face into a hideous mask. Joshua York rose slowly from his chair, like a man in a dream. His face was an awful red, Marsh saw. "Billy," he began. "Stay where you are, Joshua," said the beast. York looked at him dully and licked his dry, cracked lips. "I will not threaten you," he said. "Let me kill him. It would be a mercy." Damon Julian smiled and shook his head. "Kill poor Billy," he said. "And I must kill Captain Marsh." It sounded almost like Julian again now, the liquid sophistication of the voice, the chill within the words, the air of vague amusement. Sour Billy moved another painful foot and stopped, his body shaking. Blood dripped from his mouth and his nose. "Julian," he said. "You'll have to speak up, Billy. We can't hear you very well." Sour Billy clutched his knife and grimaced. He tried to raise his head as much as he could. "Help me. Hurt. I'm hurt. Bad. Inside. Inside, Mr. Julian." Damon Julian rose from his chair. "I can see that, Billy. What do you want?" Sour Billy's mouth began to tremble at the edges. "Help," he whispered. "Change. Finish the change. Got to. I'm dying." Julian was watching Billy and watching Joshua, too. Joshua was still standing. Abner Marsh tensed his muscles and looked at the shotgun. With Julian already on his feet, it wasn't possible not to turn it on him and fire. But maybe. He looked at Billy, whose agony almost made Marsh forget his broken arm. Billy was begging. "Live forever, Julian. Change me. One of you." "Ah," said Julian. "I'm afraid I have sad news for you, Billy. I can't change you. Did you really think a creature like you could become one of us?" "Promised," Billy whispered shrilly. "You promised. I'm dying." Damon Julian smiled. "Whatever will I do without you?" he said. He laughed lightly, and that was when Marsh knew for a fact that it was Julian, that the beast had let him surface again. It was Julian's laughter, rich and musical and stupid. Marsh heard the laugh and watched Sour Billy's face and saw his hand shake as he wrenched the knife free of the deck. "The hell with you!" Marsh roared at Julian as he heaved himself to his feet. Julian looked over, startled. Marsh bit back the pain and went for the shotgun, diving across the room. Julian was 100 times quicker than him. Marsh landed heavily on the gun and almost blanked out from the pain that shot through him. But even as he felt the hardness of the barrel beneath his stomach, he felt Julian's cold white hands close around his neck. And then they were gone, and Damon Julian was screaming. Abner Marsh rolled over. Julian was staggering backward, his hands up over his face. Sour Billy's knife was sticking out of his left eye, and blood was running down between his pale white fingers. "Die, God damn you!" Marsh yelled as he yanked the trigger. The shot blew Julian off his feet. The gun kicked back into Marsh's arm, and he screamed. For an instant he did black out. When the pain cleared enough so he could see, he had trouble climbing to his feet. But he did it, just in time to hear a sharp crack, like a wet branch being broken. Joshua York rose from Billy Tipton's body with blood on his hands. "There was no hope for him," York said. Marsh sucked in air in great draughts, his heart pounding. "We did it, Joshua," he said. "We killed the goddamn—" Someone laughed. Marsh turned and backed away. Julian smiled. He wasn't dead. He had lost an eye, but the knife hadn't gone deep enough, hadn't touched his brain. He was half blind, but he wasn't dead. Too late, Marsh realized his mistake. He'd shot at Julian's chest, the goddamned chest. He ought to have blown off his head. But he'd taken the easy shot instead. Julian's dressing gown hung from him in bloodied tatters, but he wasn't dead. "I am not so easy to kill as poor Billy," he said. Blood welled in his eye socket and dripped down his cheek. Already it was crusting, clotting. "Nor as easy as you will be." He came toward Marsh with languid, inevitable slowness. Marsh tried to hold the shotgun with his broken arm while he got 2 shells from his pocket. He pinned it under his arm against his body, stepping backward, but the pain made him weak and clumsy. His fingers slipped, and one of the shells dropped to the floor. Marsh backed up hard against a column. Damon Julian laughed. "No," said Joshua York. He stepped between them, his face raw and red. "I forbid it. I am Bloodmaster. Stop, Julian." "Ah," said Julian. "Again, dear Joshua?" "Again, then. But this shall be the last time. Even Billy has learned his true nature. It is time for you to learn yours, dear Joshua." His left eye was crusted blood, his right a howling black abyss. Joshua York stood unmoving. "You can't beat him," Abner Marsh said. "The damned beast." "Joshua, no." But Joshua York was past hearing. The shotgun fell from beneath Marsh's shattered arm. He bent, snatched it up with his good hand, slapped it down on the table behind him, and began to load it. With only one hand, it was slow work. His fingers were thick and clumsy. The shell kept squirting free. Finally, he got it in, closed the gun, raised it up clumsily under his good arm. Joshua York had turned around slowly, the way the Fevre Dream had spun that night she came after the Eli Reynolds. He took a step toward Abner Marsh. "Joshua, no," Marsh said. "Stay away." Joshua moved closer. He was trembling, fighting it. "Get clear," Marsh said. "Let me get off a shot." Joshua didn't seem to hear. He had an awful dead look on his face. He belonged to the beast. His strong, pale hands were raised. "Hell," said Marsh. "Hell, Joshua, I got to do it. I got it figured. It's the only way." Joshua York seized Abner Marsh around the throat, his gray eyes wide and demonic. Marsh shoved the shotgun up under Joshua's armpit and yanked the trigger. There was a terrible explosion, the scent of smoke and blood. York spun and fell heavily, crying out in pain as Marsh stepped away from him. Damon Julian smiled sardonically and moved like a rattlesnake, wrenching the smoking gun from Marsh's hand. "And now there are only the 2 of us," he said. "Only the 2 of us, dear Captain." He was still smiling when Joshua made a sound that was half a snarl and half a scream, and threw himself on Julian from behind. Julian cried out in surprise. They rolled over and over, grappling with each other ferociously, until they slammed up against the bar and broke apart. Damon Julian rose first, Joshua soon after. York's shoulder was a bloody ruin, and his arm was limp at his side. But in his slitted gray eyes, through the haze of blood and pain, Abner Marsh could feel the rage of the fevered beast. York was in pain, Marsh thought triumphantly, and pain could wake the thirst. Joshua advanced slowly. Julian moved back, smiling. "Not me, Joshua," he said. "It was the captain who hurt you, the captain." Joshua paused and glanced briefly at Marsh, and for a long moment Marsh waited to see which way the thirst would drive him, to see whether Joshua or his beast was the master. Finally York smiled thinly at Damon Julian, and the quiet fight began. Weak with relief, Marsh paused a moment to gather his strength before he stooped to pick up the shotgun from where Julian had dropped it. He deposited it on the table, broke it, reloaded it slowly and laboriously. When he picked it up and cradled it beneath his arm, Damon Julian was kneeling. He had reached into his eye socket with his fingers and torn out his blind and bloody eye. He was holding it up, his hand cupped, while Joshua York bent to the bloody offering. Abner Marsh stepped forward quickly, pushed the shotgun up to Julian's temple, against the fine black curls, and let fly with both barrels. Joshua looked stunned, like he had been wrenched abruptly from some dream. Marsh grunted and tossed down the gun. "You didn't want that," he told Joshua. "Hold still. I got what you want." He walked heavily behind the bar and found the dark, unlabeled wine bottles. Marsh picked one up and blew away the dust. That was when he happened to look up and see all the open doors, all the pale faces watching. The shots, he thought. The shots had brought them out. One-handed, Marsh had trouble getting out the cork. He finally used his teeth. Joshua York drifted toward the bar, as if in a daze. In his eyes, the fight went on. Marsh held out the bottle, and Joshua reached out and grabbed his arm. Marsh held very still. For a long moment he did not know which it would be, whether Joshua would take the bottle or tear open the veins in his wrist. "We all got to make our goddamn choices, Joshua," he said softly, in the grip of Joshua's strong fingers. Joshua York stared at him for half of forever. Then he wrenched the bottle free of Marsh's hand, threw back his head, and upended it. The dark liquor came gurgling down and ran all over his goddamn chin. Marsh pulled out a second bottle of the noxious stuff, smashed its top off clean against the hard edge of the marble bar, and raised it up. "To the goddamn Fevre Dream," he said. They drank together. Epilogue. The graveyard is old and overgrown, and filled with the sounds of the river. It sits high on its bluff, and below it rolls the Mississippi on and on, as it has rolled for thousands of years. You can sit on the edge of the bluff, feet dangling, and look out over the river, drinking in the peace, the beauty. The river has 1,000 faces up here. Sometimes it's golden and alive with ripples from insects skimming the surface, and water flowing around some half-submerged branch. At sunset it turns bronze for a while, and then red, and the red spreads and makes you think of Moses and another river a long way away. On a clear night, the water flows dark and clean as black satin, and beneath its shimmering surface are stars, and a fairy moon that shifts and dances and is somehow larger and prettier than the one up in the sky. The river changes with the seasons, too. When the spring floods come, it is brown and muddy and creeps up to the high water marks on the trees and banks. In autumn, leaves of 1,000 colors drift past lazily in its blue embrace. And in winter, the river freezes hard, and the snow comes drifting down to cover it, and transforms it into a wild white road upon which no one may travel, so bright it hurts the eyes. Beneath the ice, the waters still flow, icy and turbulent, never resting. And finally the river shrugs, and the winter's ice shatters like thunder and breaks apart with terrible rending cracks. All of the river's moods can be seen from the graveyard. From there the river looks like it did 1,000 years ago. Even now the Iowa side is nothing but trees and high rocky bluffs. The river itself is tranquil, empty, still. 1,000 years ago you might watch for hours and see nothing but a solitary Indian in a birch-bark canoe. Today you might watch for just as long and see only one long procession of sealed barges pushed by a single small diesel towboat. And between then and now, there was a time when the river swarmed and lived, when smoke and steam and whistles and fires were everywhere. The steamboats are all gone now, though. The river is peaceful. The dead in the graveyard wouldn't like it much this way. Half of those buried here were rivermen. The graveyard is peaceful, too. Most of the plots were filled a long, long time ago, and now even the grandchildren of those who lie here have died. Visitors are rare, and the few who come visit a single, unimpressive grave. Some of the graves have large monuments. One has a statue on top of it.
of a tall man dressed like a steamer pilot, holding a portion of a wheel and gazing out into the distance. Several have colorful accounts of life and death on the river inscribed on their tombstones, telling how they died in a boiler explosion, or the war, or by drowning. But the visitors come to none of these. The grave they seek out is relatively plain. The stone has seen 100 years of weathering, but it has held up well. The words chiseled into it are plainly readable: a name, some dates, and 2 lines of poetry. Captain Abner Marsh, 1805 to 1873. So we'll go no more a-roving, so late into the night. Above the name, carved into the stone with great skill and great care, is a small decoration, raised and finely detailed, showing 2 great side-wheel steamers in a race. Time and weather have wreaked their damage, but you can still see the smoke streaming from their chimneys, and you can almost sense their speed. If you lean close enough and run your fingertips over the stone, you can even discern their names. The trailing boat is the Eclipse, a famous steamer in her day. The one in front is unknown to most river historians. She appears to be named the Fevre Dream. The visitor who comes most often always touches her, as if for luck. Oddly enough, he always comes by night. End of Fevre Dream by George R.R. Martin. Narrated by David Palmer in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, June 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Poseidon Press, Simon & Schuster Building, Rockefeller Center, 1230 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 10020.
End of book.